Warning: to avoid wasting time for future readers of this book. 1. The main characters need to eat, drink, and rest while fleeing. If you want to read about characters who don't eat, drink, or sleep and just keep walking, this is not the book for you. If you mind that the characters need to eat, drink, and rest, proceed with caution. 2. This story does not have a space-time gold finger. It is said that the first 10 chapters are hard to read, but it gets exciting afterward. This is feedback from other readers. You can judge for yourself. The author believes it is good. If this touches on any sensitive topics for you, please read with caution to avoid wasting your precious time. Under the bright moon and scattered stars, in a small village surrounded by mountains, a thin girl lay on a shabby bed in a rundown thatched house. Cold sweat covered her forehead, and her brows were tightly knit. Suddenly, the girl sat up, gasping for breath, her dark eyes filled with fear. The pain of being stabbed in the abdomen by a group of refugees before her death still made her body tremble. Su Yin glanced around the room and immediately understood that she had been reborn, along with her lost memories. Her name was Su Yin from the Blue Star Huagua, and she had been reborn into an ancient farming family with the surname Su. At the age of 2, a high fever caused her to lose her memories of Blue Star. Until she was 16, when refugees stormed the village, her family abandoned her and her mother and aunt, leaving them to be violated by the refugees. In the struggle, she angered them and was stabbed to death. Her soul drifted in the air, watching as those thugs tore her body apart. The young men in the village fell one after another in pools of blood, while houses burned, accompanied by the heartbreaking screams of women and children. The girls were tortured before death and dismembered afterward, while some thugs used guns to pierce through the bodies of children, hanging them up at the village entrance for amusement. These thugs laughed, reveling in the thrill of killing. The once peaceful village turned into a hell overnight. Before dawn, a halo appeared above her head, pulling her soul in. Just before being pulled in, Su Yin remembered her past life on Blue Star. Thinking of her tragic end, Su Yin felt suffocated in the room. She got out of bed and opened the door for fresh air.
Creak.
3 doors opened at once. Her mother, Yang Chunxiang, and her aunt, Su Baozhu, were both stunned. The 3 exchanged glances. Su Yin looked in surprise at the woman who walked out of the next room. Mother. In the moonlight, Su Yin noticed the beads of sweat on her forehead and the lingering fear in her eyes. Fear?
Could it be?
A thought sprang to mind. While she was lost in thought, her mother suddenly hugged her tightly, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, "We're all still alive. We're all still alive." Su Yin's eyes widened slightly.
Bang.
The door across the way closed as her aunt, Su Baozhu, turned to go back inside. Before leaving, her eyes filled with hatred and fear unexpectedly met Su Yin's. Watching the closed door, Su Yin withdrew her gaze, forming a bold guess in her mind. There was no time to worry about her aunt. She needed to check on her mother first. Pulling her mother into the courtyard, the outside was silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects. The 2 squatted by the field, the moonlight casting shadows on them, but it couldn't dispel the unease in their hearts. "Mother, why did you say we're still alive? Haven't we always been fine?" For a moment, Su's mother didn't know how to respond. Once her emotions calmed, she spoke. "Dia, I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that we all died." As she said this, her voice trembled slightly, still shaken by the fear of death. Indeed, her mother had also been reborn. Then, her aunt, who had died with them and walked out of the house, must have also been reborn. After realizing this, Su Yin held her mother's hand. "Mother, that wasn't a dream. It was real." "Really? How is that possible? Aren't we alive and well?" Su's mother murmured, unable to comprehend. "Mother, I experienced the refugees invading the village too."
What?
Su's mother was stunned. "You, my aunt, and we were all captured by the refugees. I was stabbed to death. This wasn't a dream. It was a real experience. But heaven has given us a chance to come back and change our fate." Su Yin tried to explain in a way her mother could understand, making it clear that this was not just a nightmare. Rebirth was not hard for Su Yin, who had lived in an information-rich world, to understand. But for her mother, who had spent her life in a mountain village, the concept of rebirth was incomprehensible. Rebirth? Su's mother murmured the word, as if trying to digest its meaning. Yes, it's rebirth, a chance to live again. Holding her daughter, Su's mother cried out, releasing her fear and sadness, the pain of being abandoned by family. Mother, don't be afraid, it's not too late. Su Yin gently patted her mother's back, soothing her. Once her mother calmed down, she looked at her daughter with tearful eyes, unsure if it was her imagination, but her eldest daughter seemed different now. Dia, we need to tell your father, your grandparents, and the villagers right away. Su's mother said anxiously. Mother, calm down. How do you plan to tell them? Do you want to say you've been reborn, and that the village will soon be raided? Do you think your grandparents will believe you? Will the villagers trust your words? The village shaman might say you're possessed by a ghost, and they could tie you up and burn you alive. Such things had happened before. In a neighboring village, a little girl fell into the water and woke up talking nonsense. Her family thought she had lost her mind. The village shaman declared that the girl was possessed by a wild ghost, and in the end, the villagers tied her up and burned her alive. Su's mother recalled the incident and trembled, feeling lost. Dia, what should we do? Mother, we can't tell anyone about the rebirth. Remember, we can't tell anyone. If others find out, you and I will die, do you understand? Su Yin said seriously. In their previous lives, their deaths were partly due to their grandparents and uncles. If she were still the old Su Yin, the one oppressed by her family and weak, she would likely be as lost as her mother, even foolishly confessing everything to her family.
But now.
A fierce look crossed Su Yin's eyes. Su's mother nodded repeatedly. Dia, if that wasn't a dream, if it's really. What is it called? Rebirth, what should we do now? There were about 2 weeks left until the refugees invaded the village. In fact, in her previous life, the villagers had a chance to escape, but sadly, most did not believe it. Before the refugees stormed the village, the second son of the Li family hurried back home from selling goods. He warned everyone in the village that chaos was outside. Minzhou, Yunzhou, and Ganzhou were experiencing droughts and locust plagues, leaving the land barren, and large groups of refugees were invading, burning, killing, and robbing. It wouldn't be long before they reached Meizhou, unfortunately. Most people in the village did not believe and were unwilling to leave the village where their ancestors had lived for generations. Many thought that Li's second son was exaggerating, including the 2 elders of the Su family. Li Rue, the second son of the Li family, only took his relatives and a few others and hurriedly left the village. When they left, many people whispered that Li Rue and the others would regret it one day, calling him cowardly. However, 3 days after their departure, refugees stormed into Li village, turning the night into a nightmare. The Su family, being outsiders, lived at the end of the village. Upon hearing the commotion, they quickly fled to the mountains. The whole family could have escaped, but when they reached the hillside, the uncle said he had left a box of silver and books in the house and asked her and her aunt to retrieve them. She and Su Baozhu were reluctant, but under the orders of Grandma Su and Grandpa Su, they had no choice but to return. Their mother, worried about them, followed along. Cautiously, the 3 returned home, but they found neither the books nor the silver. As they prepared to leave, they were discovered by the refugees, and the outcome was predictable. Su Yin couldn't help but sneer at the thought. There was no silver or books in the house. They clearly wanted to send them to their deaths. Hearing her mother's question, she realized that her mother still couldn't accept the idea of rebirth, or perhaps she couldn't understand what rebirth meant. Su Yin thought for a moment and said, Mom, if you want to know whether our dream was real, it's simple. When Li Rue's family returns, we will know. If they say what we heard in the dream, then it means our experience was not a dream, but real. If Li Rue's family doesn't return and doesn't say those things, then what we dreamed might just be a dream. Su's mother nodded repeatedly at this idea. Let's wait and see. Mom, I want to go to town tomorrow to take a look and buy some things. A chaotic time was approaching, and they needed to be prepared. Okay, it's good for you to gather some information. After calming her mother, they each returned to their rooms. An hour later, as dawn broke, Su Yin would usually be up cooking, preparing pig feed, cleaning the yard, fetching water, and chopping firewood with her mother and aunt. The main house of the Su family didn't need to do anything, they just waited to eat the ready meals. Her biological clock woke her up early, but she stayed in bed, thinking about how to deal with the upcoming situation. The arrival of the refugees in the village was a certainty. Surviving in the coming chaos and ensuring the safety of those she cared about was her top priority. Dehya, where have you been? The sun is already high, and you're still in bed. I've never seen such a lazy girl. The strong voice of Grandma Su came from the yard, followed by her mother's voice. Mom, the child is sick.
Sick?
Don't think I don't know. This isn't sickness. It's just laziness. I've raised her for nothing. The child is really sick and can't get up. I want to ask the doctor to take a look. Mentioning the doctor seemed to hit a nerve with Grandma Su, and her voice rose sharply. Look at what? We have no money. Just lie down and sleep it off. You don't know how expensive food is if you're not in charge. Don't bring me those nonsense. Our Su family's children aren't so delicate that they need a doctor for a little sickness. If you want to see a doctor, go be a servant in a wealthy family in your next life. Not here. The last sentence was directed at Su Yin, who was in the shabby woodshed. With this distraction, Grandma Su stopped insisting that Su Yin work. After all, in the face of money, Su Yin was nothing. Once the Su family went to the fields to work and the yard was empty, Su's mother quietly pushed open the shed door. Dia, they've all left. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket, wrapped around a piece of silver and a few copper coins. Take this with you, okay? Su Yin took it. This was her mother's meager savings, kept secret from everyone. If Grandma Su found out, she would have taken it away with all sorts of excuses. Mom, if Grandma comes looking for me, just say I went to DR. Leave for medicine. Su Yin thought of something. Where is Aunt now? She said she was feeling unwell and is lying in the house. Grandma didn't let her get up. Mom. Su Yin waved her hand and her mother leaned down. She whispered a few words in her ear. Su's mother looked puzzled but nodded. I understand. Be careful on your way. Okay. Su Yin left the yard and headed toward the county town. Halfway there, she squatted down, glancing at the big tree behind her, where she saw a shadow moving. Su Yin calmly stood up, pretending not to know anything, and continued walking forward. When she reached a deserted area, she stopped. Come out. Su Yin looked at the figure hidden in the grass by the field. I can see you. The person in the grass slowly stood up and looked at Su Yin. Aunt, why are you following me? Her aunt, Su Baozhu, was a year older than Su Yin and the last child of Grandma Su. Normally, younger children are spoiled by their parents, but the Su couple favored boys over girls and showed no affection for this late-born daughter. They grew up on Su's mother's milk and were raised by her. Su Baozhu and Su Yin had a good relationship until they turned 6, when they fell out over a meat pie. As for that meat pie, it was snatched by the neighbor's dog. Not only did they not get a bite, but they were also scolded by Grandma Su when they got home. From that moment on, their relationship became average. Su Baozhu brushed off the grass from her clothes. I'm not following you. After leaving the village, you've been following me the whole way. If you weren't, why hide? Su Yin looked at her with amusement. Before leaving, she had her mother inform Su Baozhu about her plans to go out, wanting to test her and see if she would take action. This simple test had indeed hooked Su Baozhu. Instead of answering directly, Su Baozhu changed the subject. I just wanted to ask, why did you go out in the middle of the night last night? Her hesitant question seemed to be avoiding the important issue with a trivial one. It looked like she was dodging the main point, but it actually revealed her true intentions, making Su Yin regard her more favorably. So, Aunt, why did you go out? Su Yin casually passed the ball back to her. Su Baozhu was taken aback, clearly not expecting that she wouldn't be fooled. A flash of annoyance crossed her eyes, as if she were puzzled by the stubbornness of the silly Su Yin. Noticing Su Baozhu nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, Su Yin remained silent, quietly waiting for her decision. Taking a deep breath, Su Baozhu seemed to have made up her mind. She looked around to ensure no one was nearby before lowering her voice. I had a dream last night. I dreamed that we were killed by the refugees. At the mention of refugees, her body trembled uncontrollably, and fear was evident in her eyes. The inhumane torment she suffered before dying left her unable to let go, trapped in a nightmare she couldn't easily escape.
Su Yin understood.
Su Baozhu had also been reborn. Do you think that was just a dream? Su Baozhu paused, then shook her head. No, it wasn't a dream. She didn't believe it was a dream. Dreams weren't that real. The pain of having her flesh cut away in the dream was something she couldn't forget, nor could she forget how those beasts roasted her flesh over a fire, laughing as they commented on each piece, even forcing her to eat it. Thinking of this made Su Baozhu lose control of her stomach, and she rushed to the water channel to vomit. Su Yin stepped forward and gently patted her back. When the refugees stormed the village, she was the first to be stabbed to death, her soul hovering above, witnessing what those refugees did to Su Baozhu. Her death was even more tragic than Su Yin's. She was tortured to death, forced to watch her own flesh being roasted and consumed, made to eat her own flesh while those beasts commented on it. Such a death was a tremendous torment to both body and mind. It's over. Everything is over. This is a new beginning. It's not too late for anything. Su Baozhu looked up, her pale face brightened with a glimmer of hope, as if she had grasped something. You too? She didn't know how to describe it. Rebirth. Su Yin completed her thought. Rebirth. She chewed on the word, suddenly crying and laughing, murmuring, Yes, it's rebirth. Isn't this rebirth? We get to live again. After waiting for her to calm down, Su Yin asked, What do you plan to do? Su Baozhu raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. I want to live. You and third sister have been reborn, right? Quick on the uptake. Su Yin didn't respond directly. Even though I don't know what you want to do, I think you don't want to stay with those people any longer, right? Su Baozhu asked tentatively. Su Yin quietly waited for her to continue. One person's strength is limited. Having more people gives us a better chance of survival in the future. I think I can help, and I won't hold you back. Su Baozhu spoke calmly, her gaze fixed on her. Su Yin extended her hand. Welcome aboard. Su Baozhu glanced at the hand, hesitated for 2 seconds, then took it. Their hands clasped, their fates intertwined. The two headed straight for the county town. There were many things at home that they wanted to take, but it was difficult, so they had to prepare many things themselves. Aunt, you go to the tea house and gather information. You don't need to ask too much, just listen to the conversations of the merchants outside. Can you do that? Su Yin asked.
Sure.
What about you? I need to buy supplies and equipment, things that will help us survive in the future. Su Baozhu took out a silver hairpin from her pocket. Here, take this. It's useless to keep it. Better to exchange it for something useful. Su Yin recognized the hairpin as something Su Baozhu had saved from her own money. When she bought it, it was almost taken away by Su Laodai, and if Su Baozhu hadn't cried and insisted, it might have ended up in her aunt's hands. The two parted ways at the city gate, each heading in different directions. Su Yin went straight to the grain and oil shop. A sign outside the rice shop displayed the prices. Most common people usually entered the shop to ask about prices, as they couldn't read the sign. Rice, 1 do, 281. Millet, 1 do, 255 won. Sorghum, 1 do, 241. Su Yin stood at the door, glancing at the sign. The characters were similar to those of ancient China, so she could roughly understand them. In the Su family, her great-grandfather's generation produced a scholar, but by her grandfather's time, no one had succeeded until her uncle became a scholar, bringing pride back to the family. This is why her grandparents favor her uncle. If they had a bit more money, the Su family could be considered a family of farming and education. Before she awakened her memories, She had secretly learned some characters, and now with her memories from Blue Star, she could recognize most of them. As she entered, two women carrying rice bags were grumbling. Yesterday, one dough was only 221. It suddenly went up by 21. It's crazy. Let's go to the shop on the next street. It's cheaper there. The two women left, cursing with their empty bags. The shopkeeper scoffed, showing no concern about losing business, muttering, "They should see what times we're in. Having grain is already good." Su Yin silently observed the scene, understanding the situation. Once those two women reached the rice shop on the next street, they would likely find either the same prices or even higher. Su Yin stepped inside, and the shopkeeper glanced at her, noticing her patched rough cloth clothing, and said, "The cheapest old sorghum rice here is 180 won per dough." This price was quite high. Normally, good sorghum rice was only 180 won per dough, while old sorghum rice would cost around 81. Now, old sorghum rice was being sold for 180 won per dough, more than double the price. Su Yin picked up the old sorghum rice and smelled it. It had a moldy odor. This rice was worse than what she had bought before, indicating that the price had more than doubled. From the grain prices, Su Yin felt the impending chaos of the times. It was likely that in a few days, prices would rise even further. Once the refugees arrived, even this moldy sorghum rice would be snatched up. Su Yin checked the silver in her pocket. Her mother had given her about 3 taels, and she had only half a tael left. Her aunt gave her the hairpin, worth about 2.5 taels. In total, she had around 6 taels. 1 tael could buy 5.5 dough of old sorghum rice. Buying normal sorghum rice would only allow her to purchase 4 dough. With 6 taels of silver, even if she spent it all on old sorghum rice, she could only buy about 33 dough, but she couldn't spend all her money on just that. "Shopkeeper, give me 10 dough of sorghum rice and 30 jin of flour," the shopkeeper casually asked. "New stock or old stock?" "Old stock." The shopkeeper quickly packed 10 dough of old sorghum rice and 30 jin of flour, totaling 2 taels and 4 won. 10 dough of rice plus 30 jin of flour added up to 150 jin. Su Yin found it inconvenient to carry so much while buying other items, so she decided to leave it at the shop and come back for it later. Su Yin left the rice shop and headed straight to the grocery store to pick out essential items for her escape. For example, salt, oilcloth, and water bags. Su Yin wanted to take some supplies directly from the Su family to save money, but everything, from salt to oil cans and rice, was tightly controlled by Old Lady Su. She checked daily, and if even a single grain of rice was missing, she would notice. Su Yin didn't expect to get much from there. Even if she managed to take a little over 10 days, it wouldn't be worth it and would only attract Old Lady Su's attention, making it harder for them to act secretly. Not wanting to lose big because of small gains, Su Yin never considered this option. After leaving the grocery store, Su Yin turned to the pharmacy next door. Medicine was expensive, but in emergencies it could save lives. Even though it was costly, Su Yin had to buy some hemostatic powder, careful not to buy too much or too expensive. "Shopkeeper, give me another pack of sulfur powder."
Sure.
Su Yin casually asked, "Why are these items so much more expensive than usual?"
Don't mention it.
There's a lot of trouble in Yunzhou, Minzhou, and Ganzhou, which has raised the shipping costs and the price of raw materials. Is it really that serious? Indeed, I've heard many people have died. Will it affect us here? The shopkeeper smiled. We're still a distance from there in Yuzhou. I've heard the court has sent officials to provide disaster relief, so it should stabilize soon. Su Yin nodded, recalling how the villagers in her past life didn't believe Li Rui's words, likely influenced by this rumor. "Shopkeeper, which prefectures are below Meizhou?" The shopkeeper became interested and said, "You've asked the right person. I've traveled a lot in my youth, going north and even more south. From Meizhou, you'll first reach." In her past life, Su Yin had never left her county and knew nothing about the outside world. To escape, she needed to understand the outside world to handle what was coming. She was lucky to meet a talkative and knowledgeable shopkeeper. Whenever she encountered something she didn't understand, she would ask. The shopkeeper patiently explained everything, and if he didn't know something, he would say so frankly. Once you reach Rougeau, I didn't go further. Looking back, it's quite a pity. Shopkeeper, why not take your family south to explore? There's always more money to be made. Su Yin gently reminded him. She looked at a boy playing by the door. It said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Taking children to broaden their horizons will help them learn better. If the shopkeeper could take this advice to heart, it would be a good deed. The shopkeeper laughed. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. Very good. Your suggestion is even better. Once things settle down, I'll definitely listen to you. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, Su Yin left with her items. Her backpack was full, and her money was nearly spent. Fresh pork for sale, top-quality pork leg. The vendor's shout caught Su Yin's attention, and she looked over. On the escape route, having meat would provide protein. Just eating dry rations wouldn't be enough. Drying the meat to make jerky would be good food. The vendor noticed Su Yin and called out, "Miss, would you like a pound? I can give you a discount." Su Yin felt her pocket, which only had a few copper coins left, and shook her head. Sigh, still short on money. She could only buy the essentials with her silver. Meat was too expensive. After buying her items, she met up with Su Baozhu. Su Baozhu looked at the full sack of rice, and then at the packed backpack. Will these items be too noticeable when we take them back? We won't take them back to the village. Then where will we put them? Do you remember the cave on the northern mountain? I plan to store these items there for now. Mentioning the cave made Su Baozhu's face change slightly. People have died in that cave, and it's said to be haunted. Su Yin looked at her, calmly asking, "People are scarier than ghosts." Thinking of the death scenes from her past life, Su Baozhu immediately stopped hesitating. That cave was the best place to hide things. People from the village usually avoided it, and the children were strictly warned not to go near. Since few went there, the chances of being discovered were low. They only needed to store the items there for about 11 or 12 days. Unless they were extremely unlucky and someone happened to find them in that short time. Su Yin covered the items with some worthless junk for disguise, and the two divided the supplies, carrying their loads back. They had to return home before sunset. How did your inquiries go? There's a locust plague and severe drought in Minzhou, which is 2 prefectures away from us. But I heard the court has sent an official, a certain inspector, to provide disaster relief. People in the tea house were discussing that inspector. And? Su Baozhu shook her head, nothing else. It seemed the situation regarding the refugees was well hidden. Just as they exited the city gate, Su Yin noticed a beggar by the roadside. Su Baozhu noticed too and asked, "Is there something wrong with that beggar? Have you noticed that there are more beggars in the county than before?" Su Yin rarely came to the county, and her visits were usually with her father. The last time she was here was during the Lantern Festival earlier in the year. Hearing this, Su Baozhu looked around at the beggars huddled in corners, her eyes widening as she paid attention. It really is. Su Yin's expression became serious. I hope the influx of refugees hasn't changed. Mentioning refugees made Su Baozhu's face turn pale. The two couldn't help but quicken their pace. On the way back, Su Yin and Su Baozhu gathered a lot of grass from the roadside, covering the top of their backpacks to make it look like they were carrying pig fodder. Worried about running into acquaintances, they didn't see anyone from the village until they turned into the mountains, which made them both breathe a sigh of relief. As they approached the cave, Su Baozhu looked terrified and hesitated to get closer. But seeing Su Yin stride forward, she gritted her teeth and followed. The cave entrance was overgrown with weeds. Su Yin used a stick to clear the area of snakes, insects, and ants. She set down her backpack, tied a cloth strip to the stick, smeared it with a bit of oil, made a simple torch, lit it, and the two entered the cave. Inside, it was relatively dry, and they began searching for a suitable place to hide their items. Su Yin noticed a small hole 7 feet high and brought over a stone to climb up using the protruding part of the cave wall. Su Baozhu watched from below. "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yin let out a surprised shout. Wow! In the dark cave, a white skeleton suddenly came into view, startling Su Yin. The skull's large eye sockets seemed to be staring at the entrance, as if watching the intruders. Su Baozhu was also startled. What happened? Su Yin steadied herself. It's nothing, just a skeleton in the cave. Su Baozhu's face turned pale, her earlier fear resurfacing. Su Yin, should we find another place? Noticing Su Yin's silence, Su Baozhu was puzzled until she heard Su Yin speak. Wait a moment. Su Baozhu watched as Su Yin crawled into the cave, disappearing from her sight. With the light from the torch, Su Yin examined the skeleton closely. Most of the fabric on it had rotted away, but the remaining pieces were clearly silk, indicating that the owner had been wealthy. From the bones, it was evident that it was a female, likely aged between 30 and 45. Her gaze moved down to the wrist, where a jade bracelet rested. After removing the bracelet and wiping off the dust, she found it smooth and delicate, a high-quality piece that should be worth a lot. They needed money for supplies, and this bracelet could help them in a pinch. She felt small bumps on the inside of the bracelet. Bringing it closer to the torch, she squinted to see that it seemed to have a faint pattern, which, after a moment of careful observation, appeared to be a design featuring a qilin. It might be a mark from a jewelry store, and such a mark likely indicated higher value. Su Yin placed the jade bracelet in her pocket and bowed to the skeleton. Since she had taken something that belonged to someone else, it was only right to give her a proper burial. She took off her outer coat, preparing to carry the skeleton down for burial. Just as she moved the body, a stone rolled away, revealing a wooden box. The box was made of rosewood, a fine material. After pressing a latch, it opened to reveal a neat row of shiny silver ingots. She picked one up, weighing it in her hand. It was about 10 taels. Each ingot was uniform in size and of high quality. Counting the ingots in the box, there were 2 layers of 10 each, totaling 200 taels. 200 taels was a fortune in the Daong dynasty. Su Baozhu had waited above for a long time without hearing anything and grew worried. Su Yin, I'm here. I'm coming down now. Su Yin descended from the cave, carrying the skeleton and the silver. What are you carrying? A human skeleton. Su Baozhu instinctively took 2 steps back, but couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw the wooden box. What's that? Take a look for yourself. Su Baozhu hesitated, but eventually managed to open the box. When she saw the rows of shiny silver, her eyes widened, and she spoke excitedly. This. So much silver. She had never seen so much silver in her life. This silver belongs to her. Since we've taken her money, we should help her with a proper burial, Su Yin said. Su Baozhu snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly. Her gaze toward the skeleton changed from fear to gratitude. Yes, you're right, Yinzi. The 2 found a spot, dug a hole, and placed the body inside, covering it with dirt. By the time they finished, the sun was beginning to set. They couldn't rest yet. They needed to hide their supplies. Su Yin climbed back up to the cave, first scattering some sulfur powder around, laying down some grass, and organizing their things. Then she asked her aunt to find a stone to place at the entrance as a cover. After finishing everything, the sky was nearly dark. The 2 hurriedly left, returning home without taking the box of silver ingots. Old Lady Su was a domineering matriarch who often entered the rooms of her unmarried daughters, searching for hidden silver. It was much harder for them to save money compared to girls from other families. If Old Lady Su found the silver ingots, it would cause a huge uproar. Ahead was Lijia village, with smoke rising from chimneys as the sun set. Su Yin suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Su Yin walked to the edge of the field, smearing mud on her body, especially her legs, and a bit on her face. What are you doing? We're going back now, and your mother will definitely ask questions. We need to agree on our story first. Su Yin explained her plan, and Su Baozhu nodded in agreement. As they entered the village, Su Yin placed her hand on Su Baozhu's shoulder, limping home. People they passed looked at them with curiosity. Big girl, what happened to you? Su Yin smiled sheepishly. I went up the mountain to gather herbs and fell, injuring my leg. Your leg is important. If it doesn't heal well, you'll suffer later. Be careful when walking in the future. Yes. She nodded obediently. Whenever someone asked, they stuck to the same story. As the aunt and niece approached their home, they heard old lady Su's loud voice from the main room. Those two dead girls still haven't come back. They might as well never return. How did our Su family end up with such lazy, useless girls? Instead of calming her down, Auntie added fuel to the fire. Mother, calm down. Those girls will come back when they're tired of playing. You're worried about them, thinking they're sick, but they just ran off to have fun without helping at home. Sigh. How will they ever get married like this? With a creak, the two pushed open the courtyard door. People in the courtyard turned to look at them. Su's mother was the first to notice her daughter's disheveled appearance and rushed forward, worried. Big girl, what happened to you? Mother, it's nothing. I just went up the mountain to gather herbs and accidentally fell, injuring my foot. Luckily, I met my aunt. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to get down. Hearing the commotion, old lady Su came out of the main room, hands on her hips, and began to scold them. You silly girl. Why were you gathering herbs up the mountain? It was just a little headache and you didn't have to go. Why didn't you just fall to your death? As usual, Su Yin kept her head down like a quail, allowing old lady Su to scold her. Su's mother shielded her daughter, gathering her courage to speak. Mother, big girl just wanted to save some money. It's my fault as a mother for not having money to take care of her, which is why it turned out this way. She rolled up her sleeves, quietly wiping away her tears. Returning from gathering firewood, Su Laosan, Su Yin's father, saw his daughter's disheveled state and his wife's tear-streaked face, then looked at his domineering mother, quickly putting down the firewood. Mother, what did my wife do wrong? If you want to scold someone, scold me instead. Don't let your anger hurt your health. Old lady Su looked at her third son protecting his wife and immediately felt anger rise within her. Well, you third son, I only said one thing. What is your family doing? Are you trying to say I mistreat you all? Old lady Su scolded angrily. Third son Su lowered his head weakly, not daring to speak. Su Yin curled her lips in disdain. It was obvious to everyone in Li family village. No need for announcements. Out of the corner of her eye, she scanned the courtyard where her uncle and second uncle's families stood quietly watching. Even her cousins wore cold, mocking expressions. Su Yin's gaze shifted to her two younger brothers, Su Xinyang and Su Xinguang, who were twins. In this era, having twins was very risky. They faced many life-threatening situations at birth, but thanks to their grandparents' careful care, they survived, though their health was not as strong as other children. Compared to the children of her uncle and second uncle, the twins were not as favored in the Su family, but they had a slight advantage over Su Yin, being boys. Old man Su tapped a smoking pipe and said to his wife, All right, everyone stop talking. Third son, take your wife and kids home and tidy up. Okay, Dad. Su Baozhu let go and walked straight into her room. Su mother supported Su Yin back to their simple woodshed, while Su father went to fetch water, leaving just the two of them in the room. Mom, things outside might really get chaotic. What should we do? Don't worry. That's just my guess. It might not be accurate. It all depends on brotherly Rue's situation. But we need to prepare more. Su mother steadied herself. I'll listen to you. Su Yin didn't argue. Mom, later tell Grandma and Grandpa that I'll stay at Grandma's house for a few days. They have medicine for injuries there. Knowing old lady Su loved to take advantage, she would definitely agree. This way, Su Yin would have enough time to continue gathering supplies. Now that she had money, she needed to get more things to increase her chances of survival before a disaster struck. Su mother looked at her feet. Your foot. Su Yin shook her head. As long as you're okay. Su mother sighed in relief. All right, I'll tell your grandparents later. Just then, Su father came in with a wooden basin. You go eat in the main room. I'll be fine here. Su father hesitated, looking at his daughter and then at his wife. Hurry up. Remember to bring some food for your daughter. Okay. Just wait here, daughter. Su Yin watched her father leave, thinking he was good to his wife and daughter, but also obedient to his parents. In her past life, she would have called him a typical foolish son. If there was a conflict between his wife, daughter, and parents, he would only wear a sad face, trying to mediate. Her life had been so helpless for a reason. With the only pillar of the family unable to support them, how could they stand tall? In a feudal society, it was hard for daughters, with many restrictions. If the men in the family didn't help, they could only suffer. Creak. The door opened and Su's father brought in a bowl of rice, followed by two little ones. Su's mother glanced at the thin porridge with a few wild vegetable leaves floating on top, and her expression darkened. Su's father knew it was not right but couldn't say anything against his parents, so he smiled and gently said to his daughter, "Big girl, just make do with this for now. Tomorrow, I'll go catch some wild rabbits for you. Who knows who will eat them?" Su's mother muttered, roughly taking the bowl and chopsticks from her husband. "Daughter, you can't say that. It's right to honor your elders," Su Xinyang spoke up. Su Xinguang chimed in. "Sister isn't an elder, so why should she eat? Grandma said girls are someone else's. Feeding them is just wasting food." In the past, Su Yin would have lowered her head and felt sad, but now she just wanted to slap these two boys. What had old lady Su done to brainwash them? "Don't listen to your grandma's nonsense. Yin is your sister, not an outsider," Su's mother corrected. The two boys shrugged, unconcerned. "Grandma said if you don't work, you don't need to eat for free," Su Xinyang mimicked. "Did your grandma really say that?" "Yes. Grandma told Dad to tell sister," Su Xinguang added. Su's mother was so angry she started to cry. Su Yin hugged her mother and whispered in her ear, "Mom, it will be over soon." Hearing this, Su's mother's tears suddenly stopped. Yes, it would be over soon. Once the two heartless boys left, the dull Su father pulled a black steamed bun from his pocket and handed it to his daughter. Su Yin knew this was food he had dug out from his mouth. In the Su family, her father worked the hardest, but when it came to food, he ate the least and the worst compared to her uncles. Especially since her eldest uncle was a scholar, he got the best things first. Her second uncle was sweet-tongued and knew how to flatter old lady Su, who often saved good food for him. Only her father, who didn't flatter his parents and wasn't sweet-tongued, just worked hard. Su Yin pushed the black bun back into his hand. He had to do a lot of farm work every day, and if he didn't eat enough, his health would decline. Tomorrow they would go into town and eat well. Tonight's meal didn't matter. But under her father's insistence, they shared the bun between her and Su's mother. The next day, Su's mother asked old lady Su for permission, and sure enough, old lady Su happily agreed, eager to send Su Yin, who couldn't work and only ate for free, to her uncle's house. Su's mother stayed to work, while the not-so-strong Su Baozhu helped Su Yin back. Once they were far enough from the village, Su Yin could finally walk normally. The two returned to the cave, took the silver ingots, and headed to town. Noticing her aunt's nervousness, Su Yin couldn't help but remind her, "Aunt, acting like this will only raise suspicion. Stop looking into the basket. Let's pretend we don't have this money. I'm just afraid of losing it." "Don't worry, it won't. What are we buying today?" Su Yin glanced at her patched clothes and then at her equally shabby aunt. Clothes. As soon as they entered the town, Su Yin headed straight for a general store and bought a pair of scissors. 10 silver ingots, still of good quality, were taken from a peasant girl in tattered clothes. It was too conspicuous and could cause trouble. The things she needed to buy next didn't suit her current outfit. The two found a quiet, secluded spot, and Su Yin took out a silver ingot from her pocket, then cut the silver ingot into small pieces. Su Yin took a handful of small silver coins and went to the clothing shop, leaving Su Baozhu to guard the basket. Upon entering the shop, the clerk ignored her because of her clothing. Su Yin didn't mind and pointed to a plain outfit hanging on the wall, saying, "Clerk, I'll take 2 sets." The clerk glanced at her hand and warned, "Miss, even though that outfit looks plain, it's made of cotton and isn't cheap." "How much?" "1 set is 300 won, so 2 sets will be 600 won. Normally, a roll of cotton fabric costs 200 won and 1 roll is enough to make a full outfit, with extra material for lining. 300 won for 1 set is too expensive for an ordinary family, who usually buy a roll of fabric and sew their own clothes to save money." Su Yin didn't have time to waste and had money, so buying ready-made clothes was the best choice. Without hesitation, she took out a piece of silver, and the clerk, surprised by the silver, immediately smiled and took the clothes down from the rack. She also bought lining and new shoes, completely refreshing her look. Do you have a place to change clothes? Yes, I'll take you there. Su Yin finally took off her patched clothes and put on the comfortable, clean new outfit, feeling much better. The clerk looked at the freshly dressed Su Yin with surprise, thinking to himself, this country girl looks completely different after changing clothes, as if she were from a wealthy family. Su Yin took the other outfit and the old ragged clothes and left the clothing shop. Before leaving, she casually asked about the prices of linen and ready-made quilts to have an idea of the costs. She didn't plan to buy anything there, as she had just bought new clothes, and buying too much at once could attract attention. In such situations, one must be cautious. As she stepped out of the shop and into the alley, she heard Su Baozhu calling out, "Don't come over." Su Yin's heart raced, and she ran into the alley, finding two thugs surrounding Su Baozhu. Su Baozhu clutched the basket tightly, looking terrified and angry at the two men. "Don't come over." The two turned and, seeing Su Yin, showed some hesitation, realizing she was well-dressed and likely from a good family. "Miss, I advise you not to meddle." Seeing her arrive, Su Baozhu's eyes lit up. "Yin Zi. Oh, you two know each other?" Su Yin didn't respond and stepped forward. Before one of the men could speak, she swiftly attacked both of them. The two were caught off guard. "How dare she ambush us? You dare." One of them started to speak, but Su Yin grabbed his arm and executed a quick shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground.
Ouch.
The thug groaned in pain. The other thug, frightened by Su Yin's gaze, stepped back. "Don't come closer. Get lost." Without hesitation, he turned and ran. The one on the ground quickly got up and fled as well. These thugs only bully the weak. Talking nicely would only encourage them. With the danger gone, Su Baozhu finally relaxed, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Yin. "Yinzi, you're amazing." Su Yin waved her hand dismissively. She hadn't used much strength against those two. Back on Blue Star, she had served in a special department and had to retire due to offending a certain person. This body may not compare to her previous one, but years of farm work had given her decent flexibility, allowing her to perform simple defensive moves. If she had a weak physique, she would have to rely on skills, which would be harder. "Are you hurt?"
I'm fine.
"Good to hear." Su Yin handed her the package. "Go change into new clothes." When Su Baozhu came out in her new outfit, she walked awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable. Is the outfit not fitting well?
No.
Su Baozhu quickly shook her head. "It's just that the clothes are too nice. I've never worn anything this good, and I'm afraid of getting them dirty. Clothes are meant to be worn. If they get dirty, just wash them. Don't worry too much." Even though she understood Su Yin's point, Su Baozhu still felt sorry for the new clothes and worried about staining them. "Where are we going next?" "The horse market is open today." Their county was small, and the horse market didn't open every day, only every few days, so those who needed to buy or sell would wait for market day. Transportation was crucial on the road to escape. Having a cart could carry more things and make the journey easier. Just relying on manpower to carry their belongings was terrifying to Su Yin. As soon as they arrived at the horse market, a foul smell hit them. The market was bustling, with many customers looking at livestock. Some stall owners noticed Su Yin and Su Baozhu. Although there weren't many women at the market, they didn't attract too much attention. Seeing the two were well-dressed, one stall owner approached them. "Ladies, what are you looking to buy? Do you have mules?" You've come to the right place. We just got 2 adult mules and they're very strong. Let me see them."
Sure.
The stall owner led them to a stable. "That's them up ahead. All the animals in the stable are ours." The stable had horses, cows, donkeys, and mules, a complete variety. "Look at our mules. Aren't they strong?" the owner eagerly promoted. Su Yin didn't respond but walked into the stable to closely inspect the mules. To determine their quality, she first checked the shine of their fur, the alignment of their teeth, and whether their eyes were swollen or tearing. She touched the mules' backs to check for flatness, looking for any dents or protrusions, then examined their legs and hooves, and finally assessed their overall demeanor. After her inspection, she confirmed the mules were in good condition and asked, "How much?" The horse trader initially thought the young girl was inexperienced, but after seeing her thorough inspection, he realized she was not easily fooled. He didn't dare to quote a high price, 55 taels. "That's a bit high." 50 taels. Su Yin calmly countered, while Su Baozhu stood by, stunned by the price, watching the back-and-forth negotiation.
No, no.
50 taels would be a loss for us. If you're serious about buying, I'll give you a sincere price. 54 taels. Too expensive. 54 taels is really the lowest price. How about this? I'll throw in 3 bags of feed. Boss, how about this? You don't need to lower the price. Just give me a cart along with the 3 bags of feed. How about that? After some back-and-forth bargaining, the owner reluctantly agreed after the deal was done. The horse trader sighed with relief. He almost thought the 2 mules would be stuck with him. Although mules can carry more than horses, are faster than oxen, and have the endurance of donkeys, they have 2 major drawbacks. First, they are more expensive than horses. Horse prices usually range from 30 to over 100 taels, depending on the breed. Second, mules cannot reproduce, making them a poor choice for farmers. Mules are mainly owned by merchants and are often used by the military. These 2 mules were originally ordered by a merchant who ended up in prison due to offending powerful people. As a result, the mules had been unsold for quite some time. Selling one now was a relief, as the sooner they sold, the more profit they could make. The horse trader worked quickly, harnessing the mules to a cart and loading it with hay. The 2 of them first went to a clothing shop to buy some warm clothes, bedding, and burlap, and then they bought a lot of oilcloth before heading to Lee's pharmacy to purchase various medicines. They still needed more grain, so Su Yin went to a grain shop, only to find that prices had risen again, with rice now costing 320 won per dough. Su Yin, being from the south, loved rice, but the price was too high. Although she had 200 taels, it didn't last long when spent. She had to settle for cheaper millet this time and bought some inexpensive white flour instead. The cart was already piled high with items, but Su Yin covered it with oilcloth and hid it under hay to keep it out of sight. "Watch the things here. I'll be right back," she said. "Where are you going?" Su Yin pointed to the blacksmith shop across the street. Having a good weapon for self-defense on the road could deter many people and increase their chances of survival. The blacksmith was attentive, even to a girl. "What do you need, miss? Do you have long knives?" "Yes, we do." "Which kind do you want?" Su Yin looked at the row of long knives. They only had one style, the saber. The ceremonial knife, broadsword, and other types were not for common folks. The ceremonial knife was for nobles, while the broadsword and other types were mainly used by the military and officials. Most common people use sabers. There were both long and short sabers, each with different weights and prices. Su Yin tried a few and finally chose 2 sabers. "Do you have short blades?" "Yes." She picked 3 short blades, placed her 2 chosen sabers and 3 short blades in front of her, and also selected a small iron pot. "How much is it?" The blacksmith was pleased. This was a big customer, rare to see all year. Things have been unstable for the past 2 years, and material prices have gone up quite a bit. Fearing the price would scare her off, he said, "The saber is 500 won each. The short blades are 260 won each, and the pot will be 100 won, totaling 1 tael and 80 won. How about 1 tael? The blacksmith was taken aback. This girl was quite the bargainer. "There's not much profit in that." "How about I take off the 80 won?" he said, looking pained. After all, 80 won could buy several pounds of millet. Seeing his expression, Su Yin smiled and said, "No need to lower the price. How about you throw in 2 hatchets? A hatchet costs about 50 won, so 2 would be 100 won." The blacksmith was stunned. This girl was too good at haggling. "All right," he finally agreed, nodding. After paying, she left with her items. They had gathered everything they needed, but one thing was essential, a household registration certificate. Once they started fleeing, having a certificate would mean they were not refugees. Without it, they would be treated as such. With so many purchases, it was inconvenient to move during the day, so they waited until nightfall to head up the mountain. Su Baozhu held a torch to light the way, while Su Yin led the mule cart into the mountains. The path was difficult, and they moved slowly, occasionally using the hatchet to clear a way for the mule. After much effort, they finally organized the items. Su Baozhu changed back into her old clothes. Once they reached the village, she needed to find a way to get their household registration certificate. Su Yin found a relatively flat and dry spot in the cave, laid down some dry grass, and placed a straw mat on top, preparing to make do with a few days of sleep. For dinner, they had 3 meat buns bought from town, along with a bowl of water to get by. Before bed, Su Yin sat close to the fire, using the light to mend her new clothes with some patches, making them look less out of place. The next morning, Su Yin changed back into her original clothes and drove the mule cart to her uncle's house. This was to practice her driving skills, help her uncle's family, and find more hands to help. They were too few, making them vulnerable to others. If she could persuade her uncles, their safety would be better assured. Su Yin had 3 uncles. Her mother, Yang Chuanxiang, was the 3rd child, with 2 older brothers and a younger brother. All 3 uncles treated her mother well, and their wives dared not bully her. The eldest uncle was a carpenter. When he had work, he did carpentry at home, and when he didn't, he worked in the fields. The second and youngest uncles worked in the fields but were also skilled hunters, thanks to their great-grandfather, who was famous for his hunting skills in the area. When Su Yin arrived at the Yang family home, her cousin Yang Taohua, who was washing clothes in the yard, exclaimed in surprise, "Su Yin, why are you here?" She looked at the mule cart and asked, "What is this?" Su Yin drove the cart into the yard. "Where's my uncle?" Her grandfather and grandmother had passed away 2 years ago, leaving only her 3 uncles, who each had their own homes but lived under the same roof. "My dad, uncle, and second uncle are all in the fields. It hasn't rained for days, and the river is almost dry. My dad said if it doesn't rain soon, this year's harvest will be lost," she said with a sigh. In the house, it was just her and her younger cousin. The older ones were all out working. Her cousin brought her a bowl of water. It had been 3 months of sunny weather without a drop of rain. This was true not just here, but all over Meizhou. Her cousin called her younger brother, Xiao Hu, "Go tell Mom that Su Yin is here." The younger brother, Yang Hu, ran off to the fields. Before long, the 3rd aunt returned, looking curiously at the mule cart in the yard. "Where did this cart come from? Where's your mother?" "She's at home. I came to discuss something with my uncle." "Your uncle is still busy in the fields. If it's not urgent, he'll be back for lunch. You can talk to him then." "Okay." Su Yin helped her aunt and cousin with some chores, and by noon all 3 uncles, 2 aunts for cousins, and 1 older cousin returned. "Xiao Yin, where's your mother?" "At home. She sent me to discuss something with you all." Seeing their niece's serious expression, the 3 uncles became concerned. The 3 aunts took the cousins away, leaving just the 4 of them in the main room. "What's the matter?" the eldest uncle asked. "Did your mother get bullied by that family?" the younger uncle asked anxiously. Su Yin quickly spoke up to prevent her uncles from worrying. "No. Eldest uncle, second uncle, and little uncle, I went to the county town the other day and met a merchant from Yuzhou. He said that the area around Yunzhou is in chaos, and many refugees are coming to our Meizhou. These refugees are robbing and killing anyone they see. They are starving and have already attacked several villages. The merchant seems to think they will soon spread to our Dongta County. We need to prepare." "What do your grandparents say?" the eldest uncle, Yang Dashan, asked. Su Yin lowered her head sadly. "Grandpa and Grandma don't believe me. They never believe what I say." The 3 uncles had no doubts, thinking of the Su family's reputation. "Mother is worried you don't know, so she asked me to inform you to prepare early." The sudden news left the 3 uncles a bit at a loss. Su Yin continued, "This matter is too serious, and I can't guarantee that what the merchant said is true. If you have time, you can ask the merchants in town. They might know more. This is too sudden. We haven't heard any rumors," the second uncle said, looking serious. "Yes, it's too sudden." The eldest uncle spoke up. "What does your mother say?" "She wants to know what you think," Su Yin added. "The refugees haven't arrived yet, so we still have time. In 7 days, no matter what you decide, please send someone to let me know." The purpose of her visit today was to help her uncles digest the news and accept it gradually. When Li Rue returns, with his confirmation, she believes her uncles will make a decision. If they still don't leave, they will have to go with Li Rue. Otherwise, escaping alone would be very dangerous. Okay. Aunt San insisted on keeping Su Yin for dinner, but she declined, saying she had to hurry back. Once she left, the three uncles called for their wives and mentioned what Su Yin had said. The three aunts turned pale. It can't be that serious. Maybe Xiaoyin heard wrong. If what their niece said was true, they would have to leave. No one wants to leave their home, especially in this era, unless absolutely necessary.
Yes.
If the refugees are really causing such chaos, how come we haven't heard any rumors? Everyone in the room was reluctant to believe Su Yin's news was true. The second aunt spoke. Even if the refugees come, if we unite in our village, we can block them outside. They probably wouldn't dare to break in. The eldest uncle disagreed. He had heard of how ruthless starving people could be, and they would do anything. On the way back from the uncle's house, with time still on her side, she stopped by the market, heading straight for the pork stall. She couldn't afford meat that day, but now she had money to buy it. Su Yin felt very happy inside. The stall owner didn't recognize her and asked as usual, "Miss, would you like some meat?" "Our pork prices are the fairest in town." Su Yin looked at the meat on the counter. Most of it was lean, with very little fat. In this era, fat meat was the most sought after, while lean meat was less popular. "How much is it, uncle?" 35 won per pound. "Do you have any left? I'll take all of it." "Can you give me a discount?" The stall owner was surprised. "You want all of it?" "Yes. If you take it all, I'll give you a 2-won discount per pound." "I'll take it all." The stall owner happily weighed it, 56 pounds, a total of 1 tael, 8 coins and 48 won. Su Yin quickly paid and placed the items on her cart. "Uncle, I also need 2 hind legs, 30 pounds of fat meat. I'll save it for you. Just come back tomorrow to pick it up. But for this meat, you need to pay a small deposit, just 2 or 3 coins. The stall owner spoke carefully, as if afraid she might mind. "That's fine." Su Yin gave a 2-coin deposit and took the pork home. The next morning, Su Yin set off early with her basket and some chopped silver, heading to the town. When the stall owner saw her, he greeted her with a smile. "I saved the meat for you. 2 front legs and some good fat." The stall owner took the meat from the basket behind the stall and neatly placed it in her basket. After paying, as she turned around, she spotted her uncles Su Xiaoyong and Aunt Lu across the street. She quickly hid behind the stall owner's tree to avoid them. Su Xiaoyong noticed his wife's gaze and casually asked, "What are you looking at?" Lu pointed towards the alley across the street. "I think I just saw that girl Su Yin." Su Xiaoyong looked in the direction she was pointing but saw nothing. "You must have seen wrong. That girl is still at her uncle's house. How could she be at the market? Stop dawdling and hurry up to buy things. Whether you can pass the scholar's exam depends on this time." Once the important matter was mentioned, Lu forgot about the possible sighting of Su Yin. After uncle and aunt left, Su Yin came out from behind the tree and quickly left the market. It would be bad if she ran into the Su family again. Back on the mountain, Su Yin immediately started rendering the 30 pounds of fat meat, cutting it into even pieces and beginning to make lard. Before long, the forest was filled with the smell of pork fat. Once all the fat was rendered, she divided it into 2 clay jars, adding a bit of salt to prevent spoilage. The leftover cracklings, which she wouldn't have eaten before, were now irresistible to her. At noon, she had stir-fried vegetables with cracklings and a bowl of millet rice. It was so delicious that Su Yin felt very satisfied. Having been reborn in the Daong dynasty for 15 years, this was the first time Su Yin felt so content. In the afternoon, she didn't waste time and began making jerky. She cut the meat into even finger-sized strips, blanched them first to remove blood and impurities, then rinsed them again to further remove blood, and finally seasoned them with salt and other spices to marinate for an hour. Next came frying and drying. She didn't have enough oil for frying. Oil was precious. Even though she unexpectedly gained 200 taels of silver, she had spent a lot on supplies recently and only had 60 taels left as a reserve. Without enough oil for frying, she could only dry it, but with limited time, she had to use fire to speed up the drying process. In 2 days, it would be the day Li Rui returned to the village to deliver the news. Su Yin started making flatbreads, which were simple to prepare. Mix flour with a bit of salt, then flatten and bake them until dry. These flatbreads were convenient to eat and could be stored for a long time. In the Daong dynasty, these flatbreads were commonly eaten by travelers, differing in ingredients and flour used by each person. Su Yin found a patch of wild onions in a shaded area, washed them, chopped them, and mixed them into the dough to make onion-flavored flatbreads. Su Baozhu often came up the mountain to help under Su Mother's cover. One day, Su Baozhu came up the mountain with news. Li Rui is back. Su Yin looked at the days, which were the same as in her previous life and had not changed. This eased her worries a little. She was truly afraid of the butterfly effect. Let's go down the mountain. After tying the mule in the cave, the two returned to the village, one after the other. As soon as they entered, they felt a different atmosphere in the village. Do you think what the third son of the Li family said is true or false? Who knows? Everything outside seems peaceful. There's no sign of chaos. In my opinion, Li Rui is just overreacting. What if it is true? What if? Are you planning to abandon your family and leave? At this, many fell silent. Leaving home is hard. Once gone, it's like a leaf without roots. In front of the village chief's house, a crowd had gathered, including members of the Su family. Su Yin squeezed her way to the front. When the adults saw her, they stepped aside to let her pass. When Su's father saw his daughter, he reached out to pull her over but missed. Just as he was about to call out, he was stopped by Su's mother, who looked unhappy. In the courtyard of the Li family, many people were present, including several clan elders. Li Rui spoke anxiously to the crowd. "Uncle Village Chief, we really need to leave quickly. Things outside are getting chaotic. If we don't leave soon and encounter refugees, it will be too late." An elder asked, "Li San, did you see this yourself, or did you hear it from someone?" "I haven't seen it, but I have a friend who is a peddler from Yuzhou. He told me that he has already taken his family south to escape." I rushed back to warn everyone to leave for Yuzhou. "Uncle Village Chief, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. I will move my family tomorrow morning." Even I, Li Rui, wouldn't joke about something like this. "Please listen to me and leave as soon as possible. Yunzhou, Minzhou, and Ganzhou are located in the northwest of the Daong dynasty, separated from Meizhou by Yuzhou. Naturally, the people of Yuzhou know more about the situation in Yunzhou than those from Meizhou." In Su Yin's view, this already indicated a problem. In her previous life, Su Yin missed the commotion and was sent by Grandma Su to cut pig grass. It was only when she returned in the evening and heard her family discussing it that she learned about the situation. Today, hearing Li Rui's clear words, she realized that even so, many people were unwilling to leave Li family village and Meizhou. Looking at the villagers present, Su Yin couldn't help but recall the scene from her past life when the village was slaughtered, with most people dying at the hands of refugees. She didn't want the other Su family members to suffer, but the villagers had treated her well. Saving some of them, if possible, depended on their fate. Su Yin limped out and walked to Li Rui's side. Her sudden appearance drew everyone's attention. Uncle Su saw his niece walking over recklessly and immediately scolded. "Su Yin, the adults are discussing important matters. Hurry back." Su's mother felt a pang of worry as her daughter stepped out, instinctively tightening her grip. Among the crowd, Su Baozhu hesitated but ultimately bit her lip and stayed silent. "Uncle Village Chief, I have something to say." "You little girl, don't cause trouble," someone shouted. The village chief was already troubled and didn't know what to do. Now that someone wanted to speak, it gave him a moment to consider Li Rui's words. "What do you want to say?" the village chief asked kindly. "Uncle Village Chief, I believe that Brother Li Rui is not exaggerating. I heard some things from my uncle that I want to share with everyone." Su Yin didn't jump to conclusions but opened the discussion in a guiding way. "Has anyone been to the town recently?" someone in the crowd shouted. "I have. What's up?" Su Yin looked at that person. "Uncle Li, did you notice the price of grain?" As soon as she mentioned it, Uncle Li replied, "Of course. The grain prices have skyrocketed, more than tripling. I've heard that they will continue to rise." These unscrupulous merchants raise prices every day. When grain prices were mentioned, everyone complained. Uncle Lee, have you noticed that there are many more beggars in town? Su Yin continued to ask. This I didn't pay attention to. Just as he finished, another person spoke up. I noticed that there are indeed many more beggars lately, and they have accents from other places. Is that a problem? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yes, what's the issue? There have been droughts in recent years, and grain prices have been high. Especially in the Yunzhou area. It's worse than here. Poor harvests lead to rising prices, which we've seen before. In previous years, poor harvests also meant more beggars. What's so strange about that? That's not the point. The increase in beggars could mean they're coming from the Yunzhou area. If that's the case, Li Rui might be right. We could be in trouble here. The villagers began to discuss among themselves. Some things can't just be told. They need to think for themselves to truly feel the crisis. The village chief looked thoughtful and turned to Su Yin. What did your uncle say? My uncle met a merchant from Yuzhou near the post station. He said that things are chaotic in Yunzhou and refugees are moving towards Yuzhou. He has already left with his family. My uncle didn't believe it at first, but after entering the county, he found that grain prices were rising too fast, much higher than last year. He also noticed that there were many more beggars from outside. Connecting that with what the merchant said, he fears that Meizhou will be impacted by the refugees. Presenting the facts logically for everyone to see, whether they believed it or not was up to them. The village chief's expression grew serious. Could it be? Do we really have to leave? We have lived here for generations. If we leave, all the land we worked hard to buy will be gone. Yes, we would lose everything. Panic spread among everyone. Just then, a voice came from the back of the crowd. Utter nonsense. Seeing it was Su Xiaoyong, the crowd parted. Su Xiaoyong was a scholar and held some respect in the village. In the eyes of the farmers, those who could pass exams were impressive and knowledgeable. Oh, Xiaoyong, you're back. Brother Xiaoyong, you know more than we do. Can you tell us if this is true? Are we really going to leave? It wasn't easy for them to build up their little fortune over generations, and abandoning it was not a simple matter. Surrounded by villagers, Su Xiaoyong walked into the courtyard, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yin before shifting his gaze to Li Rui, finally resting on the village chief and several clan elders, bowing respectfully to them. Uncle Li, clan uncle, I may not be talented, but I have some connections in Dongta County. The news I hear is more reliable than mere rumors. The village head and several clan elders were uncertain about the matter. The village head spoke. Xiaoyong, tell us what the situation is like outside. The previously noisy villagers quieted down, waiting for him to speak. Su Xiaoyong was pleased with their attitude and enjoyed the attention. He cleared his throat and said, what they say is too alarmist. The court has already sent a governor to Yunzhou, Ganzhou, and Minzhou for disaster relief. This governor is Lord Wei Yuan, the emperor's nephew. He is skilled in martial arts and possesses great wisdom. Li Rui frowned. What does this have to do with us? Su Xiaoyong shot him an annoyed glance. Fool. Just as Li Rui was about to respond, Su Xiaoyong turned away and continued speaking to the clan elders. Lord Wei Yuan is a man who despises evil and hates corrupt officials. He is a rare, honest official. 5 years ago, the notorious corrupt official, the Duke of England, was executed because of Lord Wei Yuan's investigation. The villagers were taken aback, having never heard such things. I have the latest news that our governor plans to crack down on corrupt officials in Yunzhou and those unscrupulous merchants who inflate prices. Some of these merchants have already fled. If they stay, they will face the governor's wrath. The crowd suddenly understood, finding his words reasonable and feeling curious and admiring towards the governor. Li Rui wanted to say something but didn't know how to argue back.
Su Yin frowned.
Her uncle's words resonated with everyone and were quite misleading, turning her and Li Rui's evidence into mere excuses for others to flee in fear. Uncle, how can you be sure that what you heard is true and not just hearsay? Su Yin didn't want her and Li Rui's efforts to go to waste, nor did she want the villagers to follow the same old path for a lifetime. Seeing this, Su's mother anxiously said, I believe what Yin and Li Rui said. Su Xiaoyong was surprised that the first person to challenge him was a family member and the least favored daughter-in-law at that. His expression darkened. Third daughter-in-law, this girl Yin doesn't understand. As her mother, you shouldn't encourage her. Is this how you teach your children? Does she not respect her elders? Su's mother was flustered and angry, wanting to retort, but Su's father quickly spoke up. Elder brother, don't misunderstand. They may be clumsy with words, but they mean no disrespect. Su Yin disagreed with her father's attempt to smooth things over. Uncle, we are discussing matters that concern everyone's fate. As a member of the village, and since the village had asked me to speak, I simply asked a question. Why are you so angry? Did I catch you in a lie? If it's not a lie, why get angry? Just explain calmly instead of silencing me with accusations. Su Xiaoyong glared at the persistent girl, surprised by her sharp tongue, which quickly put him on the defensive and maliciously undermined him. Could he really be talking nonsense? Li Rue is not the kind of child who doesn't know better. Yin's uncle's analysis does make some sense. Sigh, I really don't know who to believe. Hearing the discussions around him, Su Xiaoyong was infuriated and coldly said, the person who told me the news is the county magistrate's nephew. Do you think their hearsay is more reliable than my information? Truly ridiculous. His last remark was directed at Su Yin and Li Rue. Once the villagers heard it was the county magistrate's nephew, they quickly sided with Su Xiaoyong. He turned to the village head and the clan elders, saying, with Lord Wei Yuan here, the situation in Yunzhou will stabilize. There's no need to worry too much. We're still far from Yunzhou, and even if the fire spreads, it won't reach us. Moving the whole family is a big deal. Although we are experiencing drought, we still get some rain occasionally. If we can endure this, next year will surely bring good weather. I hope the village head and the elders will think carefully and not abandon their homes based on rumors. After finishing, Su Xiaoyong turned to the villagers who doubted him, his tone cold. Believe what you want. If you don't want to stay, just leave with Li Rue. With that, he waved his sleeve and left, showing he didn't want to associate with fools. The villagers were in a flurry of discussion, unsure of whom to trust. Village head, elders, should we stay or go? Someone asked, and others echoed the sentiment. The village head and the elders were also troubled. This matter was too serious to decide easily. You all go home for now. We'll notify you once we have a decision. Think it over, the village head said. The villagers dispersed, still debating whether to leave or not. Li Rue watched the departing villagers with concern and said to the village head, Uncle, I'm telling the truth. I rushed back not only to take my family away, but also to help the villagers avoid disaster. But since no one believes me, I won't force it. I just hope what I said is false. He bowed to the clan elders and hurried away with his family. Just as Su Yin was about to speak, her uncle Yang Dashin rushed over. He arrived at the village entrance just in time to hear the commotion and hurried over without asking too many questions. Seeing her uncle, Su Yin spoke before he could. Uncle, I just told the village head about your encounter with the traveling merchants and your prediction that refugees would come this way. Yang Dashin was taken aback but quickly understood, naturally attributing the encounter with the merchants to himself. The village head quickly asked, Is it really that bad? Before coming, Yang Dashin was already about 60 to 70% convinced. Now that he was in Li's village and heard the news from Li Rue, he fully believed that chaos was imminent. Yang Dashin could see the hesitation in the village head and the elders. There were some decisions he couldn't make for outsiders. I'm not sure, but I don't dare to take the risk. If their guess was right, it would be a relief for everyone. If not, everyone would blame him for leading them astray. That's just human nature. People rarely reflect on their decisions. Most will blame others to avoid taking responsibility. This was also one of the reasons the village head and the elders found themselves in such a difficult position. Yang Dashin and the village head clasped their hands and took Su Yin's family away. On the way back, Su's father couldn't help but ask, Big brother-in-law, are you planning to leave too? Yang Dashin nodded. But my elder brother said the situation isn't that serious. Su's father frowned, unsure whom to believe. Su's mother spoke up, I trust my brother's judgment. Let's go home today and pack our things to leave as soon as possible. Well, Su's father hesitated. I'm afraid my parents won't agree. I'll talk to them. When they returned to Su's house, Su's grandfather was ready to show his displeasure to the third son's family, but upon seeing Yang Dashin, he held back his anger, though he still didn't look pleased. Su's grandfather and grandmother, who initially wanted to scold the third son's wife, kept quiet because of Yang Dashin's presence. "Hello, Su Laozhang and Su Laotai, how are you?" "All is well," Su's grandfather replied with a smile, leading them to the main room. After sitting down, Yang Dashin got straight to the point. "I came here today because I have something to discuss. I've heard things outside might be chaotic. Dongtu County borders Yuzhou, and it might not be safe." He was polite, but his meaning was clear. "I wonder what Su Laozhang plans to do." Su's grandfather's smile faded a bit. "To be honest, my eldest son has already inquired, and there's nothing serious going on. Although our area is dry, there's still a glimmer of hope. If we leave hastily, we'll lose everything. We can't abandon our home and livelihood just because of these baseless rumors. When I die and go to the afterlife, how will I explain this to my ancestors?" His meaning was clear. They would not leave, and they trusted their son's news more. Yang Dashin couldn't help but persuade him further. "Su Laozhang, have you heard the saying, better to believe it than not? If it turns out to be true, it would be too late to regret. Please consider it carefully." Su's second son, Su Xiaoyi, couldn't help but speak up. "You all are too timid. My elder brother got this information from the county magistrate's nephew. The magistrate is an important person. His news must be more reliable than yours." Su Xiaoyong wore a smug smile. "Brother Dashin, don't take every rumor seriously. Just relax. There's nothing to worry about." Su's mother couldn't hold back. "I trust my brother." "Father, mother, let's leave." "What are you saying? Do you think my husband would harm us?" Su Xiaoyong's wife, Liu, said discontentedly. Second Aunt Li always added fuel to the fire and seized the opportunity. "Sister-in-law, do you really think my elder brother would lie? Your words are quite hurtful." Su's mother quickly explained. "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" Liu retorted angrily. Yang Dashin looked at everyone in the room and focused on Su's third son, who was looking down and silent. He felt a surge of frustration. "Brother-in-law, what do you think?" called out. Su's father, Su Xiaozhong, hurriedly looked up and stammered, I don't know either." Yang Dashin's disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he maintained a worried expression as he turned to Su Xiaoyong. "Su Tongsheng, could you tell me what the magistrate's nephew said?" "It's really what the traveling merchant said." Su Xiaoyong repeated what he had heard at the village head's house, embellishing it, leaving everyone stunned. Did the magistrate's nephew really say that? Of course. If there were real trouble, he would have left already. Why would he be here drinking and singing with us? If that's the case, it seems to be a misunderstanding. "Su brother, I was too abrupt earlier. Please forgive me." "Sigh, what that traveling merchant said was too shocking, making me uneasy." "Brother Dashin, just relax," Su Xiaoyong said confidently. "It's best not to abandon our home and livelihood," Yang Dashin said, looking relieved. Su's mother wanted to speak but was stopped by Su Yin, who gave her a look. Yang Dashin glanced at Su Yin and turned to Su's grandfather, Su Laozhang. "Su Laodai, I also have one more thing to discuss. The day after tomorrow is our grandmother's Memorial Day, and I'd like to take my sister's family back to stay for a few days." Su's grandmother was unwilling. If she went back, who would do the household chores? She looked at Su's mother. "Third sister-in-law, what do you say?" It seemed like a question, but the warning in her eyes was clear. Su's mother faced the pressure. "When I was unmarried, my grandmother treated me very well. On her Memorial Day, I should take my husband and children back to honor her." She turned to her sisters-in-law. "Please take care of father and mother for the next few days. I will return in 3 days." Both Su's mother and Su Yin knew very well that there would be no chance to return in 3 days. Su's grandmother wanted to say something, but Su's grandfather spoke up. "Just take the children back to honor her properly. Your sisters-in-law will handle things at home, so don't worry." With his words, even if Su's grandmother was reluctant, she couldn't argue against him. The other 2 branches of the Su family were dissatisfied, but didn't say much. Su's elders politely invited Yang Dashin to stay the night, but he declined. "I'll go pack." Su's grandmother instructed the wives of the first and second sons, "Help the third son's family pack." Su Yin and Su's mother frowned. This wasn't helping, but rather watching to ensure Su's mother didn't take anything she shouldn't. Su's mother wanted to say something but was stopped by Su Yin. At this critical moment, it was best not to complicate things. Since they were leaving under the guise of visiting relatives, they couldn't take too much anyway, so even if they weren't being watched, they wouldn't be able to bring much. Mother, just take a few useful things, Su Yin hinted. She had prepared many things. Even if her mother took nothing, it wouldn't matter. Su's mother didn't bring a change of clothes, and several sisters-in-law sighed in relief. Under Su Yin's cover, Su's mother stuffed the most valuable items into a bundle. Before leaving, Su's grandfather instructed them to take a chicken back, but taking anything more was out of the question. This chicken was given out of respect for Yang Dashin. Before they left, Su Baozhu looked anxious. Su Yin approached her and whispered, "Find a reason to come out. We'll wait for you in Xinghua village." Su Baozhu nodded, reluctantly standing at the gate, watching them leave. "Baozhu, what are you still doing? Hurry up and start the fire to cook," came Su's grandmother's scolding voice from the main room. "Got it," she replied unwillingly, slowly going back inside. On the way back to Xinghua village, they would pass by the mountain where she hid her supplies. Su Yin didn't go up to get them because she was still uncertain about one thing. As soon as they returned to Xinghua village, the Yang brothers gathered around, guessing what might have happened when they saw their older brother back with his sister's family. "Second uncle, little brother," Su's father greeted warmly. As soon as Su Xinyang and Su Xinguang arrived at the Yang family, they were pulled away by their cousins. "Big brother, how did it go?"
Yang Dachuan asked.
Yang Dashin briefly recounted the events that took place in Lijia village. "Who do you think is more trustworthy?" Yang Dashin asked his two brothers. After a moment of thought, Yang Dachuan spoke first. "I still trust Li Rui and Yinin more." Yang De nodded in agreement. "Su Xiaoyong loves to boast and rarely speaks the truth." As soon as he said this, he remembered his younger brother was present, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. Su's father forced a smile. "Since we all think alike, we should act quickly. Let's get ready. I will visit the village head," Yang Dashin said. He couldn't guarantee that the people of Xinghua village would believe him, but since he knew about the situation, he had to inform them. "Okay." Su's father was confused. Once the big uncle left, he finally snapped out of his shock. "Second uncle, what are you planning?" "Leaving here to escape to Nanzhou." "What?"
But
Didn't the big uncle say? Su's father, despite being slow, began to understand. They had tricked his family into coming here to prepare for their escape. "No, I can't leave my parents behind," Su's father said, feeling anxious and lost. He started to walk out, but Su's mother blocked his way. "Don't you understand? Mom and Dad won't leave. Going back won't change anything. Chunxiang, they're my parents. I can't abandon them. If you can't abandon them, will you abandon us, your wife and daughters?" his mother asked, tears in her eyes. He instinctively lowered his head, unable to face his wife. If he left, who knew if they would ever see each other again? No one knew what the future held. If Su Yin had her memories, she would never understand why her father acted this way. But having lived without memories in this traditional environment for 15 years, she understood. This was a time when filial piety was above all. Filial devotion was the most important measure of a man's character. Even if you were unfilial, you had to hide it. Otherwise, you would be criticized, abandoned by your clan, and shunned by society. His father was honest and kind, and his devotion was ingrained in him. It couldn't be changed overnight, nor could a few words make him wake up and stop being foolishly devoted to his parents. Now, trying to persuade him to leave with them was very difficult. Su Yin had already told her mother that the hope was slim, but her mother still wanted to try. Seeing her father's expression, Su Yin sighed and took her mother's hand. "Dad, let me talk to Mom, okay?" She led her mother outside. "Yinzi, I can't just watch your dad go to his death. You're the most sensible. Please help me convince him. Mom, don't you remember? Even if they don't leave now, they can still leave safely later. Neither Grandpa and Grandma nor Dad will die at the hands of those refugees. In fact, it would be they who might fall victim to those beasts." Her mother's emotions calmed a bit, and Su Yin continued, I'll explain to Dad where we're going. Once they escape, they will find a way to meet up with us, and then we can be together as a family. She could accept her real father, but she didn't care about the rest of the Su family. She just hoped that after her father spent some time on the run, he would see the truth and change. If he still wanted to drag her and her mother into his foolish devotion, she wouldn't mind not having him as a father. Life is too short to compromise oneself for others. You're right, I was too hasty just now. At that moment, two younger children rushed into the hall. Dad, big cousin said we have to leave our hometown and go far away. Is that true? Su Yin asked. Su Yin and her mother entered the hall. Su's father didn't respond, but Su's mother spoke first. Isn't it better for you to follow your cousins? When she got a positive answer, Su Xinyang's face fell. I don't want to go. Su Xinguang chimed in. Me neither. The next word shocked everyone present. Grandma was right. Mom, you want to abandon the Su family. How can you be so cruel? Su Xinyang's face was filled with anger. We are Su family members. We won't follow you. Who knows if you'll sell us? Su Xinguang added. That statement made both uncles change their expressions. Who told you that? Grandma said so. Su Xinguang replied confidently. Grandma is right. Uncles brought us here with bad intentions. Su's mother was so angry she couldn't speak. Su Yin stepped forward and slapped Su Xinguang's face. Su Xinguang was stunned, and the next moment, his eyes turned red, and he burst into tears. Dia, what are you doing? Su's father exclaimed. Dad, Mom, and the uncles treat them so well, yet they think this way about Mom and the uncles. Shouldn't they be punished? She turned to the two younger ones, her face dark. You keep calling Grandma, but don't forget we are family. Su Xinguang cried out. We are not. You belong to someone else. Okay, we are not family, huh? You two fools. Do you think you can compare to Su Xinji, Su Xinyong, or Su Xinduan in Grandpa and Grandma's eyes? You're even below Su Yao and Su Tiao, the girls who will marry outsiders. Do you really think Grandpa and Grandma like you? They only use you to pressure Dad and Mom. You can't see it and you foolishly help them. You are really stupid. If one day the Su family is in trouble, believe me, you two will be the first to be abandoned and sold. Two blind fools, you think they're family, but others only think of draining your blood and eating your flesh. What is a family? A family supports each other. That's a family. If they only want to use you and exploit you, they are not family. They are leeches. Everyone in the room stared in shock. Even Su Xinguang, who had been crying, stopped, stunned by the scolding. At first, Yang Dachuan thought his niece was scolding well, but gradually he felt something was off. It seemed a bit like a veiled criticism. He quietly glanced at his stunned brother-in-law. This brother-in-law, he doesn't know how to evaluate him. These two kids are even harder to describe. Yang Dachuan looked at his sister with concern. If it weren't for his brother-in-law being honest and having saved his sister's life, their family wouldn't have married her off to the Su family. Su Yin looked at the two little ones. I'll ask you one last time. Do you really want to stay with Grandpa and Grandma, not with your mother? Just as Su Xinyang was about to speak, Su Yin's expression turned serious. Think carefully before you answer. Perhaps Su Yin's serious demeanor or the unusual expressions of the adults around them, or maybe they realized something, but the two of them stopped their chatter and thought carefully. They looked at their parents, then at their sister, their faces showing confusion and helplessness for the first time. The adults remained silent, allowing the two little ones to think for themselves. Even Su's mother, who always felt sorry for the children, unusually stayed quiet. I don't want to choose. I want Grandpa and Grandma, and I want Mom too. Su Xinyang's eyes turned red, and big tears fell down his cheeks. Su Yin didn't soften her heart because of their tears. You must choose one. Woo-woo, sister is a bad person, Su Xinguang cried, snot and tears flowing. Su's father felt pity, but was met with a fierce glare from Su Yin, causing him to retract his hand immediately. Su Yin said to her second uncle, Uncle, you go and pack up. I'll handle things here. Dad, Mom, please help your brother. Before Su's father could speak, Su Yin added, You can come back tomorrow. Su's father didn't think much of it, but the little uncle understood. Su Yin called her cousin Yang Taohua and little cousin Yang Gui to keep an eye on Su Xinyang and his brother. Think carefully. If you want to stay with Grandma, then come back with Dad tomorrow. After saying that, Su Yin ignored the two little ones. She called her little uncle. Little uncle, come with me to a place. Where are we going? To a very important place. As the little uncle looked at the direction they were walking, he realized they weren't heading towards Li Village. What is this? As he asked, Su Yin turned and took another small path, climbing up the mountain. Yin, where are you taking your little uncle? We'll be there soon. The little uncle looked at the mountaintop and then at the cave that appeared ahead, showing a look of shock. Yin, we can't go there. Little uncle, people can be scarier than ghosts. Seeing his niece so bold, Yang De steeled himself and moved forward. When they reached the cave and saw the mule inside, he was amazed. But that wasn't the most surprising part. When he saw Su Yin bringing out bags of food and pots and pans, he was completely stunned. This. Yang De struggled to speak. Yin, where did this come from? A few days ago, I found a bag of silver and used it to buy some food. I kept it here thinking that if we didn't have enough to eat at home, I could come up the mountain for a treat. Then I heard about the traveling merchants, so I thought to buy more, just in case. Yang De didn't know what to say, giving his niece a thumbs up. With a mule and so many supplies, it was clear that bag of silver was substantial. Yang De felt nothing but envy and quickly helped load the items onto the mule cart. After they finished loading, the sun had set, and they hurried back to Xinghua village under the moonlight. Little uncle, if Dad asks, just say this is your stuff. Yang De looked at her for 2 seconds, then nodded in agreement. He wasn't sure if it was just his impression, but he felt his niece had changed, becoming more mature and no longer as foolishly devoted as her brother-in-law. He welcomed this change. Taking advantage of the night, they returned to Xinghua village. As they entered, the village was brightly lit, and everyone was chattering about the shocking news, a scene reminiscent of Li Village. Su Yin didn't know what happened to Xinghua village in her past life, but it was not far from Li Village. If Li Village fell, Xinghua village wouldn't fare much better. Are we really leaving? We'll lose the fields and the house. A woman wiped her tears. Life is more important. Those rich families have fled. If we don't leave now, we'll be dead too. There might still be a chance outside. Let's go. As long as we're alive, we can rebuild. If we die, we lose everything. An elder in the village spoke to the crowd. Xinghua village was more decisive than Li village. After discussing with the clan elders, they decided to migrate south to escape disaster. The village mobilized, aiming to leave by morning. If the county magistrate found out, they would not be allowed to leave. If a large number of citizens left his jurisdiction, it would be seen as his failure, and he would face punishment from above. Yang Dashan was surprised to see his younger brother and niece return with a mule cart, but he didn't ask anything and busied himself with packing. In the kitchen, the big aunt and little aunt were frying rice and making pancakes, each with clear tasks. Su's father helped out, feeling anxious as he watched everyone busy around him. That night, Xinghua village was noisy, a gloomy atmosphere hanging over the small village. After everything was organized, everyone went to bed early, ready to set off in the morning. Few could sleep soundly that night, all feeling lost about the uncertain future. As dawn broke, Su's father got up and woke his sons. Su Yin had already risen, and the big aunt had cooked a thick porridge. Only a full stomach would give them the strength to travel. Are you sure you want to go back with Dad? Su Yin asked the half-grown children once more. Su's mother had red eyes, reluctant to part with the two kids, her gaze pleading. Xinyang, Xinguang, can't you come with me? The two children hid behind their father. Su Xinguang, the quickest to speak, said, No, we want Grandma. Grandma gives us good food, but you can't. Su's mother wanted to persuade them, but Su Yin stopped her. Su Yin looked at her father. Dad, if anything seems wrong, take the younger brothers and escape south. Just catch up with us. Sometimes being selfish isn't a bad thing. I hope you understand that we are family, the ones who will stand by you until the end. Please take care of the younger brothers. If all goes well, we'll be back soon. If something happens, you must take care of yourself. Only if you're safe will the younger ones have a chance. Remember that. Su Yin was worried about her foolish father, but she couldn't change his or the younger brothers' minds. They would only understand who their true family was after hitting a wall. Forcing them to stay would only create resentment. From the next room, the sounds of a man and woman crying could be heard. "Dad, Mom, come with us." The elderly couple waved their hands at their children. "You go. We're old and can't move anymore. We'll guard this home for you. When it's safe, come back. Dad, go quickly. Bow to your grandparents." The whole family knelt and bowed 3 times to the elder in the middle of the hall. Such scenes played out in many families. The elders who remained behind were either too old to leave their homeland or didn't want to burden their children. The elderly stood at the village entrance, watching the large group leave. The mist blurred their eyes, and those moving forward wiped their tears, while those left behind stood like pine trees, unable to move. Even as the group disappeared into the morning fog, they still couldn't bear to leave. This farewell might be forever in Xinhua village, which is small with only 35 households. 26 families decided to follow the village chief, while the remaining few had their own reasons for staying behind. "Inin, who are you looking for?" Su Yin frequently glanced back, unable to spot the familiar figure. Before she could respond, a figure gradually emerged from the mist. Su Yin's eyes brightened, and her lips curved into a smile. Su Baozhu, carrying a backpack, jogged towards her.
Auntie, Inin.
The two exchanged glances, both smiling. Su Yin led her aunt to their uncle, saying, "Uncle, Auntie will come with us. Have you thought this through?" Their uncle asked. "I have. There was nothing in that home worth missing." Su Ermu wanted to say something but was stopped by Su Er, who shot her a fierce glare. Su Mother wiped her tears, thinking of the 3 men in her family. She was surprised to see Su Baozhu but quickly understood. The 3 who died in the last life were now on different paths in this one. Their uncle had an ox cart and she had a mule cart, making them among the best off in the group from Xinhua village. Besides the village chief's ox cart, only Yang Tufu's family had one. The others relied on men pulling carts filled with their family's belongings, while the women helped push from behind or the sides. Children and the elderly walked on their own, with no one able to ride except for the babies who couldn't walk. "Inzi, I can't help but feel resentful." Su Yin turned her head, puzzled. In the end, the 3's tragic fate in the last life was mainly due to Su Xiaoyong. Now they were gone, while the one responsible faced no consequences. It's natural for Su Baozhu to feel this way. "Don't worry, I'll leave him a nice surprise." Su Baozhu became interested and leaned closer. "Tell me quickly." Actually, that surprise wouldn't mean much to others, but it would be a treasure for her uncle, who was a scholar. She arranged for an invitation to be delivered to her uncle at the hour of the rooster, inviting him to a poetry gathering at a nearby estate under the name of a friend he often mentioned. It would take her uncle half an hour to reach the estate, and by the time he arrived and realized he had been tricked, he would naturally return. This back and forth would take an hour, perfectly timed for the group of refugees to invade the village. What would happen when her uncle encountered the refugees was obvious. She couldn't act directly, but she could use others to do her bidding. If her uncle was lucky enough to escape, his future days would be even more miserable. A person without money or possessions, fleeing alone, would suffer more than if he had been killed. So, whether her uncle could avoid the refugees or not, his fate would not be good. Su Yin briefly explained the cleverness of the invitation, and Su Baozhu's eyes widened in amazement. "Inin, you are amazing." Su Baozhu, who had been upset, suddenly felt refreshed. Su family early in the morning. Su Baozhu said she was going to the mountains to gather herbs, and no one in the Su family doubted her. Everything was calm until Su Xiaozhong returned with his 2 sons, and the atmosphere changed. "What did you say? Your wife and daughter left with them? Third, are you stupid? You just watched your wife leave? I could raise a pig better than you. Go back now and bring them back." The room was filled with Su old lady's furious voice. The 2 sisters-in-law were stunned for a while after hearing the news. Is my sister-in-law out of her mind? Lee from the second branch spoke up. Little brother, are you sure your sister-in-law went to escape with them? Or are they tricking you and planning to introduce her to some rich widower? That was a harsh accusation. Second sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? Hey, little brother, don't get angry. I'm just speculating. After all, yesterday, Yang's eldest son said he would take her back to pay respects to the ancestors, but now he's taken them away. Who knows if they are telling the truth? What if they're like the family next door, selling their daughter? Su Old Man took 2 deep puffs from his pipe, while Su Old Lady was even angrier. You fool! Su Old Lady couldn't help but grab a nearby stick and hit the third son. Su Father stood still, letting his mother hit him. After a while, Su Old Man tapped his pipe and said slowly, all right. Third, hurry up and bring your wife and daughter back. He then looked at the second son, Su Xiaoyi. Second, go with the third. If Yang's family refuses, just say you'll report them. The second son reluctantly nodded. By the time the second son and Su Father reached Xinghua village, it was already empty, especially seeing all the doors closed, which made the second son, who had been skeptical of Li Rui's words, start to doubt. On the way back, Su Xiaoyi couldn't help but ask, Third, do you think what Li Rui said is true? Su Father shook his head, I don't know. Su Xiaoyi felt frustrated. I shouldn't have asked you. What a waste of my breath. Through Su Xiaoyi, the people of Li family village learned that everyone from Xinghua village had left, prompting those who had hesitated to prepare to leave in groups to catch up with Li Rui and the others. Their actions made the remaining people anxious. The first to feel restless was the second son's wife, Li Mother. Should we prepare too? I feel uneasy. Su Old Lady raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Are you trusting outsiders and not your own family? I am not. Under her mother-in-law's stern gaze, her voice grew quieter until she fell silent. The county magistrate's nephew is never wrong. If you don't listen to my son, those people will regret it sooner or later. Su Old Lady said this, but she felt uneasy inside. When she saw her eldest son come back reeking of alcohol, she hurried over and asked kindly, Son, tell me, is it really safe for us to stay at home? Su Xiaoyong slurred, Mother, don't worry. Don't be like those fools. By the way, isn't someone selling good land? Take this chance to buy a few more acres at a low price. When they find out they were wrong and come back, you'll be the landlady, and they'll envy you. Su Old Lady's eyes lit up at her son's words, realizing he was right. She had her daughter-in-law help him inside to rest, then turned to discuss buying land with her husband on the official road south of Dongta County. A group of 30 households formed a long line stretching several hundred meters. The road they were walking on, though called an official road, was actually a dirt path just wider than the usual small paths. After walking for about 3 hours, Yang Lijing from Xinghua village called for a stop to rest. It was noon and the sun was high and hot, so everyone sought shade under the trees on either side of the road. Su Yin and her companions were close to her uncle's family. After walking all morning without a break, everyone was exhausted. They found a spot and sat down without any fuss. Since they still had to continue their journey, no one cooked a meal. In farming families, when it's not busy season, they usually eat just 2 meals, breakfast and dinner. After such a long walk, the thick porridge they had at 5 in the morning was long digested, and they were very hungry. Su Yin took a package from the cart and pulled out 3 flatbreads and some jerky, sharing them with her mother and aunt. Seeing the jerky and flatbreads, Su Mother quickly waved her hand, saying, I'm not hungry, you eat. It wasn't that she wasn't hungry, she just didn't want to take any. Su Yin understood and didn't let her refuse. She pressed the food into her hands and whispered, Don't worry, Mom, there's more food in the cart. Su Baozhu knew there was plenty of food in the cart, so having 1 or 2 extra meals was fine. Aunt, just enjoy it, Su Baozhu winked at her. Su Mother looked at the 2 and didn't refuse anymore. She took a few bites of the dry flatbread, then walked over to Yang Taohua and little Yang Gui, giving the 2 pieces of jerky to them. Yang Taohua's eyes lit up as she looked at the jerky in her hands. Su Mother made a shushing gesture to the 2 kids, urging them to eat quickly. Uncle's 3 children, one son and two daughters, were all married. The husbands of the two daughters came from the neighboring village and had followed after hearing the news. Second uncle had 3 sons. One was married, while the other 2 were of marrying age. Only little uncle had 1 son and 1 daughter, with the oldest, Yang Taohua, just over 10, and little Yang Gui, only 5. The other older cousins didn't say anything upon seeing them. The 3 aunts were busy handing out food to their husbands. The men ate whole flatbreads, while the women shared one, eating it with water. In the homes of Li Zheng, Yang the butcher, and many others, seeing everyone else eating, they also took some food for their men. Pulling the cart by hand was very tiring. "Cousin, keep your food safe. Don't let anyone take it," little Yang Gui said, leaning towards Su Yin and glancing at someone across from them. Following his gaze, Su Yin saw a boy about 5 years old staring at them. The boy was quite sturdy and chubby, which was rare in farming families. In contrast, the girl busy in the shade was thin and frail, looking like a stick that could fall over with a gust of wind. This family had 6 members, 2 elders, a young couple, and their 2 children. The boy and girl were like 2 extremes. When the boy noticed they were looking at him, he made a face and ran to the woman, tugging at her sleeve and whining. "Mom, I want to eat jerky too." The mother coaxed him. "Be good. We're having flatbreads. They're tasty too." "I don't want that. I want jerky." The boy threw the flatbread on the ground. The mother continued to coax him, while the girl picked up the flatbread, dusted it off, and timidly approached her mother. "Mom, since my brother doesn't want it, can I have a bite? Just a little bite?" the girl asked shyly. This seemed to anger the woman, who raised her hand and slapped the girl's face. "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Are you a starving ghost? There's only this little food at home. Instead of worrying about your grandfather, you're enjoying yourself. Hurry and fan your brother." The men and the elderly sitting nearby acted as if they didn't see the scene. With a red, swollen face, the girl held back tears, picked up a fan, and started fanning her brother. "Big sister, how pitiful," little Yang Gui whispered. Seeing this, it was clear that the girl had a hard life at home. This family was very biased towards boys, treating their daughter as if she didn't matter at all.
Les engues eldest sont, Yongjin, approached.
"Brother Dashin, my father wants you to come over." "What's the matter?" "To discuss the next part of the journey."
Okay.
After Yang Jin spoke, he walked to the next house. Yang Dashin stood up, and Su Yin followed. "Uncle, I want to listen too. Let's go." They walked over to Li Zheng's house, where many people were already seated, with each family sending a representative. Once everyone was gathered, Li Zheng invited them to sit in a circle. Yang Li Zheng spoke. "Now that everyone is here, I have something to say. Just now, Deshu told me there's a shortcut ahead that can cut the journey to Fushan County in half. The path is a bit rough and involves some mountain roads. Can the cart pass?" Yang Dashin asked, concerned. Yang Dashu replied, "Yes, a cart can just about make it through. What do you all think? Should we take the shortcut or stick to the official road?" Yang Li Zheng looked at everyone. De Zhuang's father spoke up. "Let's take the shortcut. Every bit we can cut off makes it easier for us, and we can save some food." His words resonated with everyone. "I agree with taking the shortcut." "Me too." Su Yin suddenly spoke. "Uncle Dashu, how long will it take to reach Fushan County if we take the shortcut?" "It will take 8 hours." "And how long if we take the official road?" Su Yin asked again. "About 14 hours. Comparing the two, the mountain route was nearly twice as fast. As everyone considered this, Su Yin spoke again. "Since it's already this time of day, taking the mountain road means we'll have to spend the night in the mountains." Yang the butcher laughed. "Don't worry, Su girl. The mountains can be dangerous, but we have many people, so we're not afraid."
Yeah.
"Haha, girls are just timid," De Zhuang's father joked. Yang Dashin shot him a fierce glare, and De Zhuang's father immediately stopped laughing, awkwardly closing his mouth. With over 20 people expressing their opinions, most were willing to take the shortcut. After discussing the next part of the journey, Li Zheng called for everyone to get ready to set off. In this era, not many people could leave Dongta County. Yang Dashu was better than most, having been to several surrounding counties. He knew the route better than anyone else, so he would lead the way after turning off the main road onto a small path. Mou walked for about an incense stick's time. The road began to rise slowly, and as it went higher, the bushes on both sides became denser, making the path narrower, just wide enough for a vehicle to pass. Families traveling by cart were particularly cautious, afraid to go too fast for fear of tipping over. Once they started climbing the mountain, Yang Dashin took over driving for them. The Yang family had oxen and was skilled at handling carts, much better than the inexperienced Su Yin. The mountain road was slow, making the line of travelers longer. Su Yin looked at the trees around her and noticed many bushes had yellowing leaves, indicating that this area was suffering from severe drought. One advantage of being in the dense mountains was that it blocked the harsh sun, but it also meant dealing with mosquitoes. Su Yin's arms and calves were already covered in itchy bites. Her second aunt handed her a simple fan made from vines and large leaves. "Yin, take this." "Thank you, aunt." As the sun set in the sky, the forest became particularly dark, with faint light filtering through the leaves. The village head, Yang Lijing, who was leading the group, found a relatively spacious spot to stop. "We'll rest here tonight." As soon as Yang Lijing spoke, everyone sighed in relief. Many were exhausted and finally had a chance to rest. Everyone searched for a place to settle down. Su Yin found a relatively flat spot, cleared some bushes, and removed a few protruding stones. She took out a straw mat from the cart and set up her sleeping area, then sprinkled some sulfur powder around. Her little aunt brought over some mugwort. "Xiao Yin, use this to ward off the mosquitoes. When it's time to sleep, put it aside to burn." "Thank you, aunt. Don't mention it." Su Yin lit the mugwort and placed it in their camp, and indeed, the number of mosquitoes around decreased significantly. Su Mu set up a simple stove to prepare food. Su Baozhu went to gather firewood in the nearby woods, while her little cousin and Xiao Yonggui took care of feeding the oxen and mule. Everyone was busy, from adults to children. No one was idle, each doing what they could. Su Yin approached her mother with some dried meat, just as Su Mu was about to put some discounted millet into the pot. Su Yin quickly called out to her. "Mom, wait a moment. What is it?" Su Mu looked at her daughter, puzzled. "Use the other bag of rice." Su Mu shook her head. "No, we'll eat this first. We'll save the other for later." Su Yin quickly grabbed her mother and explained the pros and cons. She intended to save the discounted millet for a time when they had nothing else to eat. Now that they had good food, they should eat it. After some persuasion, Su Mu finally agreed to switch to the better millet. Su Yin handed her the dried meat. "Mom, add some meat to the porridge to nourish your body. If we eat well, we'll have the strength to travel. If we skimp on food, we'll end up weak. If our health fails, nothing else matters." Su Mu rolled her eyes at her daughter. All right, I'll listen to you." While organizing their belongings, Su Mu felt more comfortable agreeing, knowing what they had on the cart. Dinner was simple: meat porridge with flatbread. The millet made the porridge thick and sweet, and the dried meat had been seasoned with various spices, making it flavorful. Little Yonggui came over with a flatbread, sniffing the air and eyeing the pot. "Sister Yin, what are you cooking?" "Meat porridge." "Glug," the sound of him swallowing echoed. Seeing his eager expression, Su Yin took a bowl and served him some. Little Yonggui's eyes lit up, and he sweetly exclaimed, "Sister Yin, you're so nice." Su Yin was amused by the little guy. A bowl of meat porridge had won him over. He took the bowl back to share with his little aunt and uncle, who waved him off, telling him to share with his cousin. Su Yin ate 2 big bowls of porridge and a piece of flatbread before feeling satisfied. With food in her stomach, she felt much better. She tried to help clean up, but Su Mu refused. Just rest. Taking advantage of the remaining light, Su Mu went to gather more firewood, as they needed it for the night. Su Baozhu followed her. Many children from nearby families were also trying to collect as much firewood as possible before it got completely dark. "That's enough," Su Yin called out to her little aunt nearby. The two returned to the camp with their bundles of firewood. Passing by De Zhuang's family, they saw several adults eating flatbreads while a little girl enjoyed a bowl of wild vegetable porridge, which had hardly any rice in it, unlike her mother's bowl. Even with such simple food, the little girl was happily eating. Su Baozhu nudged Su Yin with her elbow. Let's go. They walked past. Su Yin found Yang Dashan. Uncle, is there someone organizing night watch tonight? I'm not sure. Let me ask. When Yang Dashan returned, he smiled. Yes, there will be someone on watch, so don't worry. All right. Knowing there would be a night watch made Su Yin feel more at ease. The forest was not as safe as outside. Wild beasts roamed, and if an unwelcome visitor showed up at night, it would not be good for them. After a long day of travel, Su Yin, Su Mu, and Su Baozhu fell asleep fully clothed, snoring filling the air. Except for the night watch, everyone else was deep in slumber. This path is so hard to walk. Why are there so many stones? This part is the hardest. Everyone be careful, especially those pushing the carts. Suddenly, there was commotion from behind.
Ah!
A chilling scream echoed as a fierce tiger attacked the rear of the group. Help! The tiger lunged at De Zhuang. His mother, frantic, grabbed the terrified girl beside her and threw her at the tiger. The tiger opened its massive jaws and bit into the girl's body, its sharp teeth piercing her small frame, blood spraying and dripping to the ground, the smell of blood filling the air. Su Yin suddenly opened her eyes. It was dawn, and many people were already up, preparing breakfast. Everything around the camp was fine. Was it a nightmare? She slapped her face, realizing it was probably a reflection of her worries. Su Baozhu woke up and noticed Su Yin's expression. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Sort of. Dreams are usually the opposite. Don't take it to heart. Su Yin replied lightly and didn't dwell on it. At 4:30 a.m., people began to wake up one after another, filling the quiet forest with noise. The complaints of sleepy children and the scolding of adults echoed through the mountains. It was the first night camping outdoors, and many were not used to it. With so many mosquitoes at night, few managed to sleep well. Su Yin was one of them. She got up early, walked to an open area, and started stretching, doing a simple set of boxing moves. Su's mother saw her and asked, Yin, what are you doing? Building my strength and health. Su's mother laughed and scolded her playfully. Where did you learn that? I learned it from a master who was passing through the town recently. Su's mother didn't ask more, knowing that she had been away from Xinghua village for a while. Her little cousin and brother thought it was fun and tried to follow her, but soon lost interest and ran off. Breakfast was simple. Su's mother made a pot of vegetable porridge and served it with flatbreads. The porridge didn't taste as good as last night's meat porridge, but it was still good for their bodies. It was thick, unlike the clear vegetable porridge made by De Zhuang's mother. At 5:15 a.m., the group set off. The sky was just beginning to brighten, but the forest was still dark due to the branches overhead. They had to be especially careful while walking. The only good thing was the cool morning air, making the journey more comfortable than during the day. Su Yin's family was near the front of the group, while many families pulling carts were at the back. Smack! For the umpteenth time, Su Yin swatted away a mosquito. Looking at her arm, she noticed the red welts from bites had doubled since yesterday, which looked a bit scary. These mosquitoes are so vicious, Su Yin sighed, missing the mosquito repellent spray. Su's mother walked up beside her and handed her a plant. Yin, wear this. Ugh. It stinks. Su Yin was hit by a strong, unpleasant smell that made her head spin. Though it smells bad, it repels mosquitoes. Just bear with it. Between being bitten by mosquitoes or suffering from the smell, Su Yin quickly chose the latter. She could block her nose, but the mosquitoes would keep coming. Mom, where did you find this? She hadn't seen it before. I found it by the roadside up ahead. Luckily, I was quick, or someone else would have picked it. Stinky grass was rare. It didn't smell when rooted in the ground, but once pulled out, it released a strong odor that mosquitoes would avoid. This smell would last for an hour or two, and once it faded, the repelling effect would be gone. Since they were near the front of the group, if anyone else saw the stinky grass, it would surely be picked. Su's mother had managed to find this one. A lucky catch. Mom, I'm going to check ahead. Okay, if you don't find any, that's fine. Got it. Su Yin walked out of the forest, passing the long line of people until she reached the front. Su girl, what are you doing? Asked young Li Jing. Yang Lijing was from the same family as her maternal grandfather, so Su Yin had to call him third granduncle. Third granduncle, nothing much, just looking for stinky grass. All right, just go behind Uncle Dashu. Yang Dashu smiled. This stinky grass is hard to find. We've only seen 2 or 3 plants on this whole path. Girl, keep your eyes peeled, teased Yang the butcher. Su Yin opened her eyes wide. Uncle, do you think my eyes are wide enough? Yes, haha. Suddenly, Su Yin spotted a stinky grass plant behind some bushes. Before anyone could react, she pulled it out. Yang the butcher exclaimed, Wow, your eyes really are sharp. You found one so quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin pulled out another stinky grass plant. Seeing this, others rushed over to her direction, but after searching, they couldn't find a third one. Everyone returned empty-handed. Su Yin happily handed one of her finds to Yang Lijing. Third granduncle, here you go. Keep it for yourself. I have enough. Su Yin took another plant back to her mother. Su's mother and Su Baozhu were together, and the repelling effect was the same. After handing it over, Su Yin ran back to the front of the group. Yang the butcher laughed when he saw her return. You found 2 plants already. Are you still looking? There can't be many left. It's fine. I'm just looking around. If I find one, I'll take it. If not, that's okay. After a quarter of an hour, Su Yin spotted stinky grass in a crack between rocks. Once again, before anyone could react, she pulled it out, noticing a small patch of stinky grass behind the stone, swaying in the wind. Excited, Su Yin quickly pulled out 7 plants. Since the smell started as soon as the roots left the soil, she wondered if digging them out with the dirt would help preserve the smell. She could shake off the dirt when needed. With this idea, Su Yin dug them out with the roots and dirt, but unfortunately, the smell still started to escape. What a pity! Su Yin had gathered 8 plants, which was enough for her family. There was no need to take them all. Having more wouldn't help. There's stinky grass here, Su Yin shouted, and many people rushed over. Wow! There really is. Su Yin ignored the others and returned to the group with her 8 plants. Yang the butcher was amazed. Su girl, your eyes are incredible, Yang Dashu added. It's strange. Others couldn't find any, but you made it look easy. Is it possible the stinky grass likes you? Not at all. I just got lucky, Su Yin said humbly, waving her hand. Holding her 8 plants made Su Yin the envy of many. She gave 1 plant each to her uncles driving the ox and mule carts, 2 to her big aunt's family, 2 to her second aunt's family, and 2 to her little uncle's family. Each family shared 1 plant, which was just enough. Her older cousin, walking behind her little uncle with 2 children, approached with a conflicted expression. Yin, do you have any extra stinky grass? These 2 kids attract mosquitoes. Su Yin looked at the children her cousin was holding. They were small, only 2 or 3 years old, with many welts on their fair faces. Oh no! She had forgotten about her older cousin and second cousin's families. Both had married out and joined the trip, and she had momentarily overlooked them. I'll let you use this one first. Her big aunt stepped in. What are you giving away? She shoved the plant back into Su Yin's arms, glaring at her daughter, and then handed her own plant to her. Her older cousin looked at Su Yin, unsure, but Su Yin waved her hand dismissively. She glanced back at her second cousin's family. All right, time to keep looking. After all, she had a special connection with this stinky grass. Su Yin returned to the front of the group. Seeing her come back, Yang Dashu and the others joked, Su girl, is that not enough stinky grass for you? There are many people in my family. I can't help it. You don't need to look ahead. That part of the road is all rocky, and there aren't many trees. Stinky grass doesn't grow there. As soon as he said that, the trees overhead suddenly thinned out, and bright sunlight poured in. The road ahead was lined with gray stones, part of a karst landscape. Unlike a stone forest, there were no towering peaks, just small rocky formations, some knee-high and others waist-high. Su Yin looked at the scenery, feeling like she had seen it before. This path is so hard to walk on. Why are there so many stones? This section is the toughest. Everyone, be careful, especially those pushing carts. Su Yin's eyes widened. This scene, this conversation, was exactly like her dream from last night. This is unbelievable. Could that dream be a warning or perhaps a prophetic dream? Is it just a coincidence or a glimpse into the future? I'll find out soon. Su Yin thought about the tiger that might jump out from behind the group and turned to walk to the back. Yang Dashu saw her leave and joked, "Su girl, are you not going to look anymore?" "Uncle, you said there are no tigers in the mountains or forests, so there definitely aren't any." "You wouldn't be wrong." This made Yang Dashu smile heartily. Su Yin's mother saw her return and said, "Finding so many wild herbs is already great. You can't expect to find more." "Yeah, I'm done looking." "Mom, I'll check behind us." "Okay, be careful." According to her dream, the tiger would first appear at the back of the group. She walked to the rear, scanning the surroundings. It should be just after passing through the stone forest when the tiger suddenly appears, catching everyone off guard. The families at the back were moving slowly, with the men pulling carts, while the women helped push, and the children walked ahead. Everyone was focused on their feet, completely ignoring their surroundings. As Su Yin ventured deeper, she pushed aside some grass and noticed a paw print that looked like a plum blossom, oval-shaped. Measuring it with her hand, it was about 10 to 18 centimeters long and wide, with a depth of about 3 centimeters. This must be from the adult tiger in her dream. Adult mountain tigers are fierce, capable of delivering over 1,000 pounds, about 454 kilograms, of force with a single strike, enough to crush the skull or ribs of their prey. If it were to attack a person, the consequences would be dire. Even in her past life, Su Yin couldn't guarantee she could handle that tiger. She found her second uncle and said, "Second uncle, I saw paw prints from a wild animal in the forest." Her second uncle was startled and quickly asked the neighbor, old Zhang's son, to replace him. He and her little uncle took bows and machetes. "Big brother, my little brother, and I will go take a look. You stay alert here." "Okay. You two be careful." Su Yin led her two uncles to the spot where she found the paw prints. They crouched down, and her little uncle measured the print. It's 3.6 inches long, 4.8 inches wide, and less than an inch deep. "Second brother, this is from an adult mountain tiger. Since there were paw prints here, it meant that a mountain tiger had been in the area." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, her second uncle and little uncle didn't waste any time and quickly found Yang Lijing. "Uncle Lijing, just now Su Yin saw paw prints from a wild animal in the forest. We checked, and it's from an adult mountain tiger." "An adult mountain tiger?" Yang Lijing was shocked. The people around them were also stunned. Yang Dashu quickly spoke up, "That's impossible. I've never heard of a mountain tiger being in this area. If there were, merchants and travelers wouldn't use this road. No one would take that risk. That's a mountain tiger. It could kill with one bite." Yang the butcher said, "In recent years, we've had disasters and the mountain animals are struggling. It's normal for a mountain tiger to come this way." Yang Lijing's expression turned serious. "Eldest brother, second brother, you two quickly notify everyone to stay alert. In situations like this, it's better to be safe than sorry." The Yang brothers didn't hesitate and immediately spread the news to every household. A mountain tiger? No way. Some people didn't believe it, thinking it was an exaggeration. Both the Dai Chuan brothers saw it. It can't be wrong. "Everyone stay alert," Yang Fu, the eldest son of the Lijing family, explained. "Fu Ge, it's just one paw print. That tiger might have left already." Yang Fu replied seriously, "Whether it's gone or not, it's best for everyone to stay alert. If you're not afraid of dying, then ignore what I said." The villagers who wanted to argue fell silent. This kind of person was rare. Most were tense after hearing about the mountain tiger, with many families keeping their children close. Su Yin also wasn't sure if the tiger would appear just like in her dream. She continued walking at the back of the group, with her little uncle and second uncle positioned, one in the middle and one at the back. Ahead was Yang the butcher, an experienced hunter. As they got closer to the place in her dream where the tiger appeared, Su Yin gripped her knife tightly. "Little uncle, I see something over there," Su Yin signaled to her little uncle. That was the spot where the tiger had suddenly jumped out in her dream. Her little uncle glanced over. Everything seemed calm. The more calm it was, the tenser he became. He sensed something was off but didn't act rashly, pretending not to know, and continued walking forward. Suddenly, just like in her dream, the mountain tiger jumped out. Her little uncle drew his bow and shot an arrow that grazed the tiger's head. Even though they were somewhat prepared, the sudden appearance of the tiger still caused panic and screams.
Ah!
After the tiger appeared, Su Yin focused on De Zhuang's family. This time, the tiger didn't pounce on De Zhuang, but on his mother. As De Zhuang's mother tried to pull to shield her, Su Yin's dagger flew past her ear, soaring over the two of them and striking the tiger. The tiger quickly turned its head to avoid the incoming dagger, but it was too late. The dagger pierced its neck. Roar! The tiger's furious roar echoed through the forest, startling the birds away. Her second uncle and Yang the butcher rushed over, while other strong men in the group grabbed hoes and kitchen knives, closing in from behind. Having struck the tiger, it now focused on Su Yin, its fierce eyes glinting with anger as it bared its sharp teeth and lunged at her. With so many people on the mountain path, it could easily cause mass injuries. Su Yin decisively dashed toward the stone forest behind her. Her second uncle realized what she was doing and felt alarmed and worried. Her decision was right, but they were more concerned about her safety. Her second uncle and the others distracted the tiger, buying Su Yin some time. Thankfully, they shot arrows, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to outrun the tiger. Even so, the tiger caught up to her and was about to pounce. Her little uncle shouted, "Be careful." Su Yin felt a fierce wind coming from behind. She rolled to the side just in time, the tiger's teeth barely missing her back. If she had been a second slower, she would have been seriously injured or worse. After falling to the ground, Su Yin rolled several times and hid in the stone forest. Roar! The tiger roared, expressing its fury. Her second uncle and the others caught up. The tiger turned and roared at them, seemingly angry that they had interrupted its plans. Everyone held their weapons, facing off against the tiger. Each person filled with tension with their attention on the tiger, Su Yin could finally take a breath. She looked around and noticed two large stones to her left, about the height of a person, with a narrow gap in between that she could fit through. She peeked out and signaled to her uncle. Following her gesture, her uncle saw the stone that looked like a pair of shorts and nodded at her. Suddenly, the tiger charged toward her second uncle. Her uncle shot an arrow that hit the tiger directly. Furious, the tiger turned and ran toward her uncle's direction. He dashed toward the stone, but the tiger chased him fiercely. As it saw its prey about to escape, it leaped and swiped its paw at her uncle. Her uncle crouched down and rolled to the side, barely avoiding the attack, but he scraped his arm and bled. The tiger's force was great, and it crashed into the gap of the stones, causing small rocks to scatter everywhere as its large body got stuck. It struggled violently, and though it could escape quickly, Su Yin was ready. She slid under the stone and swiftly slashed her knife across the tiger's belly. Roar! The tiger let out a painful roar. It thrashed around, and the stones cracked. Bright red blood dripped from its belly. Seizing the moment, her second uncle shot an arrow into the tiger's eye while Su Yin cut its throat. The tiger's body slowly stiffened and finally lay still. It's dead. Finally dead. Butcher Young looked at Su Yin with admiration. You're really impressive, girl. Many men would tremble at the sight of a tiger, but you stayed calm. Of course. If it weren't for my idea to use that stone to trap the tiger, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill it, her uncle said with a smile. Just luck, just luck. Su Yin humbly replied. It was all thanks to the uncles working together. I couldn't have done it alone. Everyone happily carried the tiger back. Meanwhile, everyone was anxious, listening to the occasional roars of the tiger in the forest, each roar raising the villagers' worries. Su's mother clenched her fists, her eyes fixed on the direction of the stone forest. Su Baozhu comforted her, sister-in-law. Don't worry. Yin will be fine. Why did she, a girl, go near it? If something happened, how would I live? We must trust Yin. Just then someone shouted from behind. They're back. Everyone rushed forward and immediately noticed the group carrying the tiger. Many children excitedly shouted, "The tiger is dead." Su's mother hurried over and, seeing her daughter covered in blood, her face changed. She anxiously asked, "Where are you hurt?" Su Yin smiled, "Mom, I'm fine. This blood is all from that big guy." She only had a few scrapes, nothing serious. Still worried, Su's mother checked her over and, after confirming she was okay, scolded her while slapping her arm. "You reckless girl. How could you be so brave? That was a tiger. If it bit you, you would die. You can't do this again. Do you know how worried I was? If something happened to you, how would I live?" Su Yin hugged her mother, resting her head on her shoulder, and said sweetly, "Mom, it was too urgent earlier. I didn't think much. I won't do it again. I'll be careful next time." Next time? Su's mother caught the key point. Seeing her mother about to get angry, Su Yin quickly surrendered. "No, no, no." After calming her mother down, Su Yin was called away by Yang Fu. Yang Lijiang saw Su Yin and, noticing the blood on her, finally believed she could really kill a tiger. There were 9 people involved in the tiger hunt, 8 of whom were strong men, with only Su Yin being a girl. Not only did she participate, but she also played a major role, which raised some doubts, but those who hunted the tiger all agreed, making it hard for others to dispute. Yin, since the tiger was killed, you should take the lead in the credit. How should we divide the tiger? Su Yin thought for a moment. We all worked together to kill the tiger, so everyone should get a share. How to divide it? I'll leave it to you. Third uncle, I have no objections. Yang Lijiang smiled and nodded, turning to the others. Since Su Girl trusts me to decide, does anyone have any thoughts? We all trust you. Since everyone trusts me, I'll help you divide it. Thanks to Su Girl spotting the tiger's tracks early, everyone was able to prepare and avoid casualties. That's one credit. During the hunt, Su Girl contributed the most. If it weren't for her idea, we wouldn't have killed it so quickly and easily. That's another credit. Daha and Su Girl worked well together to subdue the tiger, allowing the others to strike. So, Daha and Su Yin should also get credit. Based on everyone's contributions, Su Yin should get the largest share, Daha next, and the rest equally. Do you have any objections? Yang Lijiang looked at the others involved in the hunt. Butcher Yang was the first to respond. I have no issues. This distribution is very fair. I have no objections either, Yang Dashu added. The other 5 nodded in agreement. The tiger skin goes to Su Girl. The tiger teeth will be sold in town, and the money will be divided into 10 parts. Daha gets 2, and the other 7 each get 1. As for the tiger meat, it will also be divided into 10 parts, with Daha getting 2, and the rest split equally. Su Girl and Daha can choose first, and the others can decide among themselves. Different parts of the tiger meat have different values, so those who choose first have a significant advantage. Su Yin took the most valuable tiger skin and got to choose the tiger meat first, securing a large share. Is everyone okay with this distribution? If you have any objections, speak up. If not, we'll proceed as planned. No objections. I have no objections either. Everyone expressed their agreement. In this tiger hunt, Su Yin contributed the most, followed by Yang Daha, while the others mostly assisted and didn't inflict much damage on the tiger. They all knew this, and without Su Yin, they might have faced serious danger. They had no objections to Yang Lijiang's distribution. Uncle Air had great skill in skinning, and he carefully removed a complete tiger skin, though he regretted the few knife marks on the neck area. If it weren't for these cuts, this tiger skin would be worth even more. Su Yin didn't mind. No matter how much money it could fetch, it was still an unexpected gain. Butcher Zhang divided the tiger meat into 9 portions. 1 portion included the tiger whip, and many villagers were eyeing that piece of meat. The tiger whip is a valuable item. It can sell for a good price in the county. Many wealthy families would want it. Butcher Yang and the others stared eagerly, but Su Yin didn't choose that piece. One person can't take all the benefits. It's important to leave some for others. Seeing she didn't choose, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yang De also didn't take it, letting the tiger whip go to someone else. Butcher Yang grinned at everyone. I still have some wine. It will be perfect for this. I'll treat you all later. Saying this, he happily gathered the meat with the tiger whip into his arms. We'll remember that. I want this piece. It has more meat, so my kids and parents can have a bit more. Yang Dashu cheerfully pulled one portion closer to himself. After the meat was divided, Su's mother and Su Baozhu happily took their share home. Many families were envious. Even though tiger meat is tough and not very tasty, it's still meat. Su's mother divided the meat into two parts, keeping one for themselves and giving one to Yang Dashan. As for Yang Dachuan and Yang Dae, she didn't take any to them since they had enough. When Su Yin brought the meat back, her cousin Yang Hua from Uncle Air's side also brought a portion, and her cousin Zaidawawa from her little uncle's side brought another piece of tiger meat. They had saved over 20 pounds of meat, which they couldn't finish all at once. With the hot weather, Su's mother took some salt from the jar, preparing to marinate the tiger meat so it could last a few days. Mom, let's cook the tiger meat tonight. Okay. Dazhuang stared at the meat and shouted to his mother, Mom, I want to eat the big bug. The big bug meat isn't tasty. Let's eat something else, okay? No. Why do they all get to eat meat and we don't? Mom, do you not like me anymore? Dazhuang sat down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Dazhuang's grandmother came over to comfort him, but no matter what they said, the child wouldn't relent. Dazhuang's mother looked at Su Yin and the others. Among the 9 families that hunted the tiger, only Su Yin's family had the fewest members, and they were all women. She thought for a moment. I'll help you ask. Just stop crying. Seeing her mother agree, Dazhuang stopped fussing. Mom, hurry up. Dazhuang's mother approached Su Yin and her daughter, and as she got closer, Su Yin looked at her. Dazhuang's mother smiled sweetly. Sister Su, I'm Yang Laoxi's wife. What do you need? Su's mother asked. Well, my child wants to eat some tiger meat. I was wondering if you could spare a little. Just 3 to 5 pounds would be fine. Su's mother frowned. She could tell what she meant. She wanted to take the meat for free. She had heard that Yang Laoxi's wife was thick-skinned and always wanted more. If she let her take advantage once, she would stick around like a stubborn dog. Without hesitation, Su's mother refused. This meat isn't enough for us to eat, so we can't share. Dazhuang's mother's smile faded a bit. Come on, you only have 3 women. The meat you got must be at least dozens of pounds. Tiger meat isn't tasty, and in this hot summer it spoils easily. Letting Dazhuang have some is better than it going to waste. Even though Su's mother was prepared for this, hearing Dazhuang's mother speak so shamelessly made her feel frustrated. How could this woman be so thick-skinned, expecting to take meat for free and still feel entitled to gratitude? Su Yin stepped forward to stand in front of her mother. After their back and forth, she knew her mother wasn't a match for Dazhuang's mother. Dazhuang's mother, how could the meat spoil? We can eat it freely. This amount isn't enough for us. Dazhuang's mother scoffed. There are only 3 of you. How can you finish it all? Girl, if you don't want to share, just say so instead of making excuses. Su Yin remained calm, still smiling. Look at what you're saying. Besides the 3 of us, we have uncle and my older and younger cousins. Even if we divide it, it won't be enough for each family. This was a subtle reminder that they weren't just 3 people. There was a whole family behind them, and they wouldn't let anyone bully them. Su Yin continued, Dazhuang's mother, if you want tiger meat, next time have Dazhuang's father come along, and then you'll have some. You can't just sit back and expect to eat meat without doing anything. That's not how it works. Dazhuang wants to eat? It's simple. Tiger meat sells for 100 won per pound in town. 2 pounds would only cost 2 silver coins. Su Yin's words left Dazhuang's mother speechless and furious. Fine, if you won't give it, then don't. Dazhuang's mother was very angry. Auntie walked over, hands on her hips. Dazhuang's mother, how can you shamelessly come here? If it weren't for my niece saving you from the tiger, you would have been in its jaws. You don't want to give thanks, yet you dare to come here asking for meat? Auntie Air and little aunt also approached, glaring at Dazhuang's mother, ready to defend Su Yin. It felt like a fight could break out at any moment. Dazhuang's mother looked at them and immediately backed down. I just came to ask. I didn't really want to take any. With that, she hurriedly left. Bah! Auntie spat in the direction she left. What a piece of work. Many people around watched this unfold and quickly lost any thoughts of taking advantage. Su Yin looked at her three aunts. "Aunties, you are amazing." Auntie smiled. "Next time you encounter someone like that, don't be polite. They are the type to take advantage of kindness, right? If she dares to come again, just call us, and we'll make sure she leaves empty-handed." Auntie Air added. "I'll remember, and next time I'll call you right away." After Dazhuang's mother left empty-handed, she returned home to face her son's tantrums, feeling very frustrated and angry. Spotting her daughter squatting nearby, she saw a target for her anger. She stepped forward and kicked her down, cursing, "You useless thing. Don't you know your brother is hot? Go fan him." The little girl got up, her hands and arms scraped and bleeding, but she ignored the pain and hurried to fan her brother. Dazhuang, still throwing a fit, pushed her down again. "Get away. You bring bad luck." Mother Su looked at the girl and sighed. Poor child, born into such a family. Su Yin also felt sympathy for the girl. Although she wasn't favored by her grandparents in the Su family, she had her mother to protect her and her father cared for her, so she wouldn't be beaten for no reason. Compared to that girl, she was lucky. With the mountain tiger dealt with, the group continued on their journey. Su Yin was sure that the dream she had last night was indeed a prophetic dream. She wondered if these sudden prophetic dreams were random or triggered by certain external conditions. For now, she didn't know the pattern and would have to explore it later. All she could do now was wait for it to appear again. Because of the mountain tiger's appearance, they had delayed their journey by half a day. They were supposed to reach Fushin County before evening, but now they wouldn't make it. Before sunset, they descended the mountain and had to walk another 55 miles to reach Fushin County. After discussing, they decided to rest at the foot of the mountain for the night and set off early the next morning. There was a puddle at the foot of the mountain, with water flowing out from the cracks in the rock, forming a small basin. The water source would dry up soon. Since there was water here, Su Yin didn't use the water from her bucket, as it would be better to save it for later. Everyone lined up to take turns scooping water. After the first 10 people finished, the water in the puddle had already dropped several centimeters, and by the time it was Su Yin's turn, it was almost empty. Su Yin wasn't in a hurry. She squatted nearby, taking a little bit at a time. Many people lacked patience and scooped up muddy water directly. Carrying the water back to the campsite, Su Baozhu had already set up their sleeping area, while Mother Su was preparing food. When Su Yin saw her mother washing rice from a cloth bag, she quickly stopped her. After 2 days of porridge, Su Yin felt like she could hear water sloshing in her stomach. If they continued eating like this, combined with the intense travel, someone would eventually collapse. On the road of fleeing, many people either starved to death or died from exhaustion. "Mom, let's not have porridge today. Let's roast some meat instead," Su Yin suggested, wanting to make something delicious to nourish their bodies. No one knew when an accident might happen. It would be a shame if they didn't finish their food before something happened. As long as they had enough food to reach Linzhou, they would be fine. Everyone knew they had meat, and not just their family. Eating meat now wasn't too noticeable. It would be more obvious if they saved it for later when others had nothing to eat. "I don't know how to roast meat." "I do." Su Yin volunteered to take on the task. She chose the tenderest meat from the tiger, as the fat content in the belly was higher, making it perfect for roasting. She built a stone structure suitable for roasting meat, cutting the tiger meat into evenly sized pieces for easy cooking. She gathered some wood from the forest and skewered the meat. This process took some effort, but it was nothing for Su Yin, who was skilled with her hands. Her little uncle heard she was roasting meat and came over to take a look, finding it interesting. They usually roasted whole pieces of meat over the fire, constantly turning them and sprinkling some salt midway. Unfortunately, they didn't have honey. If they could spread some on, it would taste even better. Your way of roasting meat is complicated. Complicated is fine as long as it tastes good. Life was tough, so they had to find some sweetness for themselves. As Su Yin spoke, she kept working. The skewers sizzled over the fire, releasing a delicious aroma. She crushed star anise, cinnamon, and salt together, sprinkling her secret seasoning on the skewers just before they were done, releasing a wonderful fragrance that wafted through the air. The star anise and cinnamon were things she had bought at the pharmacy. In the Daon dynasty, they were used as medicine and spices, not for cooking. Su Yin was setting a precedent. These two ingredients were relatively expensive, so she hadn't bought much. When sprinkling the seasoning, she was careful not to waste any. She didn't dare to use too much, just a little to enhance the flavor. Wow, it smells so good. Her little cousin Yang Taohua and little Yang Gui were drawn over by the aroma, holding skewers of meat roasted by their father but staring intently at the meat in Su Yin's hands. Little Yang Gui leaned closer to Su Yin, looking up with big, watery eyes, and asked in a sweet voice, "Sister, your meat smells so good. I wonder if it tastes good. Sister, can I try it?" Little Yang Gui's intentions were clear. Su Yin was amused by his eager expression and handed him a skewer, saying, "Be careful, it's hot." Once the little guy got the skewer, he didn't listen to her warning and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth, even burning himself, but unwilling to spit it out, making slurping sounds. Su Yin gave a skewer to little Taohua. The first batch of skewers wasn't many, just 20. She gave 5 to Mother Su, 5 to Su Baozhu, kept 5 for herself, and shared the rest with the 2 eager little ones. When her little aunt came over, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed seeing the 2 kids. "You 2 little rascals, don't you have roasted meat at home? Why are you coming here to mooch off your aunt?" Little Yang Gui replied in a sweet voice, "Mom, Sister Yin's roasted meat is delicious. Daddy's roasted meat is not good." Little Taohua nodded in agreement. Her little aunt was both amused and annoyed and went back to bring a skewer of meat, which weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. "All right, let your sister Yin help you roast it." The 2 little ones clapped with joy. "If you want to eat, you have to do it yourself," Su Yin said with a smile. Su Baozhu took on the task of guiding the 2 little ones in skewering the meat, while her little aunt came to help. Meanwhile, the little uncle, feeling ignored, huffed and brought over the remaining tiger leg. The 2 families decided to roast together. Perhaps because Su Yin's meat smelled so good, many people came over to see, mostly families who had tiger meat, eager to learn. After watching, they rushed home to try roasting it themselves. The Yangdashu family had originally made meat porridge, but with the kids' insistence and the tempting aroma of roasted meat wafting in, they decided to roast instead. As for the pot of meat porridge, they planned to save it for breakfast the next day. De Zhuang's family was at the back of the group, deliberately keeping their distance from Su Yin's group to prevent their son from seeing them eat well and causing a fuss. But they never expected that even from so far away, they couldn't escape the temptation. De Zhuang was drawn in by the aroma and started to fuss again. If it weren't for what happened earlier, De Zhuang's mother might have shamelessly asked for a skewer of roasted meat, but after that incident, she decided against it. It wasn't that she was afraid of Su Yin's family, she just knew that asking wouldn't get her anything. She wouldn't engage in such a pointless endeavor. Su Yin's roasting skills were unanimously praised by everyone. Eating roasted meat and looking up at the stars, if it weren't for fleeing, and if they had a jug of wine, life would be wonderful. But alas. After a satisfying meal, they lit a fire not for warmth, but to ward off wild beasts. The night passed without incident, and the prophetic dream Su Yin had been hoping for did not appear. At the 5th watch, 4:15 a.m., while it was still dim, the campsite was filled with the sound of clattering as many women had already risen to prepare breakfast. Mother Su had also gotten up early, and by the time Su Yin woke up, breakfast was ready. She looked up at the sky. It wasn't yet dawn, meaning they had been up since around 4. Every day they woke up before dawn to prepare food, and only rested at sunset. In summer, sunset came later than in other seasons, and with such intense travel and heavy loads, their bodies could easily break down. Neither her body nor her mother's and aunt's were strong enough, so they needed to nourish themselves and eat well to build a foundation. Now that they had enough food, she needed to help her family regain their strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, later on, even if they had good food, they couldn't take it out, as it would attract too much attention, which wasn't good. Breakfast was simple, porridge with pickled vegetables. The pickled vegetables were sent by her aunt. After breakfast, the group set off at dawn, 5 a.m., towards Fushan County. As they just reached the official road, they heard the sound of hooves behind them, and a team of horse-drawn carriages rushed past them in a hurry. At first, no one paid much attention, but soon more the dust kicked up by the carriage was uncomfortable. What's wrong with these people? Driving so fast, they don't care about hitting pedestrians. Some villagers murmured in dissatisfaction. Aunt held one child in each hand, worried they might get hit by a carriage. Su Yin watched as one team of carriages after another passed by and approached her uncle. "Uncle, I feel like something is off." Young Dashan also noticed. "It does seem strange. It feels like something is chasing them." Yes, that was the feeling. The sound of hooves clattering came again from behind, and in the distance, another group was coming their way. They noticed Su Yin's group and slowed down a bit. Su Yin waved at the group. With a hopeful attitude, she was surprised when they actually stopped. The leading guard looked at Su Yin warily. "What's the matter?" From his accent, he seemed to be from Yuzhou. Su Yin spoke. "Brother, is there trouble in Yuzhou?" The man did not respond. "Don't misunderstand, I just noticed you all seem in a hurry, so I asked." The leading guard glanced at their group and then at them. Although their clothes were ragged, they were clean and tidy. Every face showed some spirit, unlike the refugees they had seen from Yuzhou. Refugees from Yunzhou and Ganzhou are causing a rebellion in Yuzhou, and the mob is heading towards Meizhou. Yang Dashan and the others widened their eyes in shock. Didn't they say the court sent an inspector? Why is there a rebellion? The leading guard shook his head. "We don't know. That mob has already slaughtered many towns and villages. You all should leave quickly." "Thank you." Su Yin cupped her hands in gratitude. The leading guard rode off with the caravan, and once they left, the nearby families who heard the news panicked. "What should we do? Shouldn't we hurry and leave?" Yang Dashan and Su Yin found Yang Lijing and explained the situation. Yang Lijing's expression grew serious. "Su girl, you're sharp. I also found it strange earlier, but I didn't expect it to be this serious. A rebellion means chaos is coming, leading to social unrest. Every dynasty that faced such a situation often faced its downfall. We can't move slowly, we must speed up." "Exactly." Yang Lijing informed every household. Once they heard about the rebellion in Yuzhou, no one could remain calm. Those who had previously complained about leaving too easily felt relieved and dared not mention it again. Everyone pick up the pace. "We must cross Fushan County today. Those with children who can't walk, adults should try to pull them along. Don't let the kids fall behind and slow us down." Commands echoed from the front of the group to the back. The tense atmosphere among the adults affected the children, who followed closely. "Inin, what do you think happened to your dad?" According to the timing, tonight would be when the mob attacked the village. Wealthy people usually have more channels for news, so they escaped early to avoid disaster. Common people often realize too late, and even if they know, some still take chances and don't take it seriously. "Mom, they'll be fine. Last life was good, so this life will be good too." They were supposed to reach Fushan County in 2 hours, but they arrived in an hour and a half. Just as they reached Fushan County, they saw a group of officials appear at the city gate, shouting, "Close the city gate! Close the city gate!" Many carriages waiting to enter the city were confused, and before the gate closed, everyone rushed inside. Su Yin and the others noticed the commotion at the city gate and saw a crowd rushing towards Fushan County. They were too far away to hear the official shouts and could only see the crowd moving forward, unsure of what was happening. "What's going on?" Su Mu asked nervously. Su Baozhu also looked worried. The Lin family's daughter-in-law, walking ahead, voiced her concerns. Could it be that Fushan County is also in rebellion? This statement caused panic in the group. "Inin." Su Mu instinctively reached for her hand. "It's not a rebellion. Don't worry," Su Yin shouted. The restless group calmed down a bit. Su Yin noticed the officials' actions and realized something. "Uncle, Fushan County is about to close the city gate." "What?" Their group needed to pass through Fushan County. If the gate closed, they would have to take a longer detour, which would add half a day to their journey. With the mob behind them, those people could catch up at any moment. Every minute wasted meant more danger. "Go, hurry up." Not only did Su Yin realize this, but Yang Lijing and the others did too. "Run!" The originally orderly group was thrown into chaos as everyone rushed forward, afraid of falling behind. Unfortunately, they were too far from the city gate. Even though everyone ran with all their might, they couldn't make it in time. A few officials remained at the gate, loudly urging the crowd to disperse. Some complied and left, but others were unwilling to go. "Officer, it's not even the hour of you yet. Why close the gate?" someone asked stubbornly. The official, irritated by their lack of understanding, replied sharply, "I don't know the orders from above. Even if he did, he wouldn't say." The person was left frustrated and, seeing the official's unfriendly expression, didn't dare to say more. Those in the back, "Disperse. Officer, please, I need to enter the city to get a doctor for my grandson," an elderly man pleaded. The official pushed him away. "Go, go. Even if you get in, you won't be able to come out." Yang Lijing stepped forward and quietly slipped a few coins into the official's hand before he could scold him. The official's expression softened a bit. "Officer, I'm the village head from Xinghua village, and those behind are from our village. We're heading to Yongqing County. Could you please let us through?" The official shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to help, but the orders from above are clear. No one can enter. Can you at least tell us why the gate is suddenly closing?" Yang Lijing slipped him a few more coins. Seeing he was cooperative, the official lowered his voice. "There's a rebellion. The county magistrate decided to close the gates to ensure the safety of the townspeople. You all should leave quickly to avoid running into those mobs." "Thank you, thank you." Yang Lijing bowed in gratitude. When Yang Lijing returned, everyone crowded around him. "How was it? Did they let you through?" Yang Lijing shook his head. "Then why did they suddenly close the gate?" someone asked. Su Yin had already guessed the reason. Yang Lijing spoke. "They are preventing the mob. It's very dangerous here. We need to leave quickly." Everyone was in an uproar. When they first heard about the rebellion, many held on to hope, thinking it was just speculation or an exaggeration. But Fushan County laid the harsh truth bare, leaving no room for those who wished to remain hopeful. Su Yin looked at the various carts in the village, all loaded with belongings. These carts were being pulled by people, which slowed them down. She sought out Yang Lijing. "Third great-grandfather. Su girl, what is it?" Su Yin nodded. "The groups we encountered on the road were moving quickly. The rebels behind us will not be slow either. We are dragging our families and many are relying solely on human strength to pull their belongings. At this pace, the rebels will catch up to us soon." Even though they had left early, if they continued to dawdle, it was only a matter of time before they were overtaken. Once caught, how many of them would survive? How many of their possessions would they be able to keep? Yang Lijing observed the carts filled with belongings and the weary young men. "Su girl, you are right. It's time to make some choices." With a decision made, Yang Lijing quickly gathered everyone together. "Lijing, we need to hurry." "Yes, we must move quickly." "What will we do if the rebels catch up?" Yang Lijing raised his hand, and the chatter quieted down. "You all see that the situation is urgent. The wealthy have fled, but we common folks must rely on our own legs to escape. We cannot move as fast as the wealthy with their carts, especially since we are all pulling heavy loads. The past 2 days have been exhausting. I don't need to say more. The rebels could catch up at any moment. If we move slowly, it's only a matter of time before they overtake us. At that point, it's uncertain whether we can keep our belongings or even our lives. Am I wrong?" Someone murmured. "We wake up before dawn and only sleep after dark, hardly resting during the day. Now we have to speed up? Even the adults are struggling. What about the elderly and children? Do you want to keep your life or just suffer a bit?" Yang Lijing glared at the person. That person fell silent. Yang Lijing understood, but to survive, they had to endure. For the past 2 days, they had rested after the hour of the rooster. Now he planned to extend their walking time and rest after the hour of the dog. "Lijing, are you asking us to abandon our belongings?" Another voice spoke up. Yang Lijing shook his head. "I'm not asking you to throw everything away, just the unnecessary items. We need to keep only what's important," De Zhuang's mother interjected. "All these things are important. We can't throw any of them away." Many felt the same way. Before fleeing, they had already discarded many items, and it was hard to let go of what they had managed to keep. The things they could load onto the cart were already minimal. Asking them to discard more felt like cutting off a part of themselves. Having De Zhuang's mother speak up, others chimed in. Yes, we need all these things. There's nothing to throw away. At worst, we can push faster. It won't delay our journey. The women chattered, unsure if they were trying to convince Yang Lijing or themselves. Be quiet. Suddenly, a loud shout silenced everyone. Butcher Yang addressed the loudest women. If someone at home doesn't understand, you need to be clear-headed. Carrying so much, how fast can you really go? And you have the elderly and children to look after. To put it bluntly, if we are caught, will you even have your belongings left, let alone your lives? Things are dead, people are alive. If we lose our belongings but keep our lives, we can start over. But if we lose our lives, we lose everything. You need to weigh what is more important. They understood this, but making a firm decision was not easy. De Zhuang's mother scoffed. It's easy for you to say. Replacing things costs money. Why don't you give me money to replace them, and I'll throw them away immediately, you. Butcher Yang was furious. Yang Lijing, maintaining his composure, turned to De Zhuang's grandfather. Yang Lu, is your family really letting a woman make the decisions? His words were heavy. De Zhuang's grandfather quickly stepped forward, scolding his daughter-in-law. Be quiet. Then he smiled at Yang Lijing. Old brother, don't take offense. De Zhuang's mother is just a woman with little experience. We understand your reasoning. You are doing this for our sake. We will follow your advice and discard the unimportant items. Though others were reluctant, they had to make a decision. Since they had been traveling since morning without rest, now was the perfect time to reorganize their belongings and allow the children and elderly a moment to rest. To prevent anyone from dragging their feet, Yang Lijing set a time limit. Once that time passed, the group would leave, and they wouldn't wait for anyone. If they didn't want to be left behind, they had to make choices quickly. Su's mother also began to sort things out. Yin, what can we throw away? Su Yin thought everything on their mule cart was essential, and there was still some space left. They could take turns resting on it. No need. We won't fall behind. The families with animals were not the ones needing to lighten their loads. It was those relying solely on human strength. De Zhuang's mother looked at the items her husband was discarding, feeling heartbroken. This can't be thrown away. De Zhuang's father set down an item and tossed aside De Zhuang's tiger stool. De Zhuang wants this. It can't be thrown away. Dad, that's mine. You can't throw it away. De Zhuang pushed him aside, protecting his toy. De Zhuang's father affectionately patted his son's head. All right, I won't throw it away. He pulled out a rolling pin. De Zhuang's mother rushed forward to protect it. This won't do. De Zhuang loves the noodles I make. I need this rolling pin. This was her dowry from her parents, and with them gone, her dowry was nearly gone. Keeping this rolling pin was a way to hold onto a memory. What she thought and what she said were different. Fine, I'll get another one. Seeing what he pulled out, De Zhuang's mother rushed forward again. This won't do. De Zhuang's father was getting frustrated. This won't do. That won't do. What can we throw away? De Zhuang's mother felt wronged by his shouting, but didn't dare argue. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted something cheap and brightened. Throw away that girl's things. De Zhuang's father glanced at the frail girl, his eyes lighting up as he rummaged through her belongings. Dad, De Zhuang searched for a long time, but couldn't find the girl's things. He turned to the child's mother and asked, Where did you put the worthless stuff? Mom, De Zhuang replied calmly, It's right on the table. Come over and look for yourself. Dad, De Zhuang shouted impatiently. Mom, De Zhuang didn't dare to argue at that moment and obediently searched through the luggage, but after a long time, she still couldn't find it. How strange. Where could it be? She muttered, then turned to see the worthless girl being ridden like a horse by her son. Get over here and find your stuff, you silly girl. Okay. She quickly coaxed her brother on her back. De Zhuang, let me help Mom and Dad first, and then I'll play horsey with you later, okay? No. De Zhuang, be good. Once I find the things, I'll take you wherever you want to ride, all right? Suddenly, De Zhuang grabbed her hair and yanked it hard, causing her scalp to hurt and making her gasp for breath. I'll go wherever I want. If you don't carry me, I'll tell Mom and Dad to beat you. Yes, it was my mistake, she said softly. Even though the pain was intense, she didn't dare to complain and continued to soothe him gently.
Humph.
Once Dad and Mom find your stuff, they'll throw everything away, and then they'll throw you away too. Dazhuang climbed off her back, looking pleased with himself. She lowered her head, feeling wronged and sad, but no one noticed. She hurried to her parents, and Mom Dazhuang grabbed her ear. I've been calling you for ages, and you didn't come. Are you deaf? As usual, they pretended not to see her being ridden by her brother and ignored his bullying. Her little ear turned red in her hand, and blood trickled from her nails. The little girl didn't dare to speak up or cry out in pain. The more she cried, the harder her mother pulled. Enough. Hurry up and make that worthless girl find her things. As soon as the man spoke, Mom Dazhuang let go and kicked her. Hurry up, stop dawdling. If you waste time, I'll beat you. The little girl walked to the cart and pulled out a small bundle from the very bottom corner. It was the stuff she had secretly packed herself. Mom Dazhuang knew the things inside were worthless, but she opened it anyway. Inside was a torn set of clothes that she had outgrown and given to the girl. She never expected the girl would bring this ragged stuff along. What a pile of junk! Mom Dazhuang threw it on the ground, then asked, Is there anything else? No, no more. The little girl shook her head repeatedly. What belongings did she have? The only thing she owned was that set of clothes that even her mother looked down on. It seemed her mother had forgotten about that. You foolish girl. Dad Dazhuang looked at the messy luggage. Throw all of this away. As soon as Mom Dazhuang opened her mouth, Dad Dazhuang spoke first. If you keep complaining, we'll all be dead. Just wait and see. At a time like this, acting alone was like waiting for death. Mom Dazhuang felt heartbroken but could only watch as their belongings were thrown away piece by piece. Curse it! The heavens are blind. One woman couldn't help but shout. We're all suffering people. Why did they rebel? If they did, why not turn their knives on those greedy officials? They just bully the weak. Old woman, stop thinking so much. Get the luggage ready. We need to leave soon. I can't bear to part with those things. They've been with us for years. Sigh. Our lives are more important. We can get more things later when things settle down. In this world, no one can live well anymore, so don't be sad about those items. Mom Dazhuang joined in the cursing, and while doing so, she caught sight of Su Yin and her companions sitting nearby, resting and eating pancakes. Her gaze shifted to their mule cart. She tugged at her husband's sleeve and gave him a look. Dad Dazhuang followed her gaze and felt tempted by the mule cart, but thinking of Yang Dashan's large family made him hesitate. You go talk to them. Dad Dazhuang nudged his wife with his elbow. Mom Dazhuang rolled her eyes at her weak husband and walked over to Su Yin. As she got closer, a flattering smile spread across her face. As soon as Su Yin saw her smile, she knew something bad was coming. Su girl, after this journey, I've realized you're the most capable one. My husband can't compare to you. If he had your skills, I'd be laughing in my dreams at night. Su Yin remained silent, treating her words as if they were the wind. Mom Dazhuang had to keep pushing. Hey, these days are tough. The little bit of belongings we brought from home was squeezed out, so isn't it a pity to throw it all away? Su Yin still said nothing. Su's mother and younger sister Su Baozhu also ignored her. Seeing that the three of them wouldn't even acknowledge her, Mom Dazhuang felt angry but couldn't lose her temper. She kept smiling. Su girl, can I make a deal with you? We have extra luggage. Can we put it on your mule cart? I see there's still room for more things. Neighbors should help each other, right? You're kind-hearted, so you wouldn't refuse, would you? Mom Dazhuang put Su Yin on a moral pedestal. What is morality?
Can it be eaten?
When dealing with a petty person, talking about morality is definitely foolish. Su Yin wasn't buying it at all. I refuse. You. Mom Dazhuang widened her eyes, never expecting the girl to reject her so bluntly without any politeness. After she had said all that, the girl still wouldn't budge. It was clear that worthless people were no good. How can you be so ungrateful? Mom Dazhuang's smile faded, and she put her hands on her hips, glaring. Are you talking about yourself? Su Yin chuckled lightly, her relaxed demeanor more infuriating than insults. Mom Dazhuang, you're bullying my niece again. Auntie heard the commotion and rushed over, her expression unfriendly. Auntie Air and Annie Xiao followed closely behind. In situations like this, men shouldn't appear. Women handle women's issues. You haven't taken my words to heart at all. As long as we're here, you won't bully my Yin. Seeing 3 fierce women coming to confront her, Mom Dazhuang didn't dare to stand her ground and stepped back in fear. If you won't let us put it on, then fine. Why are you being so fierce? Humph. You still dare to call yourselves neighbors? When trouble comes, we can't rely on you. Mom Dazhuang huffed and left. Dad Dazhuang watched her leave in embarrassment and didn't comfort her. Instead, he complained, I told you it wouldn't work, but you insisted on going and getting humiliated. Dazhuang's wife was not one to just accept things. If you were capable, you wouldn't let your wife suffer. How can you blame me? As the couple seemed ready to argue, Dazhuang's grandparents, who had been silent, finally spoke up to stop them. Enough arguing. Do you know what time it is? We are running for our lives. Dazhuang's grandmother looked at her daughter-in-law with dissatisfaction. If you were capable, you would go to your family, likely heir's wife from Hohot village, and bring back money to buy mules or cattle for your husband. Dazhuang's wife turned her head and said nothing. Their commotion did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone was busy with their own tasks and had no time for their family squabbles. People placed unwanted items along the sides of the road for others to take if needed. Let's go, someone called, and the group began to move. With their load lightened, the group walked much faster than before. They walked for 2 hours after leaving Fushan County, without stopping. Many wanted to rest, but Yang Lijing disagreed. Along the way, Su Yin felt blisters forming on her feet, making it painful to walk. When she could no longer bear it, she climbed onto the mule cart to rest for a bit. The 3 of them took turns resting to endure the journey. Those without carts had to carry their children or place them on a handcart. They walked from sunrise to sunset, without stopping. I'm so tired. When can we rest? Su Baozhu wiped the sweat from her forehead, took a sip from her water pouch to moisten her throat, but didn't dare drink much. Su Yin glanced at the sky. Usually by this time, Yang Lijing would find a place to rest, but today it seemed they would keep going. Just hold on a little longer. We will rest soon. After about another hour, Yang Lijing would surely let them take a break. The sun would be completely down, making it unsafe to travel, and everyone was exhausted. Not just the people, even the mules and cattle were struggling. At around 9:15 p.m., the group still hadn't stopped, and Su Baozhu was tired and rubbing her legs. Su's mother occasionally rubbed her legs too. Yin, how much longer do we have to walk? It should be soon. Sure enough, not long after she spoke, the front of the line stopped. Everyone quickly looked for a place to set up camp. Every family member who could still move began to get busy, eager to finish setting up and rest. Su Yin quickly organized a sleeping area, while her mother set up a fire to cook. Su Baozhu and others went to gather firewood in the nearby woods. The 3 of them had clear roles. Mom, let's eat something dry tonight. If they wanted to save time, cooking porridge would be the easiest, but today they had used too much energy and needed something more filling. Porridge is easy to digest, but doesn't satisfy hunger. Okay, Mom, add some pieces of tiger meat while cooking the rice, Su Yin reminded her. For modern people, eating plain rice is hard to swallow, but for the common people in ancient times, having plain rice meant they didn't need side dishes. Su Yin wasn't unable to eat plain rice. She just wanted to finish the meat before it spoiled, and it would be too noticeable to save it for later. Putting the meat directly on the rice would give it a strong smell, so Su Yin tried rubbing salt and a little spice on the tiger meat to marinate it briefly before steaming it with the rice. It was somewhat similar to the modern method of making steamed sticky rice with ribs, but much simpler. Watching her, Su Baozhu couldn't help but ask, will it taste good? I don't know. Let's find out, Su Yin replied, having never tried it before. As time passed, the rice and meat began to cook, and the mixed aromas of rice and meat with a hint of spices wafted through the air. It smells pretty good, Su Baozhu said, curious about the taste, wondering if it would be better than roasted meat. The 3 of them were already very hungry, and as soon as the food was ready, they eagerly dug in. Surprisingly, despite looking like a strange dish, it tasted great, with the rice infused with the spice aroma. It's delicious, Su Baozhu exclaimed while eating, unable to stop praising. "Inin, you really know how to cook." Su Yin also thought it tasted good, unsure if it was because she was extremely hungry or if it was genuinely delicious. Either way, all three enjoyed it, finishing every grain of rice and licking the pot clean. Dazhuang noticed that Su Yin's family had meat to eat and started causing a scene. When he made a fuss, his whole family became restless. Dazhuang's wife began to scold him quietly, afraid to raise her voice. "Eating meat every day won't kill you. None of the Sus are any good. Dazhuang, behave. When we get to the next town, I'll buy you meat buns that are definitely better than what they are eating now."
Su Bao's hurubet her satisfeedbeli.
Suddenly, a small figure approached them. "Aunt Baozhu, is it really that delicious?" Seeing it was little Yang Gui, Su Baozhu remembered he hadn't come over to eat today. "Yes, it is. Why didn't you come today?" As soon as this was mentioned, little Yang Gui looked like he might cry. "My mom won't let me." His mother threatened him that if he went over to his aunt's for food again, she wouldn't recognize him as her son and wouldn't give him any treats in the future. Seeing little Yang Gui's pitiful expression, Su Yin smiled and said, "Next time, I'll save some for you. Your mom won't mind." Really? The little guy's eyes widened like saucers. Of course, little Yang Gui was thrilled and eagerly helped them clean up. By the fire, Su's mother used a needle and thread to pop the blisters on Su Yin's toes. "Just squeeze out the fluid, and it will heal." Not only did Su Yin have blisters, but Su's mother and Su Baozhu also had them. They had been on the road before dawn and only rested after dark, carrying heavy loads, so it was no surprise they got blisters. Getting blisters was normal. The three of them helped each other with their blisters. After finishing, they were all exhausted and lay down on the grass mats, fully clothed, and fell asleep. After a long day of travel, everyone was tired, and the camp was filled with loud snores. Some slept soundly, while others struggled to fall asleep, worried about their families. Not everyone could make the decision to leave. Many of their relatives, even if they heard the news, were still holding on to hope and unwilling to believe. Those who couldn't sleep, like Su Yin, Su Baozhu, and their mother, also found it hard to rest. Because tonight was the night they had tragically died in their past lives. "Inin, do you think your father and the others will escape in time like last time?" Mother Su couldn't stop worrying about Father Su and the two children. Even though the two children chose that path themselves, and even though they were raised by Grandma Su without her influence, they were still a part of her, and she couldn't just let them go. "They will. Mom, don't think too much. We need to travel tomorrow, so let's sleep early." The three of them had already changed their fate, and in doing so, they had also altered the fates of many others who were supposed to die. As for whether the Su family would change their fate, Su Yin was not a deity and could not see that. After Mother Su fell asleep, Su Baozhu, who had her eyes closed but was not asleep, softly asked, "Inin, will he die?" The he she referred to was clear without needing to be named. Death might be the easiest way for him. Living in misery is the best punishment. "Why do you say that?" Su Yin quietly explained her reasoning, and after listening, Su Baozhu's eyes brightened. "Then I hope he doesn't die so easily." Li family village at 1/4 past the hour of the rooster, Uncle Su Xiaoyong received an invitation and was overjoyed. Although he complained about the messenger taking too long, he still rewarded him with a few coins. The family had been worried due to many villagers leaving, but upon seeing the invitation, their hearts were finally at ease, no longer doubting what Su Xiaoyong had said. In recent days, several families that were supposed to leave changed their minds after seeing the Su family taking advantage of the situation to buy land at a low price. They thought those people were just following rumors, buying up the land of those leaving at the lowest prices. The once lively village felt empty and quiet with half the people gone, which naturally made everyone uneasy. Feeling anxious, they came to the Su family to ask questions, and only after hearing Su Xiaoyong's confident reassurances could they leave feeling reassured. After receiving the invitation, the wives of the first and second houses, Lu and Li, happily ran to the village to share the good news. If something really happened, the officials in the county wouldn't have the leisure to hold a poetry meeting. When the villagers heard this news, smiles appeared on their faces, especially those who had bought land from the Su family at low prices, who were grinning from ear to ear. When they hear back, they'll surely regret it, one woman said gleefully. Exactly. The Li family and the Su family's relatives will probably be scolded for their foolishness, and their lives won't be easy afterward. That's what they deserve for believing in rumors and harming themselves. Those who followed along are foolish too. Ignoring Su Tongxing's advice and listening to a girl and those uncultured young family men, they brought this on themselves. I was worried when I heard that the Su family's third daughter-in-law, and Su Baozhu had left. I almost followed them. Luckily, my husband decided to stay. We are smart, knowing who to listen to. Of course. Su Tongxing is a scholar, and what he says is always right. In the village head's house, Li Lijian had not left. He couldn't bear to leave his home, but seeing the desolate Li family village made him feel bad. Dad, we just heard from the Su family that the eldest son went to the poetry meeting. If those rich young men in town still have time to hold a poetry meeting, then everything must be fine. Li Lijian, who had been reclining in a rocking chair, sat up straight. When did this happen? A little while ago, someone delivered the invitation. The eldest son of the Su family has already gone to the meeting, his eldest son said excitedly. In recent days, the family had been arguing about whether to leave or stay. The third and fifth sons insisted on leaving, while he and the fourth son wanted to stay, and their father had been delaying, with no clear answer. Dad, now you can relax. Saying this, he looked at the third and fifth sons and complained, I told you we shouldn't have listened to you and stored so much grain in the mountains. Now that everything is fine, we have to work hard to bring it all back. Brother, haven't you heard the saying, prepare for the worst? The third son retorted. You two are just worrying for no reason, the eldest son said dismissively. Li family 5 frowned. But I feel uneasy, like something is about to happen. I really don't know what to say about you two. You're as timid as mice, the eldest son said, looking at his younger brothers with dissatisfaction. Third brother, fifth brother, the eldest son of the Su family has gone to the poetry meeting. He must be right. Just relax. The third and fifth sons looked at their father, who said, You two take your wives and children to the mountains for a few days. Come back when you feel it's safe down here. Dad, the third and fifth sons looked at their father in shock. That's the plan, Li Lijian said, looking at his other sons. If your children want to, let them go to the mountains with you for a few days. As they left the main room, the third and fifth sons exchanged glances. The closer it got to night, the more uneasy they felt. Their wives had already packed their bags, ready to head up the mountain early the next morning while the villagers were distracted. I want to go up the mountain tonight, they both said in unison. Their eyes widened in surprise, then they smiled at each other. Once they made their decision, they told their father and, taking their wives and children, headed up the mountain with torches. The village was very quiet at night, with only the occasional sound of barking dogs. The third son led his wife and 3 children, while the fifth son carried his wife and 1 child, both groups walking up the mountain with their burdens. Isn't it better to leave in the morning? The third son's wife complained. It doesn't matter if we wait one more night. You don't understand. The third son comforted her. Getting to the mountain early makes me feel at ease. I really don't know what to say. If nothing happens, the villagers will surely laugh at us later, his wife worried. Though she mentioned the villagers laughing, she really meant the other families, who would surely tease them later. Let them laugh. Just don't take it to heart, the third son reassured his wife. The fifth son, carrying his 3-year-old child, said in a baby voice, Daddy, there's a dragon down the mountain. Hearing this, Li family 5 turned around and upon seeing it, his eyes widened. With a trembling voice, he shouted to the third brother and his wife, who were still arguing. Third brother, look down the mountain. His shout successfully silenced the couple, and they both looked toward the foot of the mountain. What they saw was not a fire dragon, but a long line of people holding torches moving along the narrow village path. The large number of torches indicated that there were many people, and they were quickly heading toward Li family village. The voice of the fifth brother's wife trembled. Is this the refugee that the Yang family mentioned? The refugees that attacked in the middle of the night could not be real refugees. The answer was definitely no. The four of them looked serious. I'll go down and inform the others in the village. The third brother turned to head down the mountain, but as he took a step, someone grabbed his arm tightly. His wife, with tears in her eyes, said, "Don't go. If you go now, you'll be walking to your death." They had already climbed halfway up the mountain. If they went down now, they wouldn't be able to warn the villagers in time. Those people were on flat ground, closer than they were. Going down would mean certain death. But we can't just watch them. He couldn't finish his sentence. At the foot of the mountain, in the Su family's yard at the edge of the village, Su's father was still thinking about what his daughter had told him before she left. Today was the third day, and everything was calm. There were no disturbances, and even a happy event occurred. His eldest son was invited to a poetry gathering by his classmates. Everything seemed to be going well, but he couldn't shake off the words his daughter had said that day. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw flames approaching from a distance, like fire dragons coming toward them. Su's father remembered what his brother-in-law had mentioned about the village massacre and felt a chill. He hurriedly knocked on his parents' door. "Dad, Mom, something's wrong." There was movement inside, and the candlelight flickered on as Su's old man came out in his clothes. "What happened?" "A large group is coming toward our village." Su's old man was startled and quickly looked toward the village entrance, where indeed, flames were approaching. Not good. Feeling alarmed, Su's old man shouted at his son, who was still stunned, "Quick, wake everyone up and pack up to run up the mountain." Su's father hurriedly knocked on the doors of his second brother and sister-in-law. Before they could speak, Su's father explained the situation. The faces of the previously angry group changed, especially Lu's. "Quick, pack your things and run." Everyone rushed to gather their belongings. Seeing them move slowly, Su's old man yelled, "Just take the valuables and food. Leave everything else behind and hurry." With Su's old man's orders, the third family's members quickly packed their things and loaded them onto the ox cart, preparing to leave. Su Yao grabbed Lu's hand. "Mom, Dad isn't back yet. What do we do if we leave?" After Su Yao's reminder, everyone realized someone was still missing. Lu grabbed her mother-in-law's hand. "No, we can't leave. Xiaoyong isn't back yet. What will happen to him if we go?" Li was furious. "Sister-in-law, you can't be so selfish. Do you want us to stay here and wait for death?" "If you want to wait for death, fine, but don't drag us down with you." Lu didn't argue back, tears in her eyes as she looked at her in-laws. "Mom, Dad, that's Xiaoyong. He is the hope of our Su family. If he comes back and can't find us, what will we do?" Su old man and Su old lady felt pained for their precious son. Just then they noticed the third brother leading the ox. "Third brother, you stay here and wait for your elder brother. If you see him, bring him to us." Just as Su's father was about to nod, his daughter's words echoed in his mind, and he looked at his young son. "Only if you are safe do the younger brothers have a chance to survive." This sentence kept ringing in his head. "Dad, Mom, let's leave first. If we keep hesitating, when those people arrive, no one will be able to escape." For the first time, Su's father did not follow his parents' wishes and directly refused. Li quickly agreed. "Yes, let's leave first." Li nudged her husband and the second brother spoke up. "If the third brother stays here and gets discovered by those people, his life will be in danger. We can't wait for the elder brother. Mom and Dad, let's make a mark on the way. With the elder brother's intelligence, he will surely follow us when he sees it." Lu wanted to say something, but Li wouldn't give her the chance. "Sister-in-law, if you're worried, you can stay and wait for the elder brother." Lu immediately fell silent. The two elders hesitated for a moment, then decided, "Let's go." The Su family led the ox cart up the mountain under the moonlight. Light sleepers heard the barking of dogs at the village entrance and woke up. Some people came out with lamps, and when they saw the flames at the village entrance, they were terrified. "Not good. The refugees are here." A man rushed into the house, waking those who were asleep. The commotion woke up several neighboring families, and oil lamps were lit one by one. "What happened at Irma's house?" "I don't know. I'll go check." The man took his oil lamp outside, tiptoeing to peek next door, where Irma's family was packing their bags. repeatedly shouting, "Hurry, hurry." He leaned over the wall and asked, "Irma, what happened?" Irma hurriedly replied, "The refugees are here." Just those words made him snap to attention, and he turned and ran, banging on the main house's door, shouting for his family to wake up. "Hurry, pack up." A boy ran outside to check, seeing the long line of flames only a few hundred meters from the village. "Dad, Mom, they're almost here." Irma shouted to the women still packing. "Stop packing. Let's go. We need to leave now." "Forget about those things." Everyone carried their bundles and fled in panic. Seeing Irma leave, the neighboring family didn't dare to delay either. They painfully abandoned their belongings, taking only valuables, and followed. Irma noticed a man holding a torch and knocked it out of his hand, extinguishing it. Before the man could speak, Irma shouted angrily, "Do you want to be their target?" He turned to those following him and said, "If you want to survive, don't make a sound. Keep a close eye on your children. If their cries attract attention, don't blame us for leaving you behind." At that moment, no one argued. The women held their children tightly and hurriedly ran toward the mountains. In an instant, they covered the 100 meters. The first household heard the commotion and just stepped outside when a sharp knife sliced through the air in front of them. Before they could make a sound, they collapsed. Inside the house, the women and the son and daughter-in-law in the side room heard the noise and got up. Bang! The door was kicked open, and the man fell to the ground, blood pouring out as screams erupted from the house.
Ah!
Help! The slaughter began. The mob rushed into each household. Some, seeing empty homes, cursed their luck and angrily set fire to the houses, flames shooting into the sky.
Damn.
Some people have already left this village. Let's go to the next one. Don't let the benefits be snatched by others. One by one, they pounced like hungry wolves on their prey. The quiet village echoed with piercing screams and wails. Irma and his group had just climbed the mountain when the screams behind them made everyone's hearts race. "Run, hurry." They were now too close to the group of demons, making it easy for them to be caught. Everyone rushed up the mountain recklessly, thorns tearing their sleeves and piercing their skin, yet they didn't slow down. The farther they got from the village behind them, the better their chances of survival. The chilling screams from the village faded away, but the towering flames were still visible. When the Su family reached halfway up the mountain, they clearly saw the village ablaze, the flames making them acutely aware of the brutality of the people below. "Who?" A sudden voice made the Su family tense up. Li's third and fifth sons, holding torches, looked cautiously at the newcomers. They were surprised to see the Su family. "Uncle Su, why are you here?" As soon as they asked, both of them widened their eyes in realization. Su Xiaoyi spoke up. "Something happened down the mountain. That group of refugees has come." Li's third and fifth sons looked past them, gazing down the mountain to see Li family village engulfed in flames. "My father, my mother, where are they?" Li's third son grabbed Su Xiaoyi's hand, anxious. "When we escaped, we didn't see them. I'm afraid." The rest of the sentence went unspoken, but everyone understood. "Father, mother," Li's third and fifth sons cried out, while their wives stood by, wiping their tears. Su Xiaozhong said, "Brother Li, this place isn't safe. You should gather your things and escape." Yes, it's not safe here. We should leave quickly." The Su family naturally wanted their group to be larger, as that would increase their chances of survival in such chaotic times. The Li brothers wiped their tears, gathered their spirits, and turned back to the cave to pack their belongings. The Su family waited outside, also taking a moment to catch their breath. With time to spare, Lu began to sob. "Father, mother, what about Xiaoyong? What will he do if we leave like this?" Su Xiaoyi and his wife exchanged glances, and Li spoke first. "Uncle will be fine. Besides, we left him a sign. When he sees it, he will surely come after us." Su Xiaoyi added, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Our eldest brother is the smartest. If he can't handle this, relying on others would be even more useless." The couple effectively silenced Lu. They weren't doing this for the sake of the third son. They simply felt that if he stayed behind to wait for the elder brother, all the family's burdens would fall on them, and they were unwilling to bear that. With the third son around, They could lean on him and they wouldn't have to do the hard work. Therefore, they were determined not to let their parents leave the third son behind to wait for the elder brother. Seeing her brother and sister-in-law blocking her, Lu was filled with anger. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from behind, accompanied by heavy breathing. Who? The group stood up cautiously, weapons drawn, pointing downwards. The person in the bushes heard the familiar voice and quickly called out, "It's me, Irma." The Su family relaxed when they recognized the voice. They hurriedly asked, "Where are the others?" Li's third son rushed forward, looking back repeatedly, but saw no one from his family. "What about my father? Didn't they escape?" Irma spoke with pain. "When we escaped, it was just us. The others were trapped in the village." Li's third son cried out, "Father, if only you had listened to Li Rue, it would have been so much better. Why did you listen to Su Xiaoyong?" Mentioning this made the few surviving families look at the Su family with unfriendly eyes. If they hadn't trusted Su Xiaoyong, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Now it was too late for regrets. At the foot of the mountain, Li family village had become a hell. Compared to the last life, fewer people died, but the brutality was just as severe, even more so, as they found empty houses in the village and were unable to seize enough wealth. Their anger made them even more brutal towards the defenseless villagers, and their methods of torture became more frenzied. One rioter, after finishing with a bloodied woman, looked up at the mountains and noticed a red glow. His eyes narrowed. "Damn it, those fleeing rats are running up the mountain." He found the leading commander. "Sir, I saw flames in the mountains. Those people must have escaped up there. They must have money and food. Go. Catch those rats." The leader led a group into the mountains. The people on the mountain noticed the fire coming their way, and their expressions changed dramatically. Irma swatted away the Su family's torch. "Damn it, they've spotted us. Stop shouting and run." A deadly chase unfolded in the dark mountains. Outside Li family village, Su Xiaoyong crawled out of a ditch, rubbing his aching head, gasping in pain. 2 hours earlier, Su Xiaorong had arrived at the meeting place only to find the door tightly shut. After waiting for a long time with no one showing up, he realized he had been tricked and was filled with anger as he headed back. On the way back, he slipped and fell into a ditch, hitting his head and losing consciousness. When he woke up again, it was already dark. Frowning, Su Xiaoyong looked around in confusion, not understanding why he was there. Upon seeing the towering flames and the familiar village, his eyes widened in joy. I am? Who's there?" A shout rang out, followed by a rioter with a torch appearing. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyong, the rioter's eyes sparkled with bloodlust. "Here's a fish that slipped through the net." Su Xiaoyong trembled and turned to run. "Ha, you can't escape," the rioter chased after him. As he felt the pursuer closing in, Su Xiaoyong remembered something someone had once said. "In a situation where the enemy is strong and you are weak, you must use your surroundings to narrow the gap." He glanced at the mountains and made a decision, rushing into the forest, using the cover of the bushes and the night to evade his pursuer. Desperately fleeing, he could only hear his heavy breathing and the rustling of leaves around him. After running far enough that he could no longer hear the chase, he kept running without stopping. When the sun rose, the once vibrant Li family village lay in ruins, blood and slaughter having obliterated the small mountain village. On the large willow tree at the village entrance hung naked corpses, men, women, old, and young. On the official road to Yongqing County, as dawn broke, people camping along the sides began to wake up. Last night, Su Yin had no dreams. Su Baozhu noticed the red spots on her arm. "Why do you attract so many mosquitoes? Maybe my blood is sweeter," Su Yin joked. "Ha, that could be true. I slept next to you and hardly got bitten." Su Baozhu showed off her fair hands. "Go away." Su Yin laughed and pushed her aside, walking over to her mother, who was making pancakes. The pancakes Su Yin had prepared earlier were almost gone, so she was making more just in case. "Finish what we have first. There's porridge in the pot," her mother said, continuing her work. Su Baozhu stepped forward, looking at the plain pancakes without any seasoning, and couldn't help but sigh. The scallion pancakes were delicious. Now we don't have scallions. If we did, it would be easier. Su Yin also liked the scallion flavor. Seeing the two girls, Su's mother said with annoyance, "It's good to have food. Don't be so picky." Su Baozhu stuck out her tongue sheepishly. These days of fleeing had been better than her meals at home. If not for the escape, the taste would be heavenly. She felt more and more that following Su Yin was a wise decision. Su Baozhu filled a bowl with porridge and handed it to Su Yin, who didn't take it. Instead, she pointed to a small grove behind them and walked into the woods, deliberately taking a longer route to avoid everyone. As soon as she squatted down, she spotted some green scallions swaying in the gap between the rocks, with morning dew still hanging from the leaves. Su Yin quickly took care of her needs and ran to the rocks, finding only a small handful of wild scallions. If there were wild scallions here, there must be more nearby. Sure enough, she found a few more patches not far away, sparse and not growing well, likely due to the drought. Soon, they might dry up completely. Scallions. Su Baozhu immediately noticed the scallions in Su Yin's hand, filled with excitement. After washing the scallions and cutting them into small pieces, they were given to Su's mother to make scallion pancakes. As soon as the pancakes hit the pan, the aroma of scallions wafted out, making everyone's appetite soar. Little Yonggui, smelling the delicious scent, hurried over. "Auntie, what are you cooking?" the little one asked in a sweet voice. "Scallion pancakes." Su's mother handed the first pancake to the greedy Yonggui. Su Baozhu's aunt came over to pull her son away. "You little glutton." She couldn't resist taking a few deep breaths of the aroma and curiously asked, "Sister, where did you find these scallions?" "I didn't find them. You should ask Yin." Su Yin pointed to the small grove behind them. "If you walk about 300 meters ahead, you'll see a rock. I found them near there. Aunt, you can look around that area. Maybe there are more." "I only took a little, thinking it would be enough, so I didn't check thoroughly." "Got it, I'll check it out." The aroma of the scallion pancakes smelled delicious. Su Baozhu's aunt, along with her other aunts, headed into the mountains with supplies, and nearby families followed, hoping to find some scallions too. After a while, Su Baozhu's aunt returned happily with a handful of scallions, and everyone found a little. Those who came later weren't as lucky. Yang Lijing urged everyone to pack up and leave. Those who found scallions didn't have time to make pancakes and would have to wait until evening to cook. By noon, the sun was shining brightly, and everyone rested in the shade. In the distance, there was a village in a valley, and people were working in the fields. Su's uncle looked at the wheat in the fields and couldn't help but sigh. "Their wheat doesn't look good. It's all yellow and withered." Su's second uncle squatted down, grabbing a handful of soil, which was already dry and cracked, lacking moisture. "The situation here is worse than ours." The farmers working in the fields noticed them, and soon a group approached. Yang Lijing and the others quickly stood up, with the men instinctively shielding the women and children behind them. Yang Lijing stepped forward and slightly cupped his hands in greeting. "I am the village chief from Xinghua village, resting here temporarily. I won't disturb you." The elder at the front of the group returned the gesture. "Don't misunderstand. I am the village chief here, and I came not to drive you away. From your appearance, you must be from Minzhou." He suspected they were refugees from Minzhou. "We are from Dongta County," Yang Lijing replied. The villagers were surprised to hear they were from Dongta County. Although Meizhou was dry, there was still a glimmer of hope, and seeing families fleeing shocked them. The village chief quickly reacted, "Elder brother, can you tell us why you left Dongta County?" Yang Lijing looked at them in surprise. "Don't you know? The refugees from Yunzhou, Minzhou, and Ganzhou have revolted in Yuzhou and are heading this way." At this, the villagers' expressions changed. In recent days, they had seen groups of people hurriedly passing by the fields. Normally, there were many carts on the official road, but lately, there seemed to be even more, which they hadn't paid much attention to. Now, hearing Yang Lijing, they believed it somewhat, but still held on to a sliver of hope, unwilling to accept the truth. This can't be. Why haven't we heard a thing?" The village chief shot a cold glance at those who spoke, then turned to Yang Lijing with a forced smile. "Is it true? If it weren't true, why would we leave our homeland and suffer like this?" "Elder brother, let me tell you one more truth. On our way from Dongta County, we passed through Fushin County, where the gates were already closed to prevent those rioters. Every word from Yang Lijing made them tremble. Elder brother, you need to plan ahead. Yang Lijing said no more. Some things were better left unsaid. How they chose to respond was up to them. He couldn't control others. The village chief bowed to Yang Lijing in thanks. Thank you for the warning. They hurried back to discuss matters, not lingering any longer. Su Baozhu leaned closer to Su Yin. Do you think they will believe us? I don't know. Maybe they would believe, maybe they wouldn't, just like the best example of Xinghua village and Lijia village. If they believed, there was a chance for survival. If they didn't, disaster would come. After a short rest, the group set off again. By evening, they reached the border of Yongqing County. Yang Lijing looked at the boundary marker. There were many abandoned tea stalls on both sides of the road, and besides dried leaves, there was nothing inside. We'll rest here tonight, and aim to enter the city early tomorrow. As soon as they heard they could rest, everyone pushed their carts to the side of the road. Su Yin tied her mule to a tree, feeding it and giving it water. Su Baozhu went into the backwoods to gather firewood, while Su's mother busied herself with preparing the cooking fire. Yang Lijing and several key people discussed plans for the next day today. Su's mother made a pot of meat porridge and paired it with the dry pancakes she had made earlier. It was simple food, but many people wanted it and couldn't get it. While they were eating, little Yang Gui held 3 scallion pancakes. Aunt, sister, my mother asked me to bring these. They are really delicious. As he spoke, his small eyes glanced at what they were eating. Seeing the meat porridge, he wanted some but held back and didn't ask for any. Little Yang Gui thought that his sister's cooking was better than his mother's. Su's mother accepted the pancakes with a smile. Thank your mother for me. Little Yang Gui left happily. A woman carrying a child approached them, looking a bit shy. She lowered her head to look at her child and gathered the courage to ask, Chuanxiang, can I borrow a bowl of meat porridge? My child has been weak lately, and I want to nourish her. She had already asked 2 families and was turned down, so she had to muster her courage to continue asking. Su Yin and the others looked at the woman. She was young, and her child looked to be only 1 or 2 years old, with a flushed face and tightly closed eyes. During their journey, Su Yin had met everyone in Xinghua village, but they had only exchanged greetings and were not familiar with each other. This woman was Su, the wife of Yang Darren, who had an elderly mother-in-law to care for. The couple had only been married for a short time when Yang Darren was conscripted, and within 6 months, they received news of his death in battle. At that time, Su was already pregnant, and after much difficulty, she gave birth to a girl. Yang Darren's uncles took the opportunity to seize the 5 acres of good land and 3 acres of dry land left to the widow and orphan. Fortunately, Yang Lijing intervened and ensured they kept 2 acres of good land, while the other 3 acres were divided among the uncles. During this famine, they had come along, facing the toughest conditions among all the refugees. A young woman had to care for a child and an elderly mother-in-law with poor eyesight. Su Yin admired Su after hearing about her situation from her aunt. Su's mother quickly scooped a bowl of meat porridge and handed it to her. It's just a bowl of porridge. There's no need to borrow. Thank you, Su said gratefully. Su sat down beside them, gently calling her child. Nyo Nyo, wake up. There's delicious meat porridge to drink. The child did not wake up, and Su Yin noticed that the child's complexion was abnormal. Aunt Su, can I take a look at Nyo Nyo? Sure. Su Yin reached out to touch the child's forehead and cheeks. They were very hot. Nyo Nyo has a high fever. High fever? Su panicked. They had been traveling all day, and the child had been quiet lying on the cart. Because it was daytime and hot, they hadn't noticed anything wrong until now. At night, the child had no appetite and seemed lethargic, thinking it was just the heat and exhaustion, not realizing the seriousness. What should we do? First, use a wet cloth to wipe her body and cool her down. Su Yin took the child, laid her on a straw mat, and unwrapped the clothes around her. Mother, use warm water. Okay. Aunt Su, can you fan the child? Sure. Su quickly agreed. Using a cloth soaked in warm water, they wiped the child's neck, armpits, and the inside of her thighs to help cool her down. After several wipes, Nyonyo's temperature decreased slightly, but not by much. What happened? Yang Dashin looked at the baby lying on the mat and then at Su, who was wiping her tears. The child has a high fever. Uncle, can you ask around to see if anyone has a way to reduce the fever? Having been in this place for over 10 years, Su Yin had only been to the county town and knew very little about this dynasty's remedies. She wasn't sure if there were other treatments available in Daeong. After all, many remedies were kept secret as family treasures for profit. Aunt and others heard the commotion and quickly gathered around, reassuring her. Tomorrow at noon, when we reach the village, we can find a doctor to take a look and prescribe some medicine. For now, we need to cool her down with warm water. Everyone knew that the child was burning up, and if they didn't cool her down quickly, she could easily suffer serious consequences by tomorrow. In the countryside, it was common for children to be taken by high fevers. In this environment, Aunt and the others could only comfort themselves and think positively. Su Yin took out a packet of medicine from her supplies, as she had anticipated encountering such situations during their escape. In ancient times, a high fever was not a minor illness. It could be deadly. In the wilderness, with the child burning up like this, Su Yin couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She took out a fever-reducing medicine from her supplies, which she had bought in the county town to prevent such issues. I have some fever-reducing medicine here. Su knelt down, repeatedly bowing her head to Su Yin. Su Yin hurried to help her up. There wasn't much she could do, and the rest depended on Nyonyo's condition. I really don't know how to thank you. Aunt, please get up and prepare the medicine for the child. Right now, the most important thing is her health. Yes, you're right. The sleeping baby opened her eyes. Due to malnutrition, she was small and looked disproportionate, with a large head and big eyes. Her big, innocent eyes looked at Su Yin, and in a soft, childlike voice, she said, "Sister, I don't feel well." Hearing her call her sister made Su Yin's heart soften, and she gently stroked the little girl's head. "Once you take the medicine, you will feel better. When you recover, I'll make roasted meat for you." Upon hearing about the roasted meat, the little girl's eyes sparkled. Little Aunt brought a bowl of porridge. It wasn't very thick, but it was better than what Su's family usually ate. Let the child drink a little porridge first. If she eats well, she'll recover more easily. The meat porridge was too rich for the little one to eat.
Thank you, Su kept saying.
Su's mother helped prepare the medicine, boiling 3 bowls of water down to 1, cooling it a bit before giving it to the child. After the child drank and fell asleep, Su insisted on taking her back, not wanting to trouble them any further. Su's mother watched the widow and orphan leave and sighed. This is just the beginning. The child has already started with a high fever. The road ahead will only get harder, and I fear. Aunt and the others couldn't help but sigh as well. Darren is their only child. If anything happens to her, I fear Darren's mother won't be able to bear it. They are all unfortunate people. Looking at little Nyonyo, Mother Su couldn't help but think of her own children. Inin, do you think Xinyang and Xinguang will be like this too? Su Baozhu spoke up. Sister-in-law, Xinyang and Xinguang are boys. No matter how much their parents may not like them, they won't treat them like this, especially with third brother watching over them. Mother Su nodded, finding it reasonable. However, Su Yin didn't agree, but wisely kept her thoughts to herself. If their grandparents didn't care for their parents, how could they care for the children? If Xinyang and Xinguang weren't boys, they might be treated even worse than her. Not wanting to join their discussion, Su Yin went to fetch water from the nearly empty bucket on the cart, knowing they needed to find a way to refill it later. She calculated that the water she brought would last her for a while, but the animals needed more. Without the mule, they wouldn't have it so easy. Su Yin didn't dare take too much water and instead boiled some for everyone. After it cooled, she filled each person's water pouch. When she prepared the pouches, Su Yin had considered this. She didn't like sharing, so she bought 3, 1 for each person to keep it clean and hygienic. Mother Su and Su Baozhu were busy making straw sandals. Even though Su Yin had bought them new clothes and shoes, they refused to wear them. She thought they might find them too flashy, but it turned out they just didn't want to waste such nice things. Su Yin let them be and intentionally sewed some patches on her new clothes, some of which were actually pockets. Mom, Aunt, it's late. We should sleep. She looked at the hardworking duo, feeling helpless. They were so tired, yet still so diligent, making her seem lazy. Mother Su tossed some mugwort into the fire. You go to sleep first. I'll finish this and then sleep. All right. She didn't fuss and lay down to sleep. Under the blazing sun, several villagers blocked their path with shovels. Go away. We don't have enough water for ourselves. We can't give you any. Hurry up and leave. Everyone was sweating and focused on their journey. Ahead, a group of refugees appeared, and both sides passed each other peacefully. Grandpa, when will we reach Yongqing County? Soon. We'll be there by tomorrow. Clip-clop, clip-clop, the sound of hooves grew closer, kicking up dust in the wind.
Run.
The horse bandits are coming. The group scattered, everyone fleeing in panic. The horsemen arrived in an instant, brandishing sickles and swinging them at the crowd. Bright red blood sprayed as lives were lost one by one. Some rushed forward, others dashed into the woods, but the bandits chased them down, taking their lives and belongings. The air was filled with heartbreaking screams and wails. Ineen. Someone pushed her arm, and Su Yin suddenly opened her eyes, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Su Baozhu held her hand, looking concerned. Are you okay? I'm fine. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. I had a nightmare. Hearing it was just a nightmare, Su Baozhu sighed in relief. You were shaking and looked in pain, and you were sweating. You scared me. She asked again. Are you really okay? Su Yin nodded seriously. Really, I'm fine. If something's wrong, you must tell me. Okay. Su Baozhu got up. You sit and rest. We'll handle everything else. She started organizing their belongings. Su Yin didn't refuse, her mind replaying the dream from last night. Since the last tiger hunt, she hadn't dreamed at all, let alone had a prophetic dream. Whether this dream was prophetic would depend on whether the scenes appeared in real life. After all, ordinary dreams and prophetic dreams are just dreams. Prophetic dreams won't tell you they are prophetic, so you have to verify it yourself. She reviewed the scenes from her dream, replaying them in her mind to remember. Su Yin walked to the back of the group and found Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su's mother-in-law was holding little Nuno, who was still asleep, her tender face now less flushed. Aunt, has Nuno's fever gone down? It's gone down, Mrs. Su smiled, scooping a full bowl of porridge from the pot. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Su Yin glanced at the bowl of porridge, which looked very thin compared to what she had at home, with some wild vegetable leaves floating on top. It wasn't that Mrs. Su was stingy. She had already put most of the rice grains in Su Yin's bowl when she served. The pot now only had some broth and vegetables left. No, I've already eaten. This is for Nuno. She needs to eat well while she's sick. Ineen, thank you. If it weren't for you, our Nuno might. Mrs. Su couldn't help but wipe her tears. I have a bond with Nuno. As long as she's okay, I'm relieved. You all take care. After breakfast, while the sun was still mild, they needed to hurry and cover more ground. Traveling during midday and afternoon was the hardest, often requiring breaks, or both people and animals wouldn't make it. No, the voice of her aunt came from behind. Su Yin turned to see a woman looking displeased. She recognized the woman as Aunt Zhang, her cousin's mother-in-law, who had been kicked out by her in-laws and was living at her parents' home. Her cousin's father-in-law spoiled her, allowing her to act domineering at home, and as an elder, she made it hard for the younger ones to speak up. It's just a sip of water. Why be so stingy? When we reach a place with water, I'll get you a bucket. Aunt Zhang seemed offended and angrily complained. Exactly, it's just a sip of water. Can't you all just hold on? It's just a sip. Why get so upset? Aunt Zhang retorted sarcastically. Unreasonable. Aunt Zhang huffed and walked away. Su Yin approached her aunt, curious. Aunt, what happened? I ran into someone shameless. Su Yin knew her aunt wasn't a stingy person. There must be a reason for not giving water. Her aunt sighed. It's not that I'm unwilling. I just can't stand it. The Zhang family brought more water than us before, but Aunt Zhang wasted it. using clean water to wash her face and hands. Old Zhang is spineless, always indulging his sister like this. Doesn't he see what kind of times we're in? Does their family think that just because my daughter married into theirs, we'll cover for them no matter what? Someone who's been kicked out by her in-laws has no right to act high and mighty at her parents' home, throwing her weight around in front of the younger ones. There are proper mothers-in-law in the Zhang family. She has no right to act like one. If I had known they had such a troublesome person, I would never have let my cousin marry into that family. Su Yin quickly reassured her aunt. Cousin's husband treats her well, which is rare. Her aunt felt a bit better. That's the only redeeming quality of the Zhang family. Su Yin went to find Yang Lirong and learned from him that many families were running low on water. The water they brought was limited, and with no chance to refill in the past few days, the hot weather and daily travel meant they were using more water than usual. With such consumption, no amount of water would last. Great-grandpa, I remember there's a village ahead where we might be able to get some water. How do you know there's a village ahead, Su girl? Yang Dashu asked curiously. I heard it from a shopkeeper at a medicine store. He told me a lot of things, including about this place. I don't know if it's true, but if he wasn't lying, there should be a village ahead called Luo Village. After about an incense stick's time, the shadow of a village appeared ahead. Yang Dashu smiled and said, there really is a village. As they got closer, they noticed a stone tablet at the village entrance with the words, Luo Village, carved on it. Haha, it seems the shopkeeper didn't lie to you. It really is Luo Village. Yang Lijing called a few representatives to prepare to enter the village and talk, and Su Yin followed along. As they approached the village, the children inside saw them and ran away shouting, outsiders are coming! Outsiders are coming! Soon, several young men rushed out of their houses with rakes and hoes, heading towards them. Su Yin and the others immediately stopped and did not dare to move forward. The men on the opposite side stared at them fiercely, weapons pointed in their direction. They were sizing up Su Yin and her group, and Su Yin was doing the same, especially focusing on the men in front. Su Yin recognized the faces of several men at the front. She had seen them in her dreams. Yesterday's dream was a premonition. In this tense atmosphere, Yang Lijing spoke up to break the silence. Everyone, please don't be nervous. We mean no harm. I am Yang, the Lijing of Xinghua Village in Dongta County. May I ask if your village's Lijing is available? Before long, an old man with white hair, supported by someone, walked out from the crowd. The old man looked them over, his gaze stopping on Yang Lijing. I am the Lijing of Luo Village. My surname is Luo. Yang Lijing, no matter what your purpose is for coming to our village, we do not welcome you. Please leave quickly. Yang the butcher, who was the most impatient, immediately spoke up, Luo Lijing, we just want to get some water. Please be accommodating. Go away. We don't have enough water for ourselves to share with you. The man from Luo Village flatly refused. Leave quickly. Yeah, hurry up. We don't welcome you in Luo Village. Humph. How do we know you're just here for water and not to steal? Someone mocked. Luo Village's Lijing spoke again. Yang Lijing, you can see that our village does not welcome outsiders. Su Yin understood why they were so hostile towards them.
Yang Lijing lo ket troblet.
Luo Lijing, we apologize for bothering you. We have been traveling and the river is dry. We can't find a water source. Many families in our village have no water, and with this heat, we'll die of thirst if we can't find any. If your village could spare a few buckets of water, we would be very grateful. We don't need your gratitude. We are short on water ourselves and can't give you any. Yang Lijing and the others felt disappointed, realizing they would not get any help, and it was pointless to argue further. Just as they were about to leave, Su Yin spoke up. Is there anyone willing to sell me a bucket of water? I'm willing to pay 2 coins. As soon as she said this, many in the crowd were tempted, but no one dared to speak. All eyes on the Lijing. Luo Lijing sighed. All right, saving a life is better than building a pagoda. Our village doesn't have much water, but I can sell you 10 buckets, at 10 coins each. The joy on Yang Dashu and the others' faces froze when they heard the price. 10 coins for a bucket of water was too much for most to accept. Yang Lijing nodded in thanks. Thank you for your help, Luo Lijing. He turned to his eldest son, Yang Fu, and instructed, "Tell the others in the village, whoever wants to buy, come quickly." When the news got back, many people cursed. 10 coins for a bucket of water? Why not just rob us? That's way too expensive. If it were 2 coins, I might consider buying one. I was thinking of buying, but at this price, forget it. We still have a little water at home, enough to last a while. What if we find a water source tomorrow? That would waste those 5 coins. In the end, only a few families came to buy water. These families were truly desperate and had no choice but to spend money. Su Yin also bought a bucket of water. Su Mu scolded, "You silly girl, we still have some water left that can last a few days. Why spend this unnecessary money?" Aunt, second aunt, and little aunt all gathered around. "Inin, do you have no water left?" "We still have some here." "Yeah, we have some too." Little aunt even scooped over half a bucket of water. Su Yin quickly refused. "I just thought it would be good to buy a bucket, better safe than sorry." The 3 aunts initially didn't believe her, but with Su Mu's confirmation, they criticized Su Yin for spending 5 coins on water. Su Yin could only hang her head and accept the love from her 3 aunts. Since last night's dream was a premonition, she had to find a way to help them avoid the bandits. To avoid the bandits, there was only one way: to enter the mountains before they arrived. But now, walking on the official road, it would be difficult to get everyone into the mountains. Su Yin approached Yang Lijing, 3 great-uncle. "I just remembered something. The shopkeeper who told me strange stories mentioned a double-peaked mountain near Luo village, where there is spring water. The water there is sweet and perfect for making tea." Yang the butcher was delighted. "Su girl, are you serious? If he didn't lie to me, then it's true. He definitely didn't lie to you. The previous mention of Luo village is the best proof. I just wonder if that spring water has dried up?" "It shouldn't. The shopkeeper said that spring water never dries up for 100 years. Then why are the people of Luo village still short on water and unwilling to share?"
Yang Fu looket pusislet.
Before Su Yin could respond, Yang Dashi smiled and said, "It's far away. It would be troublesome to get water from there." Uncle Dashu has a point. "I heard the shopkeeper say that the spring water is hidden and few people know about it. He only learned about it from someone who collects herbs." The shopkeeper also said that after finding the spring water, there is a small path that leads to Yongqing County. While they were talking, a group of refugees appeared behind them, looking just like them. Su Yin's heart tightened upon seeing them. Their presence meant the bandits were about to arrive. However, in her dream, the bandits came at the hour of the snake. Now, there was still more than an hour until that time. If they encountered these refugees early, would they also encounter the bandits early? Thinking about the group of killers behind her, Su Yin felt anxious. 3 great-uncle, let's go into the mountains. Although the path is difficult, the trees provide shade, and we can find water. It's a twofold benefit. I think that's a good idea. Yang the butcher raised his hand in agreement. I have no objections either. Yang Lijing thought for a moment, then decided to change their route. When others learned that there was spring water in the mountains and a way to Yongqing County, they all agreed. Yang Lijing glanced back at the crowd behind them but didn't rush to leave. "Let's wait a moment until they leave, then we'll go. The world is chaotic now, and we must be cautious of others." Yang Lijing's worries are understood by everyone. The group silently slows down, allowing those behind to catch up quickly. Yang Dashin leads the way, signaling for them to go first. Neither side speaks, each watching the other warily, afraid someone might suddenly try to steal their belongings. Su Yin walks and observes the people passing by, her eyes narrowing slightly. Most of these individuals are young adults and they appear strong and healthy, with a vibrant complexion that is different from farmers. Even in their ragged clothes, their presence is striking. This group likely isn't made up of desperate refugees. They are hiding something under the guise of fleeing. Su Yin thinks about the mountain bandits that will appear soon. If they aren't bandits, they might be people chasing them. The more she thinks, the more alarmed she becomes, and she feels the need to distance herself from this group. She approaches Yang Lijing and quietly warns, "Third great-uncle, these people are not refugees." Yang Lijing is surprised and looks at Su Yin in disbelief. Their steps are steady and strong, and they are full of energy. They are not like those who have worked hard for years. Look at their group. Most are young adults. Listening to Su Yin's analysis, Yang Lijing discreetly observes the group passing by, growing more alarmed. What Su Yin says next makes his heart race. A group of trained individuals disguised as refugees is likely trying to mislead or escape from someone. Even though Yang Lijing has seen many dangers, hearing that this group might pose a threat makes it hard for him to stay calm. He calls his son Yang Fu. Spread the word. We need to rest here for 15 minutes. They must create distance from that group. Yang Fu goes ahead to inform Yang Dashu, and the group gradually comes to a stop. Why are we resting? We're resting, no need for so many words.
If you need to rest, then rest.
You don't look tired enough. Quick, rest up. I heard we might change direction soon. Meanwhile, another group of refugees has a young man approach their leader. Sir, the group behind us has stopped. Do they suspect something? Should we? The young man makes a throat-cutting gesture. The leader glances back at the group of over 100 people, old and young, looking ragged and weary, clearly having traveled for days. What could they possibly notice?
They won't notice anything.
Don't waste time on them. Remember our purpose. Yes, the young man replies, feeling a bit disappointed. Seeing that this group is different from the refugees in Yuzhou, they must have money. If they could kill them, that wealth would be theirs. Unfortunately, the higher-ups don't allow it, otherwise. The young man licks his lips, a cruel smile forming. When they return, if they encounter them again, perhaps they can make a move. In the shade of a tree, little Yang Gui lies on the ground, pressing his ear to the earth, playing with insects using a stick. When he sees Su Yin, he quickly gets up, excitedly saying, "Sister, the ground makes noise." His words make Su Yin's expression change suddenly. She lies down, pressing her ear to the ground, and indeed feels a slight vibration, though very faint. It is real. She glances at the group ahead. They have created over 100 meters of distance, which isn't safe enough. There's no time to waste. Su Yin finds Yang Lijing and explains the situation. Based on her previous performances, Yang Lijing has no doubts and immediately orders them to head into the forest. Quick, move faster. Yang Fu urges the people behind, helping those who are slow. What's going on? Someone grabs Yang Fu. Is something wrong? Though Yang Fu isn't sure why his father looks so serious, he knows it must be important. Don't ask, just hurry. Seeing his urgency, the person stops questioning and quickly gathers their family to move. As the group heads into the woods, the shadowy young man disguised as a refugee glances back.
Huh?
Where did that group go? They were just here a moment ago. How could they suddenly vanish? His eyes narrow, a hint of malice flashing in them. The shadowy young man approaches the leader again. Sir, the group of refugees is gone. The leader turns to look back and indeed sees no trace of them. Those refugees are suspicious, the shadowy young man suggests. The leader squints, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The shadowy young man senses an opportunity and continues, Sir, I can take a few brothers to investigate. The leader glances at him, and the shadowy young man feels a bit guilty under his gaze, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just as he thinks he might be scolded, a low voice comes from above.
Go.
Make it quick. Yes, the shadowy young man replies, thrilled. He quickly calls a few like-minded companions and quietly leaves the group, heading in Su Yin's direction. There are no paths in the forest, but as the large group enters, they create a way. Yang Dashin, Yang Dashu, and others lead the way with machetes, clearing a path for the ox and mule carts, making it easier for those behind. Su girl, did the shopkeeper mention any landmarks around here? Yang Dashu asks. It should be in a valley between the mountains. Yang Dashin looks up at the mountain peak. It looks close, but it's not an easy walk. Yes, for a sip of water, we should walk a bit more. Su Yin is calculating the time. Soon, she needs to stop the group and can't go any further. Her goal is to lead them safely away from the assassins. The paths to other springs and Yongqing County are just made-up stories. While they struggle to move forward, the 5 men led by the shadowy young man have already entered the forest. They should be heading that way. It doesn't take much effort. Just looking at the wool tracks on the ground shows their direction. Following the traces they left, the five quickly catch up to the group. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air, startling everyone to look back. Su Yin, Yang Lijing, and others peer through the crowd and see five young men with long knives approaching them with ill intentions. Su Yin immediately recognized the five people in front of her as the group that had disguised themselves as refugees earlier. Not only did she recognize them, but Yang Lijing and several others did as well. Yang Lijing, not daring to be careless, stepped forward to negotiate. "Do you have something to discuss?" The sinister young man smiled, his gaze scanning the crowd without restraint. His tone was contemptuous and arrogant. "You must be their leader." "You guessed right. We do have something to discuss. Please, tell us what you need. If we can help, we will," Yang Lijing replied with a smile, pretending not to notice the threat. The sinister young man continued to smile. "We brothers are a bit short on cash lately. Please hand over all your money." As he spoke, he brandished a knife. The crowd's expressions changed at once. Su Yin calmly pulled out the long knife she had bought earlier from the mule cart and quietly walked over to her second uncle and little uncle, handing them the knife. Yang Dachuan and Yang De were taken aback, but silently accepted the knives. Su Yin then took out a hatchet and handed it to her eldest uncle. "Mom, take this for self-defense," Su Yin said, giving her a dagger. At the same time, she handed another hatchet to Su Baozhu. Those preparing weapons were not just Su Yin. Others who reacted quickly also armed themselves quietly. Yang Lijing's smile remained unchanged. "Please, don't joke with us." "Ah." The sinister young man sneered. "Stop wasting time. Are you going to hand over your money willingly, or do we have to take it by force?" Yang Tu's temper flared. "We won't give it to you."
What will you do then?
The sinister young man scoffed nothing. Before he finished speaking, he lunged forward, knife drawn, towards Yang Tuesday. "Be careful."
Yang Dashu shouted.
The attack came quickly and unexpectedly. Yang Tu, not being a fighter, was slow to react. In an instant, the sharp knife was at his throat. Suddenly, a strong force pulled him back. The knife grazed his neck, sending a chill down his spine. The blade was only a few centimeters away from his throat. If it had been a moment slower, or if the knife had moved forward just a bit more, Yang Tu would have been dead. Having narrowly escaped, Yang Tu's heart raced. Once he calmed down, he realized that it was Su Yin who had saved him. While he was still in shock, Su Yin kicked the sinister young man. The young man, furious that these daring commoners dared to fight back, thought, "Perfect timing. I'll kill this wild girl first." Su Yin didn't speak. She just attacked. As he spoke, she kicked him in the chest, causing him to stumble back a few steps. With the fight starting, the other four rushed into the crowd, ready to slaughter everyone and collect their money afterward. The men stepped forward, gripping their weapons tightly, frightened but determined to surround the attackers, while the women hid behind, protecting the children. As the attackers came, the men swung their weapons wildly, lacking any strategy. Some were cut by knives, others were knocked down, bleeding. Dozens of young men faced the four attackers, while Su Yin confronted the sinister young man alone. Yang Dachuan and Yang De moved to help, but Su Yin quickly stopped them. "Uncles, go help the others."
I can handle this.
The sinister young man was amused by her arrogance. "You have a big mouth. Soon you'll learn what death means." "Enough." Su Yin moved closer, swinging her long knife straight at his heart and lungs. The sinister young man blocked with his knife, and their blades clashed, creating sparks and a loud clang. She kicked at his lower body, and he instinctively dodged, but at that moment, her left-hand dagger sliced across his neck while his legs struck her abdomen. She felt a sharp pain in her stomach and was pushed back several meters. The sinister young man's face darkened as he gasped, "You." "Good." His voice faltered as he raised his hand to his neck, feeling warm, sticky liquid. Looking down, he saw his fingertips stained red. Anger and resentment flashed across his face as he glared at Su Yin. Thud. He fell straight down, coughing up blood, his body trembling slightly before going still. This feint had cost the arrogant man dearly. Everything happened in just a few breaths. so fast that those around them barely noticed. After dealing with the sinister young man, Su Yin turned to the other side of the battlefield. 40 or so people faced for, and instead of capturing them, many were injured. The more people got hurt, the more their courage shrank, making their attacks hesitant, which boosted the confidence of the 4 attackers. They became increasingly reckless, almost like cats playing with mice. Su Yin didn't rush to attack. She stayed hidden behind the crowd, watching the situation unfold. Now was the time. Seizing the opportunity while Yang Tu and her eldest uncle were engaged, she struck at an exposed back. Thud! The sharp, long knife pierced through the man's body. Even though he sensed danger and tried to dodge, it was too late. He could only watch as the blade went through him, blood dripping from the tip. Yang Dashin and Yang Tu were stunned, shocked to see such a tough opponent taken down so easily by Su Yin. Su Yin swiftly withdrew her knife and ran back to the crowd, continuing to play the role of the 6th. After their initial shock, Yang Dashin and Yang Tu quickly calmed down. Seeing Su Yin's intent, they understood what she wanted to do without her saying a word and began to act as bait. Once again, Su Yin took advantage of their distraction to attack. This process was quick, taking less than half a tea time. With 2 fewer opponents, the remaining 2 noticed and exchanged glances, considering retreat. Su Yin saw their intention. Don't let them escape. If they get away, it will be a disaster. If they survived and returned with others, there would be no way out for them. Yang Lijing ordered, don't let them run. Yang Dashin shouted, kill them. If we don't kill them, we'll be the ones who die, Yang Tu reminded them. We have over 40 people, they only have 2. The odds are in our favor. Under the repeated encouragement of Yang Dashin and Yang the Butcher, those who were hesitant to continue fighting immediately regained their spirits and did not dare to relax. The 2 men, seeing this, became anxious and grew fiercer in their attacks. They stood back to back, giving Su Yin no chance to sneak up on them. With no opportunity to ambush, Su Yin decided to confront them head-on. Su Yin coordinated with her second uncle, her little uncle, and Yang the Butcher, while the others rushed to attack the other man. Despite their martial skills, these farmers were ineffective against such a huge gap in strength, gradually falling into a disadvantage and risking their lives. Su Yin's eyes brightened as she seized an opportunity, stabbing her big knife through one man's arm, almost capturing him. Uncle, spread out. Su Yin pulled her second uncle aside, and 2 slender needles shot past Yang Dachuan's ear. Yang Dachuan felt a chill. In times like this, they had to be extra careful to avoid a desperate counterattack from their opponents. The previous hidden weapon was proof of that. Thud! The big knife successfully pierced the man's heart, and Su Yin kicked him away, smoothly withdrawing the knife, which was now stained with blood. The man fell several meters away, lifeless. Su Yin sheathed her knife. The battle on the other side was still ongoing, and she stood by without intervening. Inin, why aren't you going over?
Yang Dachuan asked, Buslet.
No need, they can handle it. This was just the beginning. They would likely face even more troublesome and dangerous situations ahead. Most people from Xinghua village were law-abiding farmers, and experiencing more now would benefit them later. Eliminating this man was the first step in their growth. Finally, the last man fell, covered in numerous wounds, especially on his head, which was crushed by a shovel. His death was the most tragic and humiliating among the 5. He's dead, he's finally dead. Cheers erupted from the crowd, but soon after, fear set in. Many were trembling from their first kill. Su Yin pretended to shake as well, and her mother held her hand tightly, concerned. She smiled reassuringly at her mother. I'm fine, Mom. Her head rested on her mother's shoulder as she whispered, I don't want to die again. Her mother felt even more heartbroken. She had noticed her daughter's changes over the past few days and was deeply pained. She had also died once, and although she had changed, it was nothing compared to her daughter. Her daughter worked hard to shield her from harm, and she felt both moved and pained. As they were calming down, Su Yin was the first to stand up and walk over to the body of the sinister young man. She pulled aside his tattered clothing to reveal a fine lining. She searched him and found a silver pouch, a dagger, and a bottle of medicine, but nothing that could identify them. She continued searching the next body, finding some items, but still no identification. When she searched the fourth body, De Zhuang's wife rushed over. "Su girl, touching dead people is bad luck. Let me do it." Su Yin ignored her and continued searching, pulling out a pouch of silver. Confirming there was nothing else useful, she stood up and left. De Zhuang's wife frowned at her departing figure, but didn't dare say anything more. Everyone had clearly seen how decisively Su Yin had killed 4 men. After searching the last body, Su Yin laid the collected items in front of Yang Lirong and poured out all the silver. Among the 5, the sinister young man had the most money, totaling 12 taels, plus a few copper coins. The others had much less, only 3 or 4 taels each, bringing the total to 27 taels. Everyone looked at the 27 taels with envy, but no one moved, waiting for Yang Lirong to distribute it. Yang Lirong surveyed the scene and said, "Everyone who participated will get a share." Everyone was delighted. He continued, "But now is not the time to divide the money. We should leave this place. We'll split it when we're in a safe location." No one objected, and they continued on their way. Yang Lirong approached Su Yin, expressing his concerns. "Su girl, if those people survive and these 5 don't return, they might not let it go. Great-granduncle, my little uncle, and I will scout ahead. The others should keep moving. We'll regroup after we gather information. We can move more flexibly alone, and if there's danger, we can retreat quickly." This group was clearly not the bandits from her premonition dreams, indicating there was no major danger. In her 2 premonition dreams, there was a clear warning of danger. Since there was no warning this time, it meant the risk was relatively low. She needed to remain cautious, though. "All right, you 2 be careful. I'll go with you," Yang the butcher said. Yang Lirong glanced at him and thought for a moment. "You can go, but you must listen to Su girl." "Okay, I will." Su Baozhu showed concern. "Yin, be safe. We'll wait for you here." Su Yin's mother wanted to scold her, but couldn't bring herself to. "You girl. Mom, Aunt, don't worry. We won't get close to those people. We'll just take a look from a distance. Let's hurry while it's still light. Come back soon." Su Yin, Yang De, and Yang the butcher retraced their steps toward the pipe. The 3 of them were unburdened and moved quickly, emerging from the woods onto the official road in less than half a stick of incense. They walked for a while without seeing anyone. Suddenly, a breeze blew, carrying a faint smell of blood. Su Yin and Yang the butcher were the first to notice. "There's a smell of blood. It should be just ahead." The 3 prepared to pass through the woods to avoid a direct encounter. After about a tea's time, the strong smell of blood hit them. Ahead, they saw a mass of bodies lying on the ground just as the butcher Yang was about to leave. Su Yin pulled him back. "Wait a moment," Yang nodded. The 3 of them crouched behind some bushes, quietly waiting for 2 tea times. After observing the surroundings for a long time, Su Yin confirmed that the group chasing them had left, so she stood up and stepped out from behind the bushes. She took out 3 pieces of cloth she had prepared earlier and handed them to Yang De and the butcher. "Cover your mouths and noses." The 2 followed her instructions. Once they covered their mouths and noses, they moved toward the place where the bodies lay. The strong smell of blood attracted countless flies and mosquitoes, along with many crows that feast on carrion. As they approached, the insects swarmed around. Su Yin crouched down to check if the bodies had any identification tokens, clothing, or jewelry. After searching through the bodies, she found no useful information until she reached the leader. This person's clothes had been violently torn apart, and at his feet lay a token about the size of a palm, made of pure iron, engraved with the words, "Yun San, Yun San." This looked like an identification token. The person was stripped down to his underwear, while the others were fully dressed, indicating that he must have had something valuable on him, which led to his demise. Su Yin didn't need to search further. Anything useful on him had likely been taken away. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a piece of fabric mixed with the clothing, which looked completely different in texture. She picked it up and saw that it was a map. This was a valuable find. While it was useless to those who were chasing her, it was extremely useful for her. In ancient times, maps were only owned by the upper class. Common people could not obtain them, and buying or selling maps was prohibited. When she had previously looked for supplies, she had tried to find a map, but merchants would look at her suspiciously. In the dark times of the Daong dynasty, this map was worth more than money. Su Yin unfolded the map. It was small but clearly depicted the terrain, mountains, rivers, and cities, though it was different from modern maps. Unfortunately, this map only covered 2 counties in Meizhou, one being the Lingxi County where they currently were, and the other being the neighboring Nanping County. With this map, Su Yin no longer had to wander blindly on her journey. During their escape over the past 2 days, they had been moving around their own Lingxi County and had not yet left it, so they were unlikely to go wrong. However, once they left Lingxi County, they would have to ask for directions. Now, with this map, she wouldn't have to worry about getting lost in Nanping County. Su Yin carefully tucked the map away, but as she turned to leave, she tripped over something, an arm of a corpse. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb. Hey, Su Yin crouched down and moved the arm aside, revealing a silk purse. As soon as she picked it up, she felt its weight. Opening the purse, she poured out 3 shiny gold ingots, weighing about 10 taels each, totaling 30 taels, which converted to about 300 taels of silver. In modern times, gold is common, but in ancient times, it was mostly owned by the upper class or wealthy families. For the common people of the Daong dynasty, having a bit of silver was already good. Gold was out of reach. In addition to the 3 gold ingots, there were also some silver coins, adding up to about 7 or 8 taels in total. This was a significant haul. The value of the map alone was immeasurable, not to mention the extra 300 taels of silver, which gave the not-so-wealthy Su Yin more confidence and resources for their escape. Yang the Butcher and Yang De were also busy, searching through the pile of bodies for valuable items, occasionally calling out to each other. This one has a lot of money. This one is poor, just a few copper coins. This knife is nice. Yang the Butcher was playing with a knife, and Su Yin noticed its unique design, which was engraved with the character Yun. A knife with such a clear mark was not safe to carry. If someone noticed it, it could lead to trouble or even death. Without even looking, Su Yin discarded the leader's weapon. Uncle Yang, we can't take this knife. It has a mark on it. If someone misinterprets it, it could bring us trouble. Yang the Butcher immediately threw away the short blade. Su Yin glanced at the items found by her uncle and Yang the Butcher. They were mostly money and a few pieces of jewelry. Yang the Butcher collected 52 taels and 5 coins of silver, most of which came from the group disguised as refugees. Yang De found 37 taels and 8 coins of silver, along with 2 pieces of jewelry. One was a jade pendant, which didn't look very good, and the other was a jade hairpin, which was much better in quality and more transparent. The 3 of them tucked their findings away. Su Yin looked at the bodies lying on the ground, her heart racing with unease. The matters behind this group of people were beyond the reach of small fry like them. Only after confirming that what they had wouldn't implicate them did she dare to keep it close. This place isn't safe. We need to leave. The 2 agreed, wrapping up their findings and leaving with their bounty. Not long after they left, a group of people arrived, all dressed in black outfits and armed with long knives. At the front was a young man around 30, sporting a hairstyle unique to the warriors of the Daong dynasty. Someone dismounted to investigate and soon returned to report to the leader, "Master, the items are gone. They must have been taken by the people who ambushed them. Useless fools." Another person returned cautiously and said, "Master, we found out that the group headed toward Yongqing County." Yongqing County is located to the south of Lingxi County, adjacent to Nanping County and Nanshan County, making it a junction of 3 counties. The group's goal was simple. Once they entered the junction, it would be impossible to track which direction they went. "Let's go." The group hurriedly mounted their horses, kicking up dust that floated in the air before settling on the cold bodies. No one cared about their lives, nor about the ordinary people who might be affected by them. The 3 returned to the forest, following the trail to catch up with the main group. "Su girl, should we give this money to the village chief to share?" Yang the Butcher asked. "No need," Su Yin replied softly, offering a brief explanation. We took a risk coming out this time. With risk comes reward. If they stay in the camp and do nothing but still get paid, many people will become lazy and expect to benefit without working. Those who take risks and work hard will have to share their rewards, which is unfair to those who are diligent. If this continues, more people in our group will become lazy and expect to gain without effort. Then our team won't go far, and trust will easily break. If something happens, we could easily be destroyed. Yang the butcher chuckled, "You're right." Actually, he was also testing her. If she wanted to take a share, she might feel shy to ask, so he brought it up first to give her a reason. The people resting in the woods were cooking as the sun began to set, and the Yang family and Su Baozhu grew increasingly worried. Su Baozhu glanced at the direction they had gone, and as time passed without their return, her anxiety grew. "Baozhu, do you think Enin and the others will be okay?" Su's mother asked, worried. "Sister-in-law, Enin is strong. She will be fine. Remember how she handled 3 people by herself in a dangerous situation before?" Though she reassured Su's mother, she felt just as worried inside. They hadn't provoked anyone, yet the other side sent people to kill them, showing how ruthless those people were. As night deepened and it became completely dark without any sign of the 3 returning, Su's mother became frantic. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Enin will be fine." Her sister-in-law, Li, comforted her. By the time they should have returned, they should be back by now. De Zhuang's wife passed by them, smirking. That little brat deserved her bad luck. Thinking back to a few days ago when this family humiliated her, she couldn't help but speak up. "Chunxiang, I'm not saying she shouldn't have gone to check. If something happened, she only has herself to blame."
What's so special about those people?
Li, the sister-in-law, angrily replied, "De Zhuang's wife, are you even speaking like a human? Don't forget, if it weren't for Su's girl, you wouldn't be standing here talking nonsense. You should be grateful instead of saying such unlucky things. Has her conscience been eaten by a dog? I can stand here because of everyone, not just that little girl. If she were really that capable, why didn't she handle it alone?" Li was so furious that she charged forward, ready to confront her. Su's mother stopped her, and then slapped De Zhuang's wife across the face. De Zhuang's wife covered her face, staring in disbelief at Su's mother. "How dare you hit me? With a mouth so dirty, isn't it deserved? What a worthless woman. No wonder your husband left you. Just wait, I'll teach you a lesson." De Zhuang's wife rolled up her sleeves and charged at her. Su's mother and De Zhuang's wife began to fight. Su, the fastest to react, rushed in to help. Su Baozhu followed to join the fight. The commotion drew everyone's attention. While men couldn't intervene in a women's fight, the other women rushed in to separate them. If they didn't, De Zhuang's wife would have been beaten to a pulp. After being pulled away, De Zhuang's wife sat on the ground, her hair messy, face scratched, and clothes in disarray, looking utterly pathetic. Seeing everyone gathered around, she began to wail, pointing at the sky and the ground.
"Oh,
this is outrageous. The Su family is bullying me. An outsider is using her brothers to pick on me. Why am I so unfortunate? I just said one thing and got slapped." Yang the village chief arrived, and De Zhuang's wife wailed even louder, giving him a headache. "Stop shouting. Aren't you afraid of attracting wild animals? By then, you won't just be complaining. You won't even know how you died." Once he spoke, De Zhuang's wife immediately shut her mouth, but she still complained. "Chief, you have to stand up for me. They 3 bullied me alone. Look at what they did to me." Yang Dazhu's wife spoke up. "Why would they hit you if you were behaving?"
What did you do that you're not saying?
Everyone in the village knew what kind of person De Zhuang's wife was. "What did I say? I just spoke the truth." "Then tell us, what truth did you speak?" Someone pressed. De Zhuang's wife stammered, feeling guilty and unable to answer. Yang the butcher's wife laughed and asked, "De Zhuang's wife, go ahead and say it. If you're afraid to speak, doesn't that mean you said something you shouldn't have and got hit for it?"
Who said that?
De Zhuang's wife retorted, looking around at the mocking faces, and finally said, "I'm not afraid. I just said that Su Yin shouldn't have gone to check." Unexpectedly, they went crazy and attacked me. Look at what they did to me. De Zhuang's wife lied openly, raising everyone's anger again. Others murmured among themselves. What she said isn't entirely wrong. Chuanxiang was probably worried, and didn't like hearing that. If it were me, I wouldn't feel good about it either, but that doesn't justify hitting someone. That's too much. Indeed, her words were somewhat inappropriate, but hitting her is not right. Who knows if what De Zhuang's wife said is true? Why are you all so sure? I trust Chuanxiang and Yang Guanyang. It can't be that simple. Yang the village chief looked at Su's mother and the others. What do you say? Su spoke first. Let me tell you. When I came over, I happened to hear De Zhuang's wife say. Su recounted the events, and as she spoke, the crowd's expressions turned against De Zhuang's wife. De Zhuang's wife felt the change but refused to admit defeat. I didn't say anything wrong. If they could kill those few people, it was everyone's effort. Yang Guanyang said she was my benefactor, so of course, I had to argue. She chose to go check, and if something happened, isn't that her own fault? As soon as she finished speaking, bang, bang. The village chief's stick hit her hard. De Zhuang's wife winced in pain, wanting to shout, but when she met the chief's cold gaze, the words caught in her throat, and fear crept in. Yang the village chief turned to De Zhuang's husband and parents. You better teach your wife to speak properly. If she can't, she shouldn't say anything at all. He then addressed the villagers seriously. Whether Su's girl deserves credit or not, I can't decide. You all should reflect on your own conscience. Su's girl has saved everyone multiple times, and this time, she went to check for everyone's safety. I don't expect you to treat her exceptionally well, but at least don't do something ungrateful. You all know what to do. Weigh your actions carefully. I don't want the people of Xinghua village to be ungrateful. De Zhuang's mother was nailed to the ungrateful pillar. I think De Zhuang's mother got what she deserved. In my opinion, she was punished too lightly. This person has no conscience, the clan elder said, shaking his head in disappointment, his gaze towards De Zhuang's family filled with discontent. De Zhuang's mother looked around and noticed everyone's eyes on her. Her heart sank as she realized she had angered the crowd and felt a bit guilty. De Zhuang's father stepped forward, slapped her face, and shouted, What nonsense are you talking? Our family is grateful to Su girl. De Zhuang's mother covered her face, pushed him away, and ran off. No one noticed that as Yang Lizheng came over to mediate, Su Yin and her friends arrived just in time. The three stood quietly at the back of the crowd, watching the commotion. Yang the butcher whispered, Niece, you are right. People shouldn't be too good. If you make them accustomed to it, in the end, it will be your fault. He touched the silver pouch in his pocket, thinking about how he could help anyone who fell ill. Now, it seemed this money should remain a secret, otherwise, it might cause trouble. Yang Dehe shared the same thought. He patted Su Yin's shoulder and comforted her. Don't take that person's words to heart. Everyone still appreciates you. Don't let a few bad people discourage you. You're not in the wrong. Those without conscience are the real problem. Su Yin shook her head. She wasn't as hurt as her uncle thought. She acted with a clear conscience, and human nature cannot be judged or demanded based on one's own standards. Life is diverse. Some people are grateful, like that Su woman, while others are not, like De Zhuang's mother. She would never change her actions based on what others say or do. She wasn't as fragile, selfless, or kind as everyone imagined. Everyone has selfishness. She didn't mind helping within her means, but when she was struggling herself, she wouldn't be so accommodating. Of course, she wasn't saintly enough to treat everyone equally. She only helped those who deserved it. Those who didn't, even if they were dying in front of her, wouldn't get her sympathy. So, dear uncle, you really think too highly of me. Su Yin said nothing. Even if she spoke now, her uncle probably wouldn't believe her, thinking she was just being polite. In time, he would understand what kind of person his niece truly was. Then he could call her cold-hearted. Finally, someone in the crowd noticed the three of them and exclaimed with joy, Oh, Su girl, they are back. Su's mother, who had been worried, showed a smile and hurried over, grabbing her ear. You little brat, you worried me to death. Mom, it hurts. As soon as she cried out, Su's mother let go. Have you eaten? Seeing her dusty appearance, she asked with concern. No, I'm starving. Su Baozhu quickly scooped a big bowl of thick rice porridge from the pot. I've been waiting for you to come back to eat. Hurry up. If you don't come back, sister-in-law won't eat either. Su Yin handed the bowl of porridge to her mother. Mom, you eat first. Su's mother rolled her eyes at her. There's plenty in the pot. It doesn't matter if you take a moment. Hurry and eat. You need to go tell your Li Zheng grandfather later. Okay? Su Yin stopped refusing, squatting under the big tree and gulping down the thick porridge. In a hurry, she had used a lot of energy, and her stomach was already empty. The warm porridge felt comforting as it slid down, making her feel better overall. After returning to the camp, Yang De and the butcher received the same treatment as Su Yin. After they finished their dinner, they all headed to the camp where Li Zheng was. You three have worked hard all day. Sit down. The four sat on different sides. What's the situation outside? Are those people showing any signs of returning? Su Yin spoke up. Those people are dead. They likely died while being chased. Yang De and the butcher nodded. They're all dead, so we're safe for now. However, it's best that others don't know about us surrounding and killing those 5 today to avoid unnecessary trouble. I suspect those people's identities are not simple, and neither are the ones chasing them. If anyone finds out we killed those 5, everyone might be in danger. They were just ordinary folks and couldn't afford to mess with powerful people.
Yang Li Zheng nodded repeatedly.
You've thought this through. I will instruct everyone in the village to keep quiet. If anyone lets this slip, I will expel them from the clan according to our rules. In ancient times, being expelled from the clan was a serious crime. If known, one would struggle to survive outside. A person expelled by their clan wouldn't have a good character and would naturally be shunned. That's just how the times were. Yang Fu asked, are they really all dead? No one escaped. This question left Yang De and the butcher confused. They had seen many dead bodies, but hadn't counted how many there were. As they were unsure how to respond, Su Yin spoke. They are all dead. When I sensed something was off, I counted their numbers. After we arrived, I counted again. Besides the 5 we killed, the rest are dead and no one escaped. Even if someone did escape, the ones chasing them would not let them go. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Third grandfather, have the people looking for spring water returned? They came back before you. They didn't find any spring water where you said to look. Su Yin said, Third grandfather, if we can't find it tomorrow, maybe the shopkeeper was mistaken, or the spring water has dried up. We should take another small path back to the main road. The spring water probably didn't exist, and they couldn't waste too much time on it. Not wanting to reveal her foresight, she suggested a compromise. She saw on the map that if they went around the lowest mountain ahead, they could bypass that bloody road and return to the main road.
Yang Li Zheng nodded.
You're right. We will search for half a day tomorrow. If we don't find it, we will leave. This time has allowed the elderly and children to rest for half a day. After making a decision, Yang Li Zheng gathered the men from each household to select those who would look for water tomorrow. They aimed to avoid danger by timing it right. As they wrapped up the discussion, someone approached Yang Li Zheng and cautiously asked Li Zheng about the money. Yang Li Zheng knew many were waiting for their share. Now that Su Yin and the others were back, he decided to address it to prevent unrest. Gather the heads of each household. All right. Hearing they were going to distribute money, everyone was excited. Once everyone was present, Yang Li Zheng spoke. There were 5 people, 4 were killed by Su Girl, especially the first one, who was killed by her alone. That person's belongings should belong to Su Girl. Do you have any objections? Everyone knew the cunning young man had the most valuables, but he was indeed killed solely by Su Yin, so no one dared to object. What she killed rightfully belonged to her. No problem. I have no objections. If it weren't for Su Girl, I might have died here today, the butcher said gratefully, glancing at Su Yin. Yang Li Zheng understood that they were all safe today thanks to Su Yin. Her contribution was more than just killing 4 people. Her keen insight helped them avoid danger. Since everyone has no objections, let's continue. The total amount of silver is 15 taels. There are 43 participants, so each person will receive 3 taels and 38 won. 3 taels and 38 won was essentially free money, and many faces lit up with joy. In some families, 3 or 4 members participated, meaning they could receive a tael of silver. A tael of silver was something they would have to work hard for a long time to earn. The remaining knives can be purchased if needed. If no one buys them, we will exchange them for silver after we reach Yongqing County and distribute them then. As for the healing medicine, it will be given to the injured. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? No one raised any objections, and the matter was settled. Those who received money, regardless of the amount, were very happy. Su Yin was also pleased to get her share of the spoils, as she was still very poor. She didn't need to worry about the night watch, so she returned to her own camp to rest in the morning. Su Yin heard her mother and aunt talking. There's not much water left. The mule needs water, so we'll drink less during the day. Don't let Yin know about this. We don't want her to worry. Su Yin got up, surprising both of them. You're up. Didn't we just buy a bucket of water? Su Yin asked, puzzled. Su Baoju's little face fell. Don't mention it. The mule accidentally knocked it over. She shot a fierce glare at the mule grazing nearby. Su Mother spoke up. Don't blame it. It's my fault for placing it too close when I took it down. Seeing Su Yin take a water dipper from the cart and walk out, Su Baoju asked, Yin, where are you going? To get water. Where? Su Baoju's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed her tools, with Su Mother following. Knowing they misunderstood, Su Yin pointed at the bushes on the mountain and smiled. There's plenty here. Where? Su Mother and Su Baoju looked around but couldn't see any water. You girl, hurry up and tell us where the water is, Su Mother said playfully. Follow me. Su Yin walked to a dense bush, where the morning leaves were a fresh green, adorned with sparkling droplets. She placed the dipper under the leaves, flicked her finger gently, and the glistening droplets fell into the dipper, leaving a long water trail behind. Here it is, Su Mother. That's Su Baoju. The two didn't know how to express their mixed feelings. Su Mother moved her lips a few times, but ultimately stayed silent. Su Yin smiled and said, It's no big deal. Since it's still early, and there's plenty of dew, we should collect more. Every little bit helps. Here, the forest is dense, and the temperature difference between day and night is big, so we can still find dew. Later, we won't be able to collect any. Her words resonated with both of them. You're right. Little by little adds up. Every drop counts. Collecting dew doesn't require much skill, just patience. Cousin Tao Hua saw her collecting dew and curiously asked, Yin, what are you collecting dew for? To drink. Tao Hua was taken aback but quickly ran back to search through their belongings. Aunt Li noticed and asked, What are you looking for? Mom, have you seen my water gourd? What do you need that for? Aunt Li asked, curious. To get water. Water? Aunt Li's eyes widened in surprise. Where's the water? Young Tao Hua pointed in Su Yin's direction. Over there. The leaves are covered in dew. If I collect it, we'll have water. Aunt Li was stunned, a mix of laughter and tears. But dew is just a little. Collecting it is a hassle. Little Tao Hua shook her head, disagreeing. Mom, that's not right. Every drop counts. Even if I can't fill a gourd, at least half a gourd would be enough for me to drink all day. Aunt Li was taken aback. You're right. I didn't think of that. She quickly handed containers to everyone and ordered them to collect dew. Next door, Yang Dachuan and Yang Dashan noticed the commotion and sent someone to ask. Upon hearing they were collecting dew, they were surprised and knew it was Su Yin's idea, so they sent their kids to join in. Aunt Wang called her son. Rong, tell your sister and brother-in-law to hurry and collect dew too. It doesn't matter how much. Every little bit helps, okay? Yang Rong replied, heading to his sister's campsite. With more people collecting dew, it naturally caught others' attention. Tao Hua, what are you doing? Yang Tu's wife asked curiously. Oh, why are you collecting dew? My sister Inin said dew is still water. Yang Tu's wife's eyes lit up as she slapped her forehead, muttering, Right.
How did I not think of that?
Dew is water. She hurried back to her campsite, secretly gathering pots and pans to collect dew, no matter how much. Other women saw this and joined in, sending their kids to collect dew. De Zhuang's mom, why aren't you going? Aunt Wang, living next to De Zhuang's mom, asked casually. De Zhuang's mom scoffed. Just listen to her. There's hardly any dew. Collecting more is just a waste of effort. Aunt Wang hesitated, but seeing everyone else working, she joined in, thinking it was better to follow the crowd. Dia glanced at her mother, quietly took her broken bowl, and joined the dew-collecting group. She hadn't had water in a long time, her lips cracked and feeling very thirsty. Her mother wouldn't let her drink much, so she had to endure. Now, collecting dew herself meant she didn't have to ask her mother for water, which made her very happy. Summer dew isn't as plentiful as spring dew, because the higher temperatures make it evaporate quickly, so collecting dew must be done before the sun rises. It's a race against time. As the sun rises, the air temperature gradually increases, and the dew on the leaves slowly evaporates. Su Yin looked at the dew in her dipper, about half a bowl's worth. Not bad. If she sipped carefully, it could last her 4 or 5 sips, enough to last half a day. Little Yang Gui proudly showed Su Yin the dew he collected. Sister, look, I collected this much dew. Su Yin glanced at it. It was about a third of hers. For a child his age, collecting that much was impressive. Our little Bao is amazing. Little Yang Gui blushed at the compliment and immediately poured his collected dew into her dipper. Here for you, sister. Su Yin felt warm inside, gently patting the little guy's head. Thank you, little Bao. Little Yang Gui turned red and ran off. What a good child. But thinking of the 2 little troublemakers at home, Su Yin felt annoyed. Su Xinyang and Su Xinguang, those 2 little ones, were older than Yang Gui but had been raised poorly by their grandmother, which frustrated her. If they were in her hands, they wouldn't have it easy. Mom, that troublemaker is stealing water. You should punish her. Suddenly, an annoying voice reached her ears. Su Yin looked in the direction of the sound. De Zhuang was pulling his sister Dia's hair, yanking it hard, showing no concern for her well-being. I didn't, Dia protested. Mom, that worthless girl dares to talk back. I saw her stealing water, De Zhuang insisted, refusing to back down. De Zhuang's mother stepped forward and kicked Dia away, ignoring her defense. You dare to steal water? Who gave you the courage? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you might cause trouble in the future. She turned to find a stick, and De Zhuang pointed to a thick one not far away. Mom, over there. Seeing her mother approach with such a thick stick, Dia turned pale with fear and kept backing away, crying, Mom, I really didn't. I just drank the dew I collected myself. I didn't steal any water. Wang Dinyang couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. De Zhuang's mother, I can testify that Dia didn't steal water. She drank the dew she collected herself. Several other women nearby also supported Dia. De Zhuang's mother realized there was a misunderstanding, but she wouldn't let herself lose face. The dew she collected should be for the family. If she drank it herself, that's stealing. Wang Dinyang and the others were furious at this twisted logic. Everyone could see that Dia was going to get beaten. Dia was her child, and outsiders couldn't interfere too much. They could only sigh, lamenting Dia's bad luck to be born into such a family, with a mother like that. Mom, hurry up and hit that worthless girl for stealing water. Beat her to death, De Zhuang urged. Dia cried in fear, looking at the stick in her mother's hand.
No.
Mom, I won't do it again. Just as the thick stick was about to come down, a commanding voice interrupted. Stop! Yang Lizheng stepped forward, followed by Su Yin. Uncle Lizheng, what's going on? I'm just disciplining my child, not doing anything else, De Zhuang's mother replied, implying he had no right to interfere. Yang Lizheng snorted. You're using such a thick stick. Are you trying to kill your child? Is this how a mother should act? We may not say anything, but that doesn't mean we don't know. If you gave your child even a sip of water, she wouldn't need to collect dew to drink. Are you planning to let Dia die of thirst? Yang Lizheng's words warmed Dia's heart and made her eyes sting. Yang Lizheng turned to De Zhuang's grandfather. Yang Laolu, are you spineless? You can't be so blind and deaf at your age, can you? Called out. Yang Laolu had to respond. Fourth wife, just calm down. Give the child some flatbread and water. Don't let outsiders think we're mistreating the girl. If you keep ruining our family's reputation, you'll end up getting divorced. De Zhuang's mother was furious and red-eyed. The people who disliked Deyo were the very ones calling her names. Every time they gave her a bite to eat, they would look down on her and criticize her. Now, they were blaming everything on her. Those two old fools would get what's coming to them eventually. With Yang Li Zheng's intervention, Deyo finally escaped a beating. How long De Zhuang's family could maintain this situation was uncertain, but everyone knew it wouldn't be long before things returned to normal. Since they didn't travel during the day, the elderly, women, and children in the camp didn't eat, saving a meal. Only the men who went out to find water were allowed to eat. Su Mu planned to do the same, but Su Yin stopped her. Now that she had money, she could buy supplies when they reached Yongqing County, so there was no need to save that one meal. In the morning, the men went to find water, while the women in the camp did other tasks. Many were weaving straw sandals, while others mended their family members' torn shoes and clothes. Everyone was busy. By noon, the men returned one by one from searching for water. Did you find any water sources? What happened? Everyone who returned shook their heads. When the last group came back, they also brought no good news. Yang Lijung sighed. It seems that the spring water has dried up. Let's go around that mountain and return to the official road. Su Yin, having studied the map, naturally led the way. Su Mu and the others moved from the middle of the group to the front, next to Yang Li Zheng's family. Her uncles also moved forward to help. Following the marked location on the map, Su Yin led the group through a rarely traveled path, walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, until they came across a narrow path. The traces of people walking indicated they had reached a safe area. After walking along the path for about an hour, they emerged from the forest into the blazing sun. The official road. The official road is ahead. Finally, we see the official road. Someone spotted a tower in the distance and exclaimed in delight. Yongqing Tower. In the Daon dynasty, each county had a tower outside its city to signal travelers that they were approaching the county. Yongqing County was just ahead, and everyone wore expressions of joy. Many were eager to reach Yongqing County for supplies of water and other necessities. Seeing Yongqing Tower, everyone walked with renewed energy. While everyone focused on the distant Yongqing Tower and the county, Su Yin noticed many weary refugees on the official road. These people were in small groups, dressed in rags, with blood on their faces. Third great-grandfather, I think something is wrong with those people down there. Her reminder made Yang Li Zheng and the others look at the crowd on the official road, and their hearts raced. Let's move on. As the large group emerged from the woods, they immediately attracted the attention of those nearby. Any suspicious thoughts were quickly dispelled upon seeing so many people coming out of the forest. Su Yin and Yang Li Zheng focused on a family of 4 who looked much better than the others, and their eyes showed no greed. Excuse me, young brother. May I ask where you came from? Yang Li Zheng asked with a smile. The young man glanced at their group and replied, We are villagers from the surrounding area. What happened to you? The man's expression turned sorrowful. Today, a group of people suddenly attacked our village, burning, killing, and robbing. Our family lives far away, and even though we managed to escape, we left in such a hurry that we brought nothing with us. We're lucky to have escaped. Those who couldn't get away were killed by those people. Su Yin and Yang Lijing exchanged worried glances. Where did those people go? Not sure. The man shook his head. Did you see who they were? Bandits or what? Su Yin pressed. The man thought for a moment. They are bandits, a group of ruthless ones. At that moment, an old man chimed in. I know where they went. Everyone turned to the old man, whose clothes were torn and burned, with various burns on his arms and legs. The old man spoke bitterly. Those bandits, after robbing us, took young women, food, and money towards Fushin County. They must be bandits from that area. After robbing, they not only killed the men, but also set our village on fire. I barely escaped by hiding in a well, where I heard them talking and learned their destination. These bandits are inhuman. Times are already tough, and their robbery and killing are pushing us to the edge. The old man cried, remembering his son and wife. Hearing his words, others were moved, many wiping away tears. Now we have no choice but to go to the county for a way to survive. Most of the fleeing people were young men, with only a few elderly and women. The people of Xinghua village understood why these people were so desperate. feeling a shared sorrow. They were not much better off. Fortunately, they still had some belongings. Otherwise, they would be in the same situation. Yang Lijing secretly gave the old man a flatbread, his expression sad. The world is getting more chaotic. Yes, all sorts of monsters are coming out. Life is getting harder for ordinary people. Someone, unable to help but feel relieved, said, "Today we were lucky to be in the forest. If we had been on the main road, we might have run into those bandits." This remark startled many, and a wave of fear swept through the group. Faced with ruthless bandits, these farmers who worked in the fields were no match. Yang Lijing glanced at Su Yin, feeling deep down that this girl was fortunate. "Our Yin is a lucky child," Aunt said with a smile. "Yin looks smarter than other kids," someone praised. "Indeed, she understands a lot and has courage like a boy." Hearing the compliments, Su's mother straightened her back. Su Yin felt embarrassed by the praise. Su Baozhu leaned closer, smiling. "Yin, how do you feel now? Go away." Su Yin pushed the girl's head away. "Oh, you're shy now." When they reached Yongqing County, a crowd of robbed villagers had gathered outside, all without money to enter the city. In the Daong dynasty, entering a city required a fee, usually 1 or 2 coins, depending on the local officials. Many merchant caravans arriving at the city gate were approached by a crowd begging for coins, but no one gave anything. When the group from Xinghua village appeared, they faced the same situation, with people crowding around asking for money and food. These people were in rags, some bloodied, while others, though better dressed, looked distressed. A young man with a frail boy rushed to Su Yin's mule cart. "Ma'am, please help us with a few coins, just 2 coins. We just need 2 coins to enter the city. Once inside, I can find work to support myself and my child. Please, ma'am, give us a chance to survive." Before they could respond, the man knelt down, repeatedly bowing to Su's mother, hitting his head loudly on the ground, ignoring the blood. The sight was truly pitiful. Su's mother felt moved and instinctively looked at Su Yin. Su Yin shook her head. Though she didn't understand why, seeing her daughter stop him, she trusted her unconditionally and did not act. Su Yin looked at the man and said, "We have no money. Go ask someone else." The man's bowing paused, but he remained persistent, continuing to bow as if trying to soften their hearts. Su Yin said flatly, "Even if you break your head, we won't give you money. You should give up." Finally, the man stopped bowing, raised his head, and his eyes showed no pity, only anger and resentment. He spat at the mule cart and turned to leave with the boy. Su Baozhu was stunned by his reaction, taking a few seconds to recover. "Hey, how can you be like this?" Su's mother was also shocked. She had thought the man was honest and pitiful, but now he showed a different face. She looked at her daughter. "Yin, how did you know he wouldn't work?" "I don't know. Then you." Just then, screams came from the back of the group. "Don't come over, don't rob us. You can't take that, don't steal." Su Yin warned Su Baozhu and her mother. "Mom, if anyone gets close, use the knife and don't be afraid." With that, Su Yin rushed toward the Wang family. Yang Lijing shouted to everyone, "Protect your things. Each family send someone to help." After Yang Lijing spoke, the people of Xinghua village sprang into action. Su Yin and a few nearby families reached the scene first. Su Yin quickly noticed a shifty-eyed man who wasn't trying to steal like the others, but was reaching for the young Wang family's eldest grandson. She rushed over and kicked the man away, then grabbed Wang Dezong's grandson, shielding him. The shifty-eyed man groaned as he got up, wanting to retaliate, but seeing Su Yin's long knife, he angrily left. With the help of other young men, they quickly drove away those taking advantage of the chaos. They were only seeking money and a chance to survive, not wanting to risk their lives. After driving them off, they found that most of the Wang family's cart had been stolen, with only a few belongings protected by family members, and everyone had varying degrees of injuries. Seeing the state of her family, Wang Dazhong sat down on the ground and cried loudly. "It's all my fault, all my fault. If I hadn't given those 2 coins, we wouldn't have suffered. Why are these people so cruel? Woo, my belongings.
How will our family survive now?
I shouldn't have given money. I shouldn't have given money." The women from the Wang family were wiping their tears, while the men kept their heads down in silence. Many people from Xinhua village sighed, feeling sorry for the Wang family's situation. Su's mother felt a wave of fear. "Inin, thank goodness you stopped me. Otherwise, like Aunt Wang, they could have been overwhelmed by a crowd, losing their food and bedding in the chaos." "Mom, the world is chaotic now. Sometimes, kindness can lead to uncontrollable consequences. We must help others only when we can ensure our own safety." Su Yin said this not just for her mother, but also for her uncle and aunt. Yang Lijiang gathered the people of Xinhua village together. The young and strong held weapons, staying alert to their surroundings. Anyone who approached would be ruthlessly driven away. In the middle of the group, Yang Lijiang looked around at the elders and the younger members of the clan. "You all saw what happened with the Wang family, right?" Everyone nodded. Aunt Wang, out of kindness, gave a beggar 2 coins, and others quickly came to beg as well. 1 or 2 coins were manageable, but the Wang family couldn't afford to give to a crowd. When they refused, some in the crowd began to snatch. Once the first theft occurred, others joined in, and soon everyone around was participating in the chaos. They didn't care about morals or shame. In the face of life and death, those concepts meant nothing. The incident with Aunt Wang served as a vivid lesson for the people of Xinhua village. Sometimes, telling them isn't enough. They need to see it with their own eyes to understand. Yang Lijiang continued, "It's getting late. According to our plan, we should rest outside the city tonight and enter tomorrow to buy what we need, but you all see the situation outside. If we stay outside tonight, it might not be safe. We have 2 choices. The first is to stick to our original plan and camp outside, taking turns to keep watch at night. The second is to enter the city tonight and find an inn to stay in. We can shop tomorrow and continue our journey in the afternoon. What do you think is safer?" Yang Dashan spoke up, "Let's enter the city. It's not safe outside. The Wang family's incident might spark greed in others. We may look like many, but the elderly, women, and children make up more than half. If the people outside unite, our 50-odd young men won't be able to hold them off." "I agree with Dashan. I saw several groups eyeing us. Who knows what they are planning behind our backs," Yang Dashu added. "We all have families to protect, while those people have nothing. There's a saying, the barefoot are not afraid of the shod. It's not worth risking our safety just to save a few coins." De Zhuang's father disagreed. "As long as someone is keeping watch, it's fine. Going in now means we can't explore, and we'll waste a night's in fee. The costs for our families will add up." "Exactly. My family has over a dozen members. Even the cheapest inn will cost us a coin. If they come to rob us and we can't defend ourselves, the losses will be more than just a coin. Better to spend some money for peace of mind. You may have money to spare, but we have a large family and can't afford it. With so many of us, we can choose a more distant place. A dozen people can keep watch in the first half of the night, and another dozen in the second half. If they come, we can fight them off together. We already drove them away in the daytime, right? If we are fierce enough, they won't dare to come close. No need to waste money. Saving that money can buy us more supplies. It's still hot now, but autumn is coming soon, and we'll need money for more things. Whether to leave or stay, everyone had different opinions." Yang Lijiang looked around but didn't see the person he was looking for. "Where's Su girl? She has a stomachache," Yang Dashan replied. The city gate was about to close, and they needed to make a decision quickly. Yang Lijiang said, "For safety's sake, let's enter the city." "Enter the city? Is that necessary?" "Yeah, it's too late to go in now. It doesn't make sense," many people murmured, while more kept their heads down in silence. De Zhuang's father spoke. "Lijiang, it's not that we don't listen to you, but more people want to stay outside tonight. If someone dares to cause trouble, they will have to answer to our weapons." "Exactly. Several families unwilling to pay for a room agreed. How about we vote? The majority rules. What do you think?" Yang Fu suggested. Su Yin arrived just in time to hear this. She sat beside her uncle and quietly asked, "Uncle, what's going on? Are we not entering the city?" Yang Dashan whispered, "Lijiang wants to enter, but many people oppose it. Staying in the city means paying for an inn, which isn't worth it." She nodded in understanding. Yang Lijiang said, "All right then, let's vote. This time, there were 26 households from Xinghua village, plus 6 from related families, including 2 older cousins and Su Yinin's family, making a total of 32 households with over 200 people. At this moment, 32 people came to vote. The result was 14 households in favor of entering the city and 18 households preferring to stay outside for the night. Everyone understood the pros and cons of entering or not. Each family's situation was different. Some were willing to spend money for safety, while others felt it might not be necessary and didn't want to waste money. Many families had little money and were uncertain about the future, so they were naturally hesitant to spend any extra. Seeing the result, Yang Lijing sighed. Then it settled. We'll stay outside tonight and enter the city as soon as the gates open tomorrow. Su Yin, who had been silent, spoke up. Third great uncle, I plan to enter the city and meet up with everyone tomorrow. My uncle's family will also go with me. Entering the city now was not just for safety. Su Yin also wanted a good night's sleep and a bath. In the hot summer, sleeping in the wild for days without enough water to wash up had made her feel quite dirty. Yang the butcher, having money, quickly added, I'll go into the city today and meet up with everyone tomorrow. My family will go too, Yang Dashu's family chimed in. The usually quiet Su woman spoke softly. My family will also enter the city. Her family was small, just her mother-in-law, and her daughter. She felt confident making this decision because of Su Yin. With all women in her family, they would have each other for support. All right, if you all want to enter the city, hurry up and go. We'll meet again tomorrow morning, okay? And so, the decision was made. Su Yin's family was quick to leave, pulling their mule cart and lining up with her 3 uncles to enter the city. Along with them were the butcher Yang, Yang Dashu, Su Nyangzi, and their cousins, making a total of 10 families. Upon entering Yongqing County, everyone had to pay a 2-won entrance fee, regardless of age. While waiting in line, Su Yin's eldest cousin's mother-in-law, old lady Zhang, looked unhappy and kept muttering, Why are we going to the city today? It's not worth it, and we have to pay for a place to stay. Why can't we just stay outside? Keep quiet, her son-in-law, old man Zhang, interrupted. Old lady Zhang continued, I can't say anything? We have over 10 mouths to feed at home, and everything costs money. We barely have enough, let alone extra for an inn. Su Yin's cousin, Yang Shuixian, looked troubled. She knew her mother-in-law was saying this to pressure her parents into paying for their lodging. As a married daughter, she felt she couldn't speak up and pretended not to hear her mother-in-law, acting as if she were deaf. Seeing her daughter-in-law silent, old lady Zhang kept complaining until her son, Zhang Liangtian, spoke up, Mother, if you really don't want to go into the city, we don't have to. As soon as he spoke, old lady Zhang fell silent, glaring at her husband and son, feeling they were ungrateful and siding with her daughter-in-law. Yang Shuixian noticed her mother-in-law was upset, but didn't try to comfort her. Zhang Liangtian patted her hand. Don't take it to heart. My mother is just like that. When we see your parents later, make sure they don't worry about it. I understand, Yang Shuixian replied, holding his hand. If it weren't for her caring husband and occasional help from her father-in-law, she wouldn't know how to get through these days. Old lady Zhang's loud voice was clear to Su Yin. Su mother whispered, Your cousin's mother-in-law is hard to deal with. When you find a husband, I'll make sure to find you kind in-laws. Su Yin felt overwhelmed. Mom, your thoughts are quite broad. What? What do you mean? Su mother looked confused, not understanding her daughter's words. I'm still young, so don't think too much. You're not that young. If it weren't for, you're at the age to start looking. Su Yin quickly defended herself. If we're talking about marriage, my younger aunt should go first. She's not married yet, so it's not my turn. Innocent Su Baozhu glared at her unkind sister. Su mother turned to Su Baozhu. Don't worry, sister will find you a good family. Shubalfu. While the 3 were chatting, it was their turn in line. The officer in charge glanced at them. 3 people, 9 won. Su Baozhu, unfamiliar with the city guard's tricks, quietly reminded, Sir, you must have made a mistake. We are 3 people, so it should be 6 won. The officer scoffed. I said 9 won, so it's 9 won. Oh, wait, now it's 15 won. Su Baozhu was outraged by the officer's shamelessness. She wanted to say more, but Su Yin stopped her. Stepping forward, she smiled and handed over 15 won. Sir, thank you for your hard work. Seeing the correct amount, the officer let them pass without further trouble. With this experience, Su Yin's uncles just paid whatever the guards asked, usually adding a bit more on top of the standard 2 won per person. Once inside the city, Su Baozhu exclaimed, "That person was clearly trying to cheat us. It's so awful." She was still naive and hadn't seen real scams or difficult situations. That was actually quite mild. Wait until you encounter a real scammer, then you'll understand. Su Baozhu widened her eyes. That wasn't excessive? Some might demand a whole tael of silver. If you argue, it could turn into 10 taels. Su Baozhu gasped in disbelief. No way? Let's just hope we don't run into that. Su Baozhu nodded vigorously, unable to help but say, suddenly, 15 won seems pretty
cheap.
Yongqing County was much larger than their home in Dongta County. As evening approached and the city gates were about to close, there weren't many people on the streets, and many vendors were starting to pack up. Su Yin spotted a nearby meat bun stall and asked Su Baozhu to watch their luggage. Boss, I'll have 10 big meat buns.
Sure.
Each bun is 22 won. For 10 buns, that's 2 taels and 21. The boss seemed worried she'd find it too expensive, adding, "My buns have thin skins and lots of filling, packed with meat." 22 won was a few and more than in Dongta County, possibly due to rising grain prices or because Yongqing County was generally more expensive. Su Yin promptly paid the 2 taels and 21, took a bite of a bun, and found it just as the boss said, thin skin, lots of filling, and delicious meat juice. Boss, can I ask where's a good and affordable inn nearby? While eating her bun, she tried to gather information. The stall owner was surprised, not expecting a girl who could buy 10 buns to ask about inns. Inns and foot shops both provided lodging and meals, but they were quite different. Foot shops were small and offered simple accommodations, while inns were larger, with various room types and better food, often including entertainment. The former catered to ordinary folks, while the latter served merchants and wealthy travelers. It was similar to the difference between youth hostels and luxury hotels. The meat bun stall owner kindly recommended, if you want something affordable and decent, try the Fortune Foot Shop at the corner of East Street. Their prices are the most reasonable in Yongqing County, and the owner is a good person. Having received the information she wanted, Su Yin thanked the stall owner and returned with her steaming buns. Su Baozhu caught the delicious smell. "Yin, what did you buy?" "Meat buns." Su Yin handed her one. Su Baozhu eagerly took a bite. "So good. Really good." Su Yin gave 3 to Su Mother and 2 to Xiao Taohua and Xiao Yonggui. When Xiao Yonggui received the bun, his eyes lit up as he took a bite, his already large eyes widening even more. "So good. So good." Xiao Taohua held the bun out to her mother. "Mom, you eat." Li Shi shook her head. "You eat it yourself." Li Shi knew the buns were a gift from Su Yin to her daughter, so she couldn't eat them. While the older sister cared for her younger siblings, their mother couldn't take food from her daughter. Once all 10 families were inside the city, they began discussing which inn to stay at. Old Lady Zhang hurriedly declared, "I'll say it first, I won't go to an expensive place." Su Yin had already thought about this. "I just asked someone in town, and there's a foot shop in the east side of the city. The prices are reasonable, and the owner is nice. We can check it out. If it doesn't work, we can look for another place." "Sounds good." Uncle Yang Dashin agreed first. Butcher Yang followed, saying, "I have no problem. We'll go with your decision." The others quickly expressed their agreement, except for Grandma Zhang, who kept complaining. 10 households hurried toward the east side of the city and saw a sign in front of an inn with the words, "Fortune." "Is this the place?" Butcher Yang asked. "Yes, this is it." Su Yin, Butcher Yang, Uncle, and a few others entered the inn while the rest waited outside. The inn was small, with only 2 customers eating noodles inside. The owner greeted them warmly. "Welcome. Are you here to stay?" "Yes, we need a room." "How much is it?" The owner replied, "We have 2 types of rooms. Private rooms for 45 won a night and a large dormitory for 10 won per person. The prices were fair and did not increase just because they were from out of town. Noticing the group outside, the owner asked, "Which type of room do you need?" Su Yin looked at Uncle and the others. After exchanging glances, they decided to stay here. They weren't planning to search further. They might not find a better price, especially since curfew was approaching, leaving them little time to waste. "I'll take a private room," Su Yin said. "Great," the owner replied, taking a room key from behind. "Please show me your household registration or travel permit." In the Daon dynasty, anyone staying at an inn had to present these documents to ensure they weren't wanted criminals. Su Yin handed over her registration, and after the owner recorded it, he gave her the room key. Butcher Yang and Uncle Yang Dae both had some unexpected money and weren't short on cash, but Uncle chose not to take a private room. Instead, Butcher Yang requested 3 private rooms. With 12 people in Butcher Yang's family, 3 rooms would still be enough if they squeezed in. The other 8 households opted for the large dormitory, only paying for the bed space. The owner was kind and didn't charge the children, even letting the older boys stay for half price. Each family saved at least 10 won, and those with more kids saved 30 or 41. "Owner, we have a mule and a cow," they mentioned. The owner immediately called a waiter to help them put the mule and cow in the back barn. Su Yin gave the waiter some money to feed the mule and cow with hay and water. Su Mother and Su Baozhu moved their belongings from the cart into the room, while Uncle called over 2 older cousins, Yang Hua and Yang Lin, to help. With their help, Su Yin and the others found it much easier. Before they left, Su Yin handed each of them a big meat bun, which she had originally planned to keep for herself. Back in the room, Su Yin called the waiter. "Please bring us a bucket of hot water. Do you need a small bucket or a large one for bathing? What are the prices?" "A small bucket is 10 won and a large one is 1 silver coin." Su Baozhu and Su Mother gasped at the prices. 1 silver coin could buy 4 or 5 meat buns, and those are meat buns. The waiter, noticing their shock, calmly explained, "Water is scarce right now, and we have to buy it. Not to mention, firewood prices have gone up, so the cost is a bit higher." Su Mother immediately said, "We'll take the small bucket." They were farmers and didn't have such luxuries. Even 10 won for a bucket of water felt extravagant. But Su Yin didn't agree with this frugality. Since they were staying, they should be comfortable. After a long day, they needed to take care of their bodies to keep going. "Let's get a large bucket first." "Thank you," Su Yin said, handing over the silver coin for the hot water. Su Mother wanted to object, but the waiter quickly left, not giving her a chance. Su Mother glared at her daughter, dissatisfied. "Inin, we will need to spend money in many places later. We should save. 1 silver coin can buy so much." "Don't worry, Mom. I have money," Su Yin said, pulling something shiny from her bag and handing it to her. Su Mother and Su Baozhu's eyes widened when they saw the golden ingot. Su Baozhu thought the money Su Yin mentioned was from the leftover silver after buying supplies from the cave. She never expected it to be a gold ingot. Before they could speak, Su Yin put her finger to her lips, signaling them to be quiet.
"Sure."
"Lower your voices." They nodded, but Su Baozhu couldn't contain her curiosity and whispered, "Inin, where did this come from? Remember when we went to scout that group? I found it there." They understood. "Did your uncle find any?" Su Mother asked, concerned about her brother. Su Yin nodded. "No gold, but other things." "What about Butcher Yang?" Su Yin nodded again. Satisfied with their curiosity, they stopped asking. Su Baozhu and Su Mother had never touched gold before, taking turns to admire it with excitement. Su Baozhu even bit the ingot, leaving a mark, and smiled foolishly. "It's real." Su Yin couldn't help but laugh. After enjoying the moment, Su Mother quickly took the gold ingot back and said, "Keep it safe. Don't tell anyone about this, okay? This was not just for Su Yin but also a reminder for Su Baozhu." "I understand." Su Mother nodded in satisfaction, then changed the subject. "Even though you have money, you shouldn't spend it carelessly. We have a long way to go, and we'll need to spend a lot. We should save where we can. Never spend 1 silver coin on hot water again. That's a waste." Even knowing they had money now, Su Mother still couldn't change her frugal nature. Su Yin understood her mother's mindset. Older generations were used to being thrifty and found it hard to change. This is why, back on Blue Star, you often saw sons who were billionaires still using expensive cars to help their mothers collect scrap. I understand, Mom. Good. A voice from outside the door called, "Guest, the water is ready." Su Yin put everything away and Su Baozhu opened the door. Two waiters brought in the large wooden tub, making the already cramped room feel even smaller. Buckets of hot water were poured into the wooden tub, raising the temperature in the room. Once the tub was nearly full, the innkeeper quickly stepped out, kindly closing the door behind them. "Mom, you go wash first," Su Yin said. Su Mu disagreed. She remembered her daughter had asked for a big bucket first. Who knows, the girl might want a second or a third bucket, and she couldn't agree to that. "Hurry and wash. I feel clean enough and don't need to," Su Mu insisted seriously. Su Yin wanted to say, "Mom, you smell bad." She looked at her aunt. Su Baozhu waved her hands. "You go first, you're younger." Unable to argue with the two of them, Su Yin gave in. After taking off her clothes and wiping her body with a small basin of water, she soaked in the wooden tub. The hot water enveloped her, opening her pores, and she felt incredibly comfortable. The fatigue from her travels melted away in that moment. In the Daong dynasty, bathing was done with things like soapwort or other natural cleansers. The cleaning effect was decent. Though it didn't have a fragrance, it carried the pure essence of plants. After washing from head to toe, Su Yin felt like she had lost a couple of pounds, especially in her hair. She changed into a clean outfit without patches since she needed to buy supplies the next day and sell the items from the tiger. In both her past life and the Daong dynasty, there was a saying, "Respect clothes from afar, respect people up close." Seeing her daughter looking refreshed, Su Mu was stunned for a moment. "Oh my daughter looks really pretty after tidying up," Su Mu said with a smile. "Mom, you look even prettier after tidying up," Su Yin replied. "I'm too old for that." Su Mu pushed her out. "You go get something to eat, but don't order anything too expensive, okay?" "Got it." Next, it was Su Mu and Su Baozhu's turn to wash up. Su Yin went to the main hall and ordered 3 bowls of noodles. The innkeeper brought out 1 bowl first, and Su Yin began to eat alone. By now, it was completely dark outside, and the innkeeper was bringing in the sign from outside, preparing to close the door. In ancient times, curfews were quite early. Ordinary people had little entertainment at night, so there were fewer activities and naturally more children.
Su Yin ordered chicken broth vegetarian noodles.
The noodles were handmade, served in a broth made from chicken, drizzled with a bit of soy sauce, and topped with green onions. It was a delicious bowl of chicken broth vegetarian noodles. The broth was flavorful, and the handmade noodles had a nice texture, making it a satisfying meal. After finishing 1 bowl, Su Baozhu came out first. The innkeeper brought in the second bowl of chicken broth vegetarian noodles. One by one, people from Xinghua village came out to order food, mostly steamed buns. Few ordered dishes, and even fewer ordered noodles. Finally, Su Mu came downstairs and saw the chicken broth vegetarian noodles the innkeeper brought. She glared at her daughter for spending money so freely. Su Yin looked at her innocently. She had been very obedient, only ordering a bowl of slightly more substantial vegetarian noodles. "Next time, just order vegetarian noodles, I like them. Don't order chicken broth vegetarian noodles," Su Mu said. Su Yin understood she was worried about money. "Mom, we need to nourish ourselves to go further. We can't save a little and ruin our health." Su Baozhu nodded in agreement. "Sister-in-law, Yin is right. The road ahead is long, and we need to take this opportunity to recover. If we fall ill midway, no amount of money can fix that." Unable to argue with the 2 younger ones, Su Mu stopped talking and focused on her noodles. After dinner, Su Yin and Su Mu went to the big sleeping area where their uncle and 2 older cousins were staying. The 4 families fit into 1 large sleeping area. The younger uncle, along with Su Nyangzi, Yangdashu, and the people from the first and second households, shared another large sleeping area. Having 2 large sleeping areas with family made things much easier. Su Yin found her younger uncle and discussed the supplies they needed to buy the next day. She still had a tiger skin and planned to sell it for some silver. Tiger skins were rare and highly sought after by the wealthy, but Now is not the time for indulgence. After learning the approximate price of the tiger skin, Su Yin found the owner of the shoe store and inquired about shops that buy mountain goods. Once she finished all this, she returned to her room. In the small room, Su Mu and Su Baozhu had already set up sleeping arrangements for three. They had brought straw mats and bedding, which could be laid out on the ground for sleeping. It was summer, so there were not many concerns. Mom and Baozhu can sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor, Su Yin said. Su Baozhu shook her head. No, sister-in-law and Yinin sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. You two don't need to argue. I'll sleep on the floor, and you both can sleep on the bed. That's settled, Su Mu decided. But Su Yin disagreed, and in the end, they decided by playing rock, paper, scissors. The result was Su Baozhu and Su Mu on the bed, while Su Yin slept on the floor. Seeing her mother still wanted to say something, Su Yin lay down on the floor, not giving her a chance. Outside the city gate, the village head and the remaining 22 households decided on the night watch numbers. To prevent any accidents, the 22 households stayed together. The elderly, women, and children slept in the middle, protecting their belongings, while the men slept on the outside. The men were divided into two shifts, with a dozen watching in the first half of the night and about 20 in the second half. The men on watch gathered around the fire, speaking quietly while the surroundings were very quiet, occasionally interrupted by the sound of insects. I wish I had gone into the city with Yang Dashin and the others. Today, at the village head's request, none of the families prepared dinner. The reason was simple. Once they brought out food, the refugees outside would swarm to beg. If you didn't give, they wouldn't leave, just standing nearby staring at you. If you yelled, they would take a step back, then come right back. In such an environment, no family dared to prepare food, fearing they would become the next Wang Dajeng. After a long day of travel, they settled for dry biscuits and water for dinner. Grr. Someone's stomach growled, quickly followed by a second and third growl. They wanted to drink their fill, but there was no extra water, just enough to get by, so they had to endure. Do you think they're eating well in the city? Someone asked to change the subject and distract from their hunger. Not likely. At most, they get a comfortable night's sleep and a good wash. That's still not bad. That comfort comes from money. If you spent that money, you'd be comfortable too. A few of them chatted aimlessly, while in the distance, a group was hiding in the woods, carefully observing the situation at the city gate. Third leader, I observed during the day that the people here are all poor. The slightly wealthier ones are those who came in the evening. They're over there. The man pointed to a cluster of lights in the distance. How many people? About 200, but a few families entered the city early. The rest are over there. The third leader scoffed. The wealthy have all run into the city. Those outside are just a few stragglers. Third leader, what should we do? The men below couldn't guess his thoughts and asked foolishly. The third leader looked at another man. How prepared are the people inside? The ones waiting for us will signal at the city gate. Got it. Once we see the signal, we act. First, let's deal with these grasshoppers outside. Then we'll enter the city. Yes. In the dark night, with the wind howling, a group of about 20 people gathered around several campfires. Some had already rested their chins on their hands and fallen asleep, while others squinted their eyes. Before long, a lamp lit up at the city gate. Seeing this, the people in the woods moved, covering their faces and drawing long knives from their waists, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light in the fire's glow. Go! A group rushed out of the woods, heading straight for the camp at Xinghua village. Yang Lu had a light sleep. He was on guard for the second half of the night. While the others on watch had fallen asleep, he felt uneasy and couldn't relax enough to doze off. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds coming closer. He looked up to the left front and saw a group of dark figures approaching them. Yang Lu instantly woke up, his pupils dilating as he shouted, "Robbery! Someone is coming to rob us." His shout startled the night watchmen and those still asleep. The men guarding the perimeter grabbed their weapons, aiming at the sudden intruders. The third leader commanded his brothers, "Make it quick." These ruthless attackers didn't take the villagers of Xinghua village seriously at all. The two sides quickly clashed, and the air was filled with screams and casualties. The refugees huddled at the foot of the city gate heard the commotion. Some just glanced and then closed their eyes again, indifferent to the chaos. Others quietly crept closer, hoping to take advantage of the situation, but upon seeing the brutal scene, they were frightened and ran away. People are dying. The men of Xinghua village fought desperately, but despite their bravery, they gradually became overwhelmed by the vicious bandits. They broke through a gap, heading toward the elderly, women, and children inside. The elderly picked up tools like poles and hoes to defend themselves. Sho! A sharp knife pierced Old Man Yang's chest, and he fell to the ground. Old partner, Dad. The cries of grief were drowned out by the sounds of fighting. Yang Lijing shouted to the elderly, women, and children, "Go, you all need to leave quickly. Run." He kept urging them. The women grabbed their children and quickly packed up their valuables, fleeing into the depths of the woods. The men continued to fight desperately for their wives and children. The third leader was surprised that these people could resist for so long. Yang Lijing noticed the city gate of Yongqing County slowly opening. Just as he thought help was coming, he saw no one appear, and his heart sank as he realized the true target of this group was not them. Seeing the women and children escape into the forest, Yang Lijing ordered the remaining men, "Go, hurry." They could barely hold on, but for the sake of their wives and children, they gritted their teeth and persisted. Many were covered in wounds, holding on by sheer will. Yang Lijing commanded, and the men fought while retreating. Once they entered the forest, the bandits stopped pursuing. "Don't chase them," the third leader said. He instructed his subordinates, "Leave a few people here to clean up. The rest come with me into the city." A group quickly retreated toward Yongqing County. The refugees who had been gathered at the city gate realized something was wrong and had already fled, not daring to show themselves. Fuyun in a dark room. A person lying on the floor suddenly sat up, walked to the window, and opened it to look outside. The room was on the first floor, so he couldn't see much, but he could faintly hear strange noises. Su Yin immediately left the yard, climbed up to the rooftop using the piled-up junk. The rooftop offered a clear view of Yongqing County. In the southern and western directions, flames lit up the sky, and the sounds of fighting came from those areas. This was bad. Something serious had happened. Su Yin came down from the rooftop and quickly ran back to her room to wake her mother and Su Baozhu. The two opened their eyes groggily. "Yin, what's wrong?" Su Baozhu asked. "Something happened," Su Yin replied. "What?" Both women instantly woke up. "What happened?" her mother asked anxiously. "A group of people is burning, killing, and robbing in the city. They will soon reach us. You two need to pack up your valuables and take only what you can carry. Hide the rest if you can. If not, leave it. I'm going to find my uncle." After giving her instructions, Su Yin hurriedly left. Bang, bang, bang. The loud knocking on the door woke everyone in the house. Many opened their eyes sleepily. "Who is knocking on the door at this hour?" "Shut up. Can't anyone sleep?" Su Yin called out. "Uncle, Uncle Deshu, Uncle Yang." The people in the 2 rooms stopped complaining upon hearing her voice. "It's Su Girl. Did something happen to Su Girl and the others?" Yang Dashan, Yang Dachuan, and Yang Dae hurriedly put on their clothes, and the doors on both sides opened simultaneously. "Yin, what happened?" Yang Dashan asked anxiously. "Something big has happened in the city." "What?" The 3 looked confused. "A group of people is burning, killing, and robbing in the city. They are currently in the southern and western parts and will soon spread to our area. The southern and western parts are where wealthy families live, while the eastern and northern areas are poorer, mostly inhabited by common folk. The attackers would likely target the rich first before moving to the eastern and northern districts." The 3 men were shocked and widened their eyes. Su Yin didn't give them much time to process. She directly ordered, "Get everyone up now, grab your valuables, and don't worry about anything else for now. I'll find the boss and you wake up all the other guests in the inn." "Okay." They split up to act. Yang Dashan and Yang Dachuan returned to the dormitory to inform everyone. "Brother Dashan, is what you said true? What Yin said is definitely true. There's no time. We need to move quickly." Everyone got up in a panic, shaken awake. The same was happening next door, where a group hurriedly got dressed. Yang Dae rushed to the next room and knocked loudly on the door, waking everyone inside. Someone cursed as they opened the door. "What are you making noise about in the middle of the night?" Ignoring the person's attitude, Yang Dae said seriously and quickly, "There's a group in the city burning, killing, and robbing. They will be here soon." "You're talking nonsense. How could something like that happen?" The person replied skeptically. Another person who came out with him looked up at the sky over the south and west of the city. The flames and distant sounds made his heart race, and his face turned pale with fear. "He's telling the truth." The man who had been cursing turned to look in the direction the other was pointing, and his spirit dropped. Damn, Yang Dae didn't wait for them and moved on to the next room. Meanwhile, Su Yin found the innkeeper's house in the backyard. She climbed over the wall and knocked on the main door. Lights turned on inside. "Who is it?" "It's the innkeeper. Something serious is happening in the city. Hurry up and come out." The innkeeper recognized Su Yin's voice and hurriedly got dressed, looking cautiously at the unexpected visitor. Soon, he noticed the commotion in the front yard. "Innkeeper, look over there." Su Yin pointed towards the south and west of the city, where the flames were getting brighter, revealing the chaos and the increasing number of victims. The innkeeper, being knowledgeable, felt heavy-hearted as he watched the illuminated sky. "I don't know why, but there's a group in the city committing arson and robbery. They are currently in the south and west, but it won't be long before they reach the east and north. We need to prepare." The innkeeper noticed Su Yin's calmness despite the situation. At such a young age, her composure showed she was capable of handling serious matters. He might not have much ability, but he could read people well. "Girl, what do you plan to do?" "We need to gather everyone in the inn to resist together. That's our only chance of survival." "All right, I need you to provide some items to defend against those bandits." "Okay." Innkeeper, quickly gather all the staff and have them meet in the front yard. "Got it." Su Yin then exited the backyard through the front door. The inn was lit with oil lamps, and everyone gathered in the front yard, their faces showing fear and anxiety. When Yang the butcher saw Su Yin, it was as if he found a leader. He instinctively asked, "Su girl, what should we do now?" Before Su Yin could respond, old lady Zhang cried out first, "Oh no! What kind of disaster is this? We spent all this money to come to the city, and now we are like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. If we were outside the city, we wouldn't be in this situation. What should we do now?" Old lady Zhang's wailing made Yang Dashan's face darken. Yang Shui Xian noticed her father's expression and quickly pulled her mother aside. "Mother, this isn't the time to cry. Let's listen to my cousin first. What can a little girl say?" Old lady Zhang retorted angrily. Old man Zhang noticed the villagers' expressions and immediately scolded his wife. "Be quiet. What are you shouting about at a time like this? Let's hear what Su girl has to say. She has good ideas and might come up with a solution. Don't make things worse." "Mom, just be quiet for a moment," Zhang Liang Tian added. Even though old lady Zhang was unwilling, she stopped her complaints. Now Su Yin had the chance to speak. "Our only option is to unite everyone and resist the bandits together. As long as we protect the inn, our property and lives will be safe." A traveler spoke up. "With just us, can we really hold off those ruthless bandits?" Another added, "It would be better to find a place to hide before they arrive." Yang the butcher countered, "Hide? Where do you plan to hide? Once they come, they will search everywhere. If they find you, you will be dead. It's better to resist them," like Su girl said. The previously hot-headed traveler suggested, "Why don't we open the city gates and escape?" This idea gained support from many, and several people were tempted. Su Yin's words shattered their unrealistic hopes. "You're thinking too optimistically. These bandits managed to sneak into the city without anyone noticing, so they're not just reckless. The city gates are heavily guarded. They won't let you escape easily. If that were the case, they would be wasting their effort. Leaving the city now is like walking into a trap." Her words discouraged many, but some still doubted her, not believing what she said. This was understandable. They had never interacted with Su Yin and saw her as just a 14 or 15-year-old girl, so they found it hard to trust her words. "That's just your guess. If you want to stay and resist the bandits, go ahead." "I'm leaving," said a young man who looked like a scholar. The hot-headed traveler followed up. "Humph. I'm not playing this pretend game with you." One by one, travelers began to leave the inn, preparing to escape the city. Yang Dashu wanted to stop them, but they ignored him and even mocked him. Dashu, don't worry about them. If they want to leave, let them go, Yang Dachuan said. Some travelers left, while others with women and children stayed behind. Su Yin looked at everyone who remained. It's chaotic outside. You never know when you might encounter the bandits. These ruthless people will not let anyone go easily. We are in the east of the city and in an inn. The bandits are here for money, and an inn isn't their main target. Places like hotels and brothels are what they want. Not many will come here. So as long as we can hold them off, we can all survive and protect our property. Her words gave the anxious crowd a bit of confidence. Whether we can withstand the bandits now depends on whether we can work together. The innkeeper was the first to respond. Girl, tell us what to do and we will cooperate without question. Yes, just tell us and we will follow your lead, Yang the butcher agreed. You tell us what to do. Su Yin looked at the innkeeper. Innkeeper, do you have a lot of oil in the inn? Yes, there's a large jar that we just bought. Do you have soybeans? Yes. Su Yin listed the items she needed, most of which were available in the inn. She began directing, you few, block everything that can be used for defense at the front and back doors. You all put the oil into small bamboo tubes. Everyone received their tasks and got to work. Even the older children were helping. The people in the city who were awakened were not just them. Others were also thinking of ways to resist the bandits. Some knelt down praying, some hid under their blankets trembling, and others were finding ways to hide money and people. Everyone was busy in their own way. While they were occupied, Su Yin climbed back onto the roof to look out and check the situation. A line of fire was coming from the east of the city. She remembered there was an inn and a foot shop on that street. The inn was at a prime location where two main streets met, while the foot shop was a bit further back. The bandits would likely go to the inn first, and then to other valuable shops. Their foot shop was at the end of the east street, so they still had time to prepare. Su Yin shouted to the busy people in the courtyard, a group of bandits is coming this way.
What?
Everyone was startled and quickened their pace. The able-bodied men had already barricaded the door with furniture and stones. The women, children, and elderly had gathered weapons and hidden items. Su Yin jumped down from the roof and began assigning tasks. One group to guard the courtyard wall, another for the front and back doors, and others on the roofs. Each position had people from Xinhua village to ensure everything could be carried out effectively. She couldn't guarantee that the unfamiliar travelers would follow orders or stay calm in a crisis, but having people from Xinhua village leading them would be much better than having unknowns. The villagers who came along had faced many hardships, and Su Yin was familiar with them, giving her more confidence. Everyone was ready. As the sounds of screams and cries filled the air, everyone's nerves tightened. Many gripped their clubs and knives tighter, and some even broke out in cold sweat.
Don't.
Help. Someone save us. Darling. The desperate cries struck everyone's hearts. After the screams, there were sounds of smashing and chaos, accompanied by bright flames. These bandits were not only killing and robbing but also trying to destroy the city, recklessly vandalizing everything. The street was nearly soaked in blood, and the air was filled with a metallic scent. They're here. This announcement made everyone in the courtyard tense up, ready for anything, their eyes filled with fear, panic, or anger. Su Yin lay on the roof and clearly saw a group of 10 men, each carrying bags, their faces smeared with blood and their knives dripping with it. These men were already bloodthirsty. Boss, this foot shop is the last one. Once we rob this place, we can move on to the back streets. A foot shop? Just a bunch of poor folks. Ugh, why did we get stuck here on East Street? If only we were on West Street, it would be great. I heard the women at Chuixiang Pavilion are all soft and delicate. Stop talking, it just makes me angry. The small leader ordered you two kick the door down. 2 of his men stepped forward and kicked the door, but it didn't budge, and they let out terrible screams.
Ah!
My leg. Blood poured from their feet as nails embedded in the door pierced through. My foot. The 2 men clutched their legs in pain. In the dark of night, they had kicked a door rigged with nails, and the nails instantly pierced their souls. The bandits' screams brought joy to those inside the house. Taking out 2 of them weakened the enemy's fighting power by 20%, which was good news for them. Boss, this foot shop is prepared. The small leader scoffed, so what if it is? Even wealthy families had defenses and were on high alert, yet they were still taken down. The small leader wasn't worried. He shouted to the people inside, listen up, if you're smart, open the door. We just want money, and we won't make it hard for you. If you don't cooperate, once we get in, nothing will be left. You have a moment to think. Once the time is up, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, the small leader quietly instructed his men. Soon, 2 bandits left. The people on the roof noticed and nervously asked, are they going to get reinforcements? Whether they are or not, we need to act, Su Yin said. The time they gave was not a real opportunity, it was just a delay.
Okay.
Following Su Yin's orders, her uncle Yang Dachuan and a few others took the prepared oil bamboo tubes and splashed them on the men at the door. The selected people on the roof were archers with some skills, making them more accurate than ordinary people for this task. The men outside were caught off guard and soaked. What is this? One wiped his face and sniffed. The small leader smelled it and turned pale. Not good, quick. Before he could finish, Yang Dachuan and Yang De shot homemade flaming arrows at the bandits. As soon as the flames touched the oil, they ignited and fire erupted around them.
Ah!
Help! The bandits instinctively rushed to put out the fire, but when they got close, they realized they were also covered in oil. By the time they reacted, it was too late. As Yang Dachuan prepared to shoot a second arrow, he saw the bandits set themselves on fire. Hey, these guys are quite helpful. Su Yin had been watching the small leader's movements and saw him trying to escape. Uncle, don't let that guy get away. Both men aimed their arrows at the fleeing small leader. Whoosh, an arrow flew from his left side, and the small leader dodged to the right just in time, feeling relieved, but the next arrow followed closely, seemingly predicting his escape direction.
Thud.
The arrow struck him, causing him to stagger, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward. However, the third arrow pierced his heart and lungs, and he fell dead. The 2 bandits who had gone out to get firewood returned, shocked to see their burning comrade and the leader lying in a pool of blood. They dropped the firewood and ran, but it was too late. 2 arrows flew and struck them in the chest, causing them to spit blood. They tried to move forward, but the second and third arrows pierced their bodies again.